Something with too many teeth had my shoulder, and the three people I'd bled for were standing at the top of the stairs, watching it happen. Shu Chen-hao had his hands in his pockets. Yang Jingwei was checking the corridor for witnesses, which was thorough of him. And Lin Xiaomei, the woman I had spent 4 years turning myself inside out for, was smiling. Not a cruel smile. That would have been something. A cruel smile means you matter. She was smiling the way you smile when a slow download finally finishes. 5 years of the apocalypse. 5 years of scraping, freezing, eating things I will not describe. And the last thing I got to see was a woman looking mildly relieved that I was finally done. Then the stairwell went sideways and the world turned off. Hey, we're here, get off the bus. Somebody was shoving my shoulder, the exact same shoulder. I came up out of the dark, swinging and screaming a name I hadn't been able to scream properly the first time. Zhao Yimin, I'll bury you! The bus driver dropped his cigarette on his own arm. He did a little dance. He called me a word I won't repeat and told me to get off his bus immediately, and I sat there, blinking at a seat back, at a window, at sunlight, at an ad for a phone plan. I was on a bus. I was on the number 4 out of Spring City East Terminal, which I had ridden exactly once in my life, coming back from a sales trip 5 years before the world ended. I put a hand on my shoulder. No hole, no blood. Just a cheap shirt and a collarbone that had never been chewed on. I got off that bus like a man walking out of his own funeral. The sun hit me, and it was so ordinary I nearly sat down in the road. Traffic, horns, a woman shouting about hotel rooms for 80 yuan a night. 6 million people in this city, all of them alive, all of them annoyed about small things. I pulled out my phone with hands that didn't feel like mine. 3:25 p.m., May 25th, 2035. I laughed. Right there in the middle of the terminal exit, with a security guard giving me the eye, I laughed like a lunatic until it stopped being funny, which took about 4 seconds. Because if it was May 25th, then the world had exactly 20 hours and 35 minutes left. Tomorrow, noon. The sun goes red, and 8 out of every 10 people on this planet stop being people. Last time, I slept through it. My manager kept us in a meeting until midnight. I crawled home, and I woke up at 2 in the afternoon to find out that everyone I'd ever met was either dead or trying to eat me. I spent the first week of the end of the world locked in a rented room with 4 packets of instant noodles and a book somebody left on a bus. And that is where the joke starts. Because the book somebody left on a bus was in my arms right now. I looked down, black backpack, and under it, 5 fat cartoon characters on a glossy cover. 300 children's songs. There was a goldfish on the front, blowing a bubble, staring up at me with big, dumb, sparkly eyes, like it had been waiting 5 years for this reunion, which, honestly, it had. Hey, buddy, I said out loud, to a book. Long time no see. Here's what that goldfish did to my life. Day 7 of the apocalypse, out of my mind with boredom, I read that book. And I woke up a superpower, a real one. Bubble technique. I could produce a floating soap bubble with a defensive rating slightly below a bicycle helmet. Every time I leveled up after that, the book gave me another one. 5 in total, over 5 years. Illumination, which lights up a 10-meter circle in a world where every single thing that wants to eat you hunts by light. That one's not a power, that's a dinner bell. Underwater breathing. In a world where the oceans became a no-go zone for the entire human species. Messenger, which summons a ghost pigeon that can carry 10 words up to 5 kilometers, assuming nothing eats the pigeon. And freezing, my one offensive option, which could stop a low-tier zombie hard enough that I still had to walk over and finish the job by hand. People classify awakened powers S, A, B, C, D, E. Even an E rank grows teeth as you climb. Mine got a special rank invented just for me. F. 5 powers. 5 useless powers. Do you know what they called me for 5 years? In every shelter, at every fire, behind every hand? 3-star. 5 trash. Say it out loud. It rhymes in my language. That's why it stuck. Somebody put my whole existence in a nursery rhyme, which, given where the powers came from, is the kind of joke the universe writes and never apologizes for. I stood in that terminal holding the book, and I made a decision. Not this time. Feng. I had never heard that sound before in my life, and I hated it instantly. Book detected, binding to Hote. All heaven's reading system activating in 5, 4, 3. I stopped walking so hard that a man behind me swore at my back. Host is deeply familiar with 300 children's songs, extracting E-rank ability, bubble technique. Absorb? No. Ding. Host, would you like to absorb bubble technique? Absolutely not. Never. Not in this life or any other. I got a system. On the day before the apocalypse, I got a system, and the first thing it did was offer me the soap bubble. It was like getting rescued from a burning building by a man who hands you a second, smaller fire. But then it said something that changed the shape of my entire future. Ding! By reading and understanding books, the system extracts corresponding abilities. Extracted abilities may be fused. By reading books. Any books. I stood in the middle of a bus terminal on the last afternoon of the old world, and I felt the top of my head come off. Because the goldfish had never been the ceiling. The goldfish was just the only book I'd ever bothered to open. System, I said. One question. Can you stop saying ding? My skull is vibrating. Ding! This is a default getting and cannot be changed at this time. That's a bug. Ding! Host, mind your tone. As this is a first offense, no punishment will be applied. Please remember that the developer is supreme. There is only correct. There is no incorrect. This is not open to question. Understood. The developer is supreme. I backed down immediately. I had no idea what the punishment was, and I did not want a free sample. I checked my wallet balance. 4 figures, and 2 of those figures were after the decimal point. Then I ran for the taxi rank, because none of it mattered. Money was about to become paper with famous men printed on it. Provincial library, 20 minutes. I'll pay extra. Sit up, said the driver, a middle-aged woman with a cigarette already leaving her mouth, and she took that corner like the road had personally insulted her. I got slammed into the seat. She drifted onto the ring road elevated. 20 years behind that wheel, and she drove like she was being chased, which in about 19 hours she would be. 15 minutes, she said to the mirror, grinning. At this speed, I believe you. Get me there in one piece, and you get 100 on top. Then I opened the goldfish book because I had a suspicion. The rooster crows and calls the sun to rise. Extracting E-rank ability, illumination. Little pigeon, great skill, 1,000 miles, letter home. Extracting E-rank ability, messenger. The refrigerator is amazing. It keeps the fish and meat fresh. Extracting E-rank ability, freezing. I sat in the back of a speeding taxi watching 5 years of my life get itemized in 10 minutes. Everything I had ever suffered for. Everything that got me laughed at in every shelter from here to Sichuan. It came out of a picture book about a refrigerator. I did not absorb a single one of them. By the time the driver slammed on the brakes, I had about 10 E-rank abilities sitting in inventory and a slowly rising feeling that the system was getting annoyed with me. Read more advanced material. Yeah, I said. I got that impression. I looked at the goldfish one more time before I put it away. 5 years. This dumb little book got me through 5 years. I owed it something, even if what it mostly gave me was a nickname. Then I paid the driver 100 yuan I would never see again and told her to be careful, and she laughed and said kids these days work too hard and that she'd take one more night shift and cook something nice tomorrow. I stood on the library steps and watched her taxi turn the corner. Tomorrow at noon, this city was going to end. She had a daughter. She had one more night shift. I hope she got lucky. I never found out. The provincial library is 5 floors and 4 million books, and I had one afternoon. Now, about my academic background. I graduated from a bad university with a degree in something forgettable, and I got through it by working night shifts and copying homework. I am not a smart man. I am a man who is very good at not dying, which is a different skill. So I stood in that lobby, scrolling through a book catalog like it was a weapons list, because that's exactly what it was. Space, time, darkness, light. Those were the good ones. In my old life, the 2 strongest human beings alive were called the Black Emperor and the White Emperor, and they'd woken up dark and light. Below them, the 5 emperors and the 9 heavenly kings, and one of them had time and got killed for it. So let's not pretend time was safe. But space. Space is king. Space cuts. Space stores. Space moves. If I could get one spatial ability before noon tomorrow, I'd start the apocalypse with more firepower than most people would have in a year. Hello, how can I help you? The girl behind the desk had a ponytail and a work uniform and a smile that stalled halfway, like she'd been expecting somebody else and gotten me instead. I gave her 4 titles. She looked them up. She told me one was missing and where the other 3 were, and she said, "Happy reading," in a way that had a little too much weight in it. I said thanks and walked off without looking back, which matters later. A Brief History of Time, Dimensional Space, Flatland. I picked the one about geometry because Flatland turned out to be a novel and I refused to save the world with a novel. Then I sat down and did something I had never once done in 23 years of life. I actually read. 2 hours. Word by word, sentence by sentence, dragging my brain through 0 dimensions and 1 dimension and 2, and then hitting 4 dimensions and going completely blank like a phone in cold weather. I closed the book. Ding! Host has read Dimensional Space, extracted 1 fragment of S-rank ability, Spatial Cutting. Fragment 1 of 10. Reward, 1,000 reading points. I said a word out loud that made a grandmother 2 tables over look at me. S-rank. The bubble was E. Do you understand the distance between those 2 letters? That's not a promotion. That's a firefly filing a complaint against the moon. System. Why fragments? The knowledge in this book is intermediate. The host understood a small portion. Extraction is therefore incommovable. How many times do I have to read it? Reading count is irrelevant. Comprehension is relevant. However, given the host's level of comprehension, this system recommends rereading. Read a book 100 times and its meaning becomes clear. I had been in possession of this cheat for about 90 minutes and it had already called me stupid twice. I ignored my stomach and I read that book until the library closed. 9:30 at night. Fragment 8 of 10. 8. And then it just stopped moving, no matter how many times I went through the same 3 pages. I borrowed the whole stack, and on the way out I grabbed 3 more, 1 on fire, 1 on lightning, 1 on metal, because I had a feeling, and I have learned to trust my feelings. Then I stood in the lobby looking at 5 floors of shelving going up into the dark, and I had the single most profitable thought of my entire life. These aren't books. This is an armory. System. If I read an ebook, does that work? This system values tradition. Please read the physical book. Can you take the books with us? Not currently. However, the system may be upgraded using reading points. The next stage enables scanning and signal of books. How much? 10,000. Host currently has 1801. 10,000. That's 10 more books at the difficulty of the one that had just fried my brain for 3 hours. 30 hours of reading, minimum, and I had 14 hours before the sky turned red. I wiped my mouth because I was drooling at a bookshelf, and I went back to the girl at the desk to check the books out. She had a look on her face, hesitant, waiting. I took my books and said thanks and left. Behind me, very quietly, she stamped her foot and said something about telling her mother to raise my rent, which would have been extremely informative if I had been listening. I read on the subway, standing in a packed carriage, the only person in 100 with a book instead of a phone, getting looked at like a museum exhibit. Fragment 9 of 10. 1 more. 1 single fragment between me and an S-rank offensive ability before the world ended. And something in my gut said the last one was going to cost me. I got off at my stop, in the urban village where I rented, and my stomach finally staged a revolt. Fried rice and a few skewers at a night stall, eaten one-handed while I read Professor Sue's book about time, under lights full of moths, surrounded by people who had less than 15 hours to live. The stall owner told his wife I was a very serious young man. I was reading about the beginning of the universe so I could murder things better, but sure, serious young man. Downstairs from my building, Aunt Chong was still open. Aunt Chong owned the whole 5-story block. Shop on the ground floor, 3 floors rented to broke college students, her own place up top. She'd never once chased me for late rent in 2 years. Kai Wen, back so late. Aunt Chong, you're still open? Little past 10, a while longer. I went in and cleared her shelves. Everything packaged, everything bottled, 2 packs of cigarettes, and every single yuan left in my account, and she still shortchanged herself a few yuan in my favor. Why so much? Just tell me what you want to eat. There's no need to fill your room up. It's fine. It keeps. What keeps? It's 4 steps. Here's the thing I didn't tell her. In my old life, I never saw Aunt Chang again. I woke up on the 7th day, went downstairs, and the shop door was standing open, and the inside was a mess, and there was nobody in it. And I made the assumption everybody makes, and I never checked. I went upstairs with my arms full, and I did not say goodbye, because I already knew I was going to do something about it tomorrow. I read all night. Ding! Host's first reading of A Brief History of Time. Extracted 1 fragment of A rank ability, Spatial Storage. Fragment 1 of 8. Reward 10,000 reading points. 10,000 points from 1 book. 1 reading. Professor Shu, wherever you are, I owe you a drink. That was the system upgrade paid for in a single night, and I hadn't even started. But storage was 8 fragments deep, and cutting was still stuck at 9, and I had gone through dimensional space more than 10 times by then with nothing to show for it. So I did the thing I do when a wall won't move, which is walk around it. System, can I fuse abilities now? I had 10 garbage E rank powers doing nothing. Let's see what garbage plus garbage makes. Fusing bubble, tortoiseshell, and freezing. Fusion successful. Acquired D rank ability, ice armor. D rank, it went up a whole grade. Ice armor, D rank. Releases a sealed sphere of frost armor arrays the user. However, Derzhabno air is limited and prolonged use may result in suffocation. I read that twice. I had invented a defensive technique that kills you. Not fails to protect you, not breaks under pressure. It seals you in a nice, safe box and then quietly runs out of air, like a hockey rink with a grudge. System, are you serious? Fusion outcomes are entirely random, and the host is fusing E-rank abilities. Some drawbacks are unavoidable. Please use this ability with caution. With caution. You want me to be careful with the ability whose failure state is drowning in a room I built. The host's knowledge is limited. Please trust the system's expertise. Fine, you're the system. You're in charge. I tried again. Jumping plus lightness gave me leap, E-rank, which lets you jump 5 meters and I am quoting, does not allow you to stop or turn midair, so if there is an obstacle, you may be killed. Illumination plus firefly gave me fluorescence, which lights up 10 meters and also leaves everything it touched glowing faintly for a full day. Think about that one for a second. In a world where monsters hunt at night, I had invented a spotlight that follows you home. 3 fusions, 3 suicide notes. System, I suspect you of trying to murder me. Fusion results are not under the system's control. However, the probability of a positive outcome can be increased by investing reading points. I put the book down very slowly. Say that again? Investing reading points raises the chance of positive effects and lowers the chance of negative ones. And you mentioned this when? System turbulence must be explored independently. Every single thing this system knows, it tells me immediately after it stops being useful. It's not a cheat, it's a coworker. How much to remove the negative outcome entirely? E rank fusion, 1,000. D rank, 10,000. C rank, 100,000. I did the math on an S rank fusion and had to lie down on the bed for a minute. Okay, fusion is a rich man's hobby. Noted. Filed. Moving on. I went back to Professor Shu, and around 1 in the morning, something in my head clicked over. Ding! Extracted 1 fragment of S rank ability, time stop, 1 of 20. Time. Space is king and time is supreme. That's not poetry, that's the actual ranking every strong person in my old life agreed on. And I had a piece of it, at 1 in the morning, in a rented room, on the last night of the world. 20 fragments. That was a mountain, and I knew it. Not tonight, not this year, maybe. But I sat there in the dark, grinning like an idiot at a ceiling, because I'd just seen what the road looked like. Then I went back to dimensional space with a head full of Shu's 4 dimensions. And an hour later, spatial cutting, 10 of 10, synthesis available. Synthesize it, absorb it, now, now, now. It went through me like a hot shower. Every ache from the night gone. My whole body, which had been a skinny sales guy's body 8 hours ago, filled out and stood up straighter, and I could feel something new sitting behind my sternum like a second heartbeat. I turned to the window and flicked a finger at nothing. A black line, 30 centimeters long, went out of my fingertip and vanished. 10 meters away, on the roof of the building across the alley, a lit signboard sat there looking completely fine for about 3 seconds. Then the top half slid off and hit the roof, and the cut edge was as smooth as a mirror. I looked at my hand. I had seen this ability once before, in my old life, on a 7th tier expert, from a very long way away, standing behind a lot of other people. And that was beginner level. That wasn't even rank 1. I ate 10 packs of braised trotters, 5 chicken legs, and 2 packs of instant noodles, because absorbing an ability strengthens your body, and your body sends you the bill immediately. 5 in the morning, 7 hours left. I looked at the 3 books I'd grabbed on a hunch, and I picked up the one about metal. Fundamentals of Metallurgy was written by somebody who hated me personally. I have never seen a table of contents that dense. I gave it everything I had, 7 times through, chewing pork with one hand. Metal control, 8 of 8. A rank. Synthesize, absorb, same shower, same second heartbeat, louder now. I looked at the metal pen holder on my desk and lifted my palm, and it came up off the wood like it had been waiting all its life for the invitation. Then I let it go soft. That is the part nobody prepares you for. It went liquid in the air, silver and slow, and the plastic handle of a knife inside it just fell out and clattered on the desk, and the metal pooled into my palm like mercury with manners. I thought about a shape, and the pool became a cone. I looked at the little dartboard on my wall. The cone left my hand as a streak of light, went through the bullseye, went through the board, and buried itself in the wall behind it. Then I called it back, and it slid out of the hole, turned back into a ball, and sat in my hand like a well-trained dog. Let me tell you what that means, in practice. That means I am a pistol with infinite ammunition, and the ammunition comes back. And here's the part that made me grin at my own reflection like a maniac. I put out my other hand and made a black line hang in the air next to the silver ball. Both of them, at once. Same fuel. Metal control and spatial cutting running off the same tank, at the same time, doubling my output in one move. 2 hours to noon, 2 abilities, 1A, 1S, and an S-rank time ability sitting in the bank waiting for me to get smarter. At this moment I was, without any exaggeration, the strongest human being on the planet Earth. Nobody else had awakened yet. Nobody else was going to awaken for a week. I went and took a hot shower, and I stood in it for a while, making an undignified noise, because in 5 years of the apocalypse I never once got a hot shower, and I'd forgotten what my own skin felt like clean. Then I packed food, water, books, and the last of the metal into a bag, and at 11:10 in the morning, I started the system upgrade and walked out my door. Aunt Xiang was behind her counter. "Kaiwen, you're working on your day off?" "Going into the city center, Aunt Xiang." "Go on then. Little Sparrow was asking about you last night." I stopped. "Little Sparrow?" "My daughter, Feng Yue. You've met her a few times." "Senior year, doing an internship." A blurry face swam up out of nowhere and refused to come into focus. "I don't really remember what she looks like." "Come for dinner sometime then." She said it so easily. "Come for dinner sometime." I put my bag down and turned around and looked her in the eye. "Aunt Xiang, close the shop before noon, just for an hour. Sit in the back and don't come out, no matter what you hear outside." "Why? Lunchtime is good business." "Aunt Xiang, please, 1 hour. You'll understand after 12. She looked at me for a second, and then she smiled the way people smile at a young man being strange about something, and she said fine, she'd close up and cook herself something. That was everything I could do. I told a kind woman to sit in a back room for 1 hour, and after that it was up to the universe, which has a bad record. I went and got on the subway with 40 minutes on the clock. Then the gate beeped at me and flashed red, because I had spent every single yuan I owned on instant noodles, and my balance was 58 cents. A girl behind me gave me a look you could have filed as a formal complaint, swiped her own phone, and pushed past. Fair. Totally fair. I stepped aside, opened every credit line I had, and swiped through with 200,000 yuan of debt I fully intended to never repay. In about 40 minutes, all of it becomes math nobody's keeping. Out of the station, straight to a shop I remembered on the corner. Big sign, ridiculous name. Condor Heroes Weapon Shop. The place sold display pieces to film crews and enthusiasts. Unsharpened blades, beautiful and useless. Unsharpened is fine. Unsharpened is a suggestion. I can sharpen a blade by dragging my thumb along it now. "Sir, what are you looking for? We have a full range, all master forged. A straight blade, a broadsword. Style doesn't matter, it has to be tough." The girl in the Hanfu took one look at my clothes and made a decision about me. and then led me to the back room where the real ones hung. Zhang broadsword, straight blade, upright, the kingly manner of a sword and the domineering air of a saber, which is how they sold it and which turned out to be accurate. I ran metal control through it while she was still talking. The internal structure was gorgeous, folded and hammered until the grain went tight. In 5 years of the apocalypse, I went through several Zhang blades, and not one of them was built like this. How much? Her mouth did a thing. This one is called Ink Shadow. 100,000. Fine. Where do I pay? She had a whole speech prepared about how a young man in cheap clothes should manage his expectations, and I watched her swallow it in real time. I scanned the code. 100,000 yuan, gone. She lit up like a slot machine and started asking whether I'd like to exchange contact details so she could help me with future purchases. 11:53. Ma'am, in 7 minutes, contact details stop being a concept. I took the box and left her standing there with her hand out. I walked toward the library with the box on my shoulder, and I looked up. There was a red ring around the sun. In my old life, I heard about this secondhand, months later, from people who'd been outside at the time. At noon, the sun went red, and the light turned to blood, and it went through walls, through the ground, through everything. It found people at the bottom of the sea. Now I was looking at it live, and it was starting. I ran into the provincial library. Hello, welcome. How can I help? She looked up. Ponytail. Same girl. Her face did something complicated. Kaiwen, it's you again? I frowned at her. Who are you? She rolled her eyes at me so hard I felt it in my teeth. I'm Little Sparrow, Feng Yue. If you say you don't know me, I'm telling my mother to raise your rent. The blurry face snapped into focus, and I got it. Aunt Chang's daughter. Aunt Chang's eyes, actually, now that I was looking. I had 4 minutes. Right, Feng Yue, long time. You're interning here? Are you here to borrow books again? You borrowed a stack yesterday. I was already walking to the reading area by the window. I'm here to read other books. Oh, well, I'll bring you some water. I sat down at a table with a full view of the street, and I put the wooden box on the table, and I opened it. Outside that window was Beiping pedestrian street on a Saturday, packed shoulder to shoulder, couples, kids on shoulders, a man selling balloons. The clock on the archway across the road ticked toward 12. Brother Kaiwen, here's your water. Feng Yue was standing in front of me in a blue pleated skirt with a paper cup in both hands, smiling at me like the world had a future. 5 years from now, I thought, a girl who smiles like that is either dead or she's had it beaten out of her, and those are the only 2 options on the menu. Thanks. Sit with me a minute, if you're free. That surprised her. She checked the counter, pulled out a chair, smoothed her skirt, and sat down very properly. Kaiwen, have you been busy? I haven't seen you. Don't talk. Look out the window. She blinked, but she looked. I took Ink Shadow out of the box and put my hand around the grip. The clock hit 12, and the bell rang, and the sun burst. I don't have a good way to describe it. The entire world went red at once. Not the light in the room, the world. Indoors, outdoors, the bottom of the ocean, all of it drowning in the same red at the same instant. And every living thing on the planet stopped for 1 second. Except me. I was looking at that red sun through a wall and a ceiling, seeing it perfectly, and something whispered. A few syllables, right inside my skull. In a language I have never heard, in a voice that had no business existing, and I understood exactly none of it, and I will never forget one sound of it. Then the red sun shook, and gold split it down the middle, and there were 2 suns hanging over my city. One white with a thread of gold in it, holy as a church. One crimson and wet and wrong. I sat there with my hand on a sword and my whole plan going quietly out from under me. Because this did not happen last time, not to me, not to anyone. Nobody in 5 years of shelters and campfires and drunk gossip ever mentioned a second sun. Something had already changed. I had come back with a map of the future, and somebody had started redrawing the coastline. Then the red went out of the sky, and the sun was just the sun, and on the street outside people started eating each other. Friends who'd been laughing a half second earlier, couples, a man in a delivery uniform I'd shared a lift with an hour before, going at the woman next to him. The whole street, all at once, screaming and running, and the specific sound a crowd makes when it stops being a crowd. Feng Yue made a small noise and put both hands over her mouth. I drew Ink Shadow and ran my left hand up the blade. Silver came out of my palm and rode along the steel, and a thick, blunt display piece became something that could shave. Down in the hall, people started screaming. There were already a dozen of them coming down the main stairs, falling over each other, and a few living people running ahead of them. And one of those people was the handsome boy from the front desk. "Feng Yue, run! These people have gone crazy!" He grabbed her hand and pulled. Feng Yue got dragged 2 steps, and then she twisted out of his grip and turned around and looked at me instead, which was interesting. 3 of them came at his shouting. I stepped past him and swung once, horizontally, and 3 heads came off and hit the floor. "You maniac! You killed somebody!" "Somebody," I said. "Is that what you're calling that?" He looked at my face for about half a second and then decided he had somewhere else to be, and he ran out the front doors into the street. He'd done the math and concluded there were fewer of them near the library than across the road. He was correct about that. He was incorrect about everything else. I flicked the blade clean. "Why aren't you leaving?" Feng Yue was shaking. Her face had gone the color of the ceiling. Both feet stayed exactly where they were. "I don't know," she said. "But I think staying with you is the right answer." "Oh? Why?" "You told me to sit down and look out the window. You knew. So whatever's happening, being next to you is better than not." 22 years old, her city is being eaten alive through the glass behind her, and she is doing arithmetic. "All right, stay close. Never more than 3 meters." I had already decided something by then, honestly, not for her sake, for Aunt Chang's. If the girl could be kept alive, and if she could wake up a power in a hurry, that's not nothing. Going solo in the apocalypse is a slow way of dying. I'd tried it. But trust is a different question, and I'd had my answer to that one carved into me by an expert. More of them came down the stairs, single file, like a queue at a bank. I flicked a finger. The black line went out and cut through all of them at once, and before the bodies landed, I lifted my other hand, and every scrap of metal within 5 meters went liquid and came to me. 9 steel needles, floating. Feng Yue made a sound like her brain had disconnected. The needles went out. Each one went through a skull, and the corridor filled up. That's the trick with these things, by the way. The brain is the off switch, and it is protected by a whole skull, so a needle has to go in and stir. 3 needles at once does it faster. I'd figured that out in about 90 seconds, and it stayed my main problem for a week. More people came running in from the street with a dozen of them right behind. I waved at the doors, and the metal handle slammed shut, and a shelf beside it went soft, poured over the lock, and set. That bought maybe 20 minutes. 4 or 5 had already come in with the group. I killed those and turned toward the stairs. Brother Kaiwin, the survivors in the hall were all bleeding. Scratches, bites, all of them. They've been bitten. There's nothing there. But I'm not obligated to help them. If you want to, go do it yourself. I didn't look back. I walked up the steps over the mess, and I meant every word. I've watched what saints do in the apocalypse. They don't save anybody. They get 3 people killed and then apologize. I heard her feet behind me, and a little hand caught the back of my sleeve, and she didn't say anything at all. Good. That's the answer. If she'd argued, I'd have left her in the hall. The second floor was full of them and full of dead people, and gunfire had happened here already, which told me a police officer or a guard had gotten a few seconds in before the math ran out. I sat down by a window and let the needles work while I finally checked on my upgrade. System upgraded to stage 1. New functions, book scanning and copying, ability decomposition, knowledge summary. Explain the middle one, decomposition. The host may break down unwanted abilities into reading points. A basic ability yields 100. A first order ability yields 1,000. A decomposed ability cannot be re-extracted from the same book. So the goldfish's collection of failures was now currency. Excellent. My worst assets had become liquid. Start scanning. Scanning a 5-meter radius around the host. 5 meters. I'd been picturing something that inhaled the whole building. Instead, I got a 5-meter bubble, which meant I was going to have to physically walk past 4 million books. Fine. I have legs. Hey, system, now that we've upgraded, the ding is really doing something to my head. Can we optimize? Ding. Optimizing Glacier's S settings at host's request. Voice notification canceled. Host may re-enable if desired. I actually said wow out loud in a burning library. Feng Yue gave me a look that suggested she was reconsidering her decision. I walked that building for 3 hours, aisle by aisle, 5 meters at a time, killing things as they came at me, with a forensic pathology student following exactly 2.5 meters behind me, holding a sword she hadn't used yet. Second floor, language and literature and economics. Third floor, the good stuff. Mathematics, physics, chemistry, biology, aerospace, astronomy, industry, transport, military. Fourth, fifth, 4 million books into my head, free. And when I finally came back down to the ground floor and cleared the last 20 of them out of the lobby, I sat down on a chair with my legs shaking, because using an ability all day drains something that isn't muscle and doesn't refill like muscle. That's when Feng Yue finally let go of her own mouth and threw up. She'd been holding it for 3 hours. I handed her a bottle of water. Drink. It helps. Thank you, Brother Kaiwen. You held that a long time. Seriously impressive. She wiped her face and went a bit pink. You probably don't know what I studied in college. No idea. What? And this beautiful, delicate, blushing girl in a pleated skirt holding a bottle of mineral water said, very quietly, forensic pathology. I sprayed water across the floor of the provincial library. Forensic pathology. She cuts up dead people, professionally, for a grade. The fish is poisonous. Why? I said when I could talk. I applied for it myself. I wanted to be closer to my dad. She smiled at nothing. He was a police officer. He died on an arrest. Ah. My mother wouldn't let me go to the police academy, so I applied for forensics in secret. When the acceptance letter came, she nearly beat me flat. She laughed a little. And then her face fell apart because she just said the word mother. Brother Kaiwen, are these things only here? I could have lied. Lying would have been kinder for about 6 hours, and then it would have gotten her killed. You've seen Resident Evil? It's everywhere. Most people are going to turn. Then my mother, I told her before I left, close the door, sit in the back, don't come out. I don't know if she listened. I want to get my phone. I want to call. The network's down. I showed her my screen. No bars. There would never be bars again. She started crying, quietly, in the way people cry when they're trying not to. Her shop is across the whole city, Feng Yue. Even for me, I can't get there and back today. Not with you. And she stopped. That's the part that got my attention. She stopped, and she thought about it, and she put it away. I'd spent 5 years watching beautiful women weaponize exactly this moment. Cry, escalate, demand, and get somebody else killed doing it. I'd been the somebody else. Lin Xiaomei had run that play on me for 4 years, and I bought it every time like a man buying the same lottery ticket. Feng Yue just clasped her hands together and prayed silently to nothing, and shut up. I revised my estimate of her upward. Listen, if Aunt Chong turned, could you kill her? Because that's what going back means. And if she listened to me and closed the shop, she's not in danger yet, and you'll still get your chance. She nodded. Then she asked me if her own power could still wake up, and when I said everyone who survives wakes up eventually, sooner or later, she smiled through her whole wet face. I did not tell her that most people wake up something so useless it gets them killed anyway. I know a guy who woke up bubbles. Right, I said, standing up. Let's find a hotel. Feng Yue went completely rigid. Hotel. It's 5 o'clock. It's dark in 2 hours, and at night the things that come out are worse. What are you thinking about? Her whole face went scarlet, and she started fiddling with the hem of her skirt. There was a 5-star place 700 or 800 meters up the road. In 2 lifetimes, I had never once stayed in a 5-star hotel. Never had the money in the first life, and in the second life, the entire concept of money had 4 hours left to live. So I was going to sleep in the best room in this city, tonight, for free, and if that's the last good thing that ever happens to me, I'll take it. I melted the lock off the door and made her a sword. Not a good one. A slab of liquefied metal pulled into a blade shape, hilt wrapped in a torn strip of curtain, about 1.5 kilos. Take it. You need to learn to protect yourself and kill these things with your own hands. Otherwise, you can't keep up with me. She looked at it for a long moment, and then she bit her lip and took it and held it like she'd decided something. Then I opened the door, and 800 meters of street tried to eat us. That run was not heroic. I killed over 100 of them on the way, and several hundred more came in behind us, and my contribution to the elegance of the thing was that I kept twisting road barriers into knots behind us so the ones chasing had to climb. Halfway there, we went past the weapon shop, doors wide open, and the girl in the hanfu who had wanted my contact details was standing in the doorway looking nothing like herself, and when she saw me, she came straight for me at a dead run. And yes, I flinched. I told you I'd leave my number, and now a zombie wants a date. Feng Yue looked at me sideways. I had killed 100 of these things in 10 minutes without changing expression, and I just visibly jumped at one shop girl. I put a needle through her anyway. Consider it a customer loyalty program. The Liu He Bao Li, 18 floors. 7 or 8 of them jammed in the revolving door, scratching at the glass and leaving streaks. Needles through the gaps. Over the bodies, into the lobby, where 3 in staff uniforms were lying on the reception counter howling. I killed all of them except 1. Then I sat down on the lobby sofa and crossed my legs. Feng Yue, this one's yours. Live or die is up to you. She gripped that hilt so hard her knuckles went white. And then she said something I did not expect. Brother Kai Wen, if I die, when you're able to, will you go and see if my mother is alive? I looked at her. Go, I said. I promise. Then I melted the latch off the barrier and let it out. It hit her at a dead sprint and put both hands on her shoulders and got its mouth open 8 centimeters from her face, and the impact knocked her flat on her back. She got the sword in crossways between its teeth. That's the only reason her face is still her face. Blood came off the flat of the blade onto her cheek, and she did not scream. She got a knee up, rolled, threw it off, and came up filthy and shaking and absolutely terrified. 10 seconds ago, she'd watched me kill 100 of them from 8 meters away without walking anywhere. She had concluded, reasonably, that these things were nothing. Reality had just introduced itself. She looked at it getting up off the floor, and I watched her decide reality was going to hit her again unless she moved first. She roared. It was not a good roar. It cracked in the middle, and she stepped in and brought that sword down diagonally with everything she had. Dark red light ran out of the grip and up the blade in a single heartbeat. The sword went through the thing from shoulder to hip like it was made of warm butter, and kept going, and put a burning gash into the wall of the lobby with little dark red flames crawling around the edges of it. The top half of the zombie slid off the bottom half and hit the floor. Feng Ye drove the sword into the ground and hung on it, gasping. I stood up very slowly. Kenshin, I said, is that you? I'm sorry, I know, but I had just watched a girl invent the Getsuga Tensho in a hotel lobby, and I had feelings. I went and looked at the wall. The cut had 2 things in it, and I only recognized one of them at first. There was burning, obviously, and under the burning, in the edges of the wound, something was quietly eating. Dark and fire. 2 attributes in one awakening. I have never in 2 lifetimes heard of anybody who had that. The Black Emperor of China himself is pure dark. There's no fire anywhere in his file. People with a dual attribute power who make it to the 7th tier end up owning provinces. You okay? I asked her. I'm hungry, she said from the floor, sounding faintly betrayed by her own body. I picked her up and took her to the elevator, which was still running because the power hadn't gone yet. A woman in a tank top lunged out of it, and I needled her, kicked her out, and pressed 18. Presidential suite, top floor. If you're going to squat somewhere, squat well. I cleared the hallway, cleared the room, and threw 3 bodies out the window. They hit the pavement 18 floors down and drew a crowd instantly, which is a sentence I'd have found upsetting in my old life and now just find efficient. Wash your face, then eat something. While she was in the bathroom, I stood at the floor-to-ceiling window and looked down. Down there they were feeding, and the street was a thing out of a bad dream. Last time, humanity clawed its way back to the top of the food chain by waking up powers, and I stayed at the bottom the whole way. Not this life. When she came back out, I made her show me the flame, and then I did an experiment. I pulled a silver bead out of my pocket, stretched it into a needle, and floated it over her palm. The dark red flame took it in a couple of seconds. The needle went red, then black smoke came off it. Then it slumped into a bead the size of a fingernail, sizzling, with something dark seeping into it. I pulled it back out and read it with metal control. Every impurity in that steel was gone. The grain had tightened. It was harder, sharper, and there was a thread of corrosion sitting inside the metal that had absolutely no business being there. The girl had accidentally invented enchanting. Can you put that flame on your whole body? She tilted her head, thought about it, and then stood up and set herself on fire, head to foot. And it didn't burn her clothes, and it didn't touch the carpet. Newly awakened, 4 hours old, and she already had that much control. I made her put it out before I said something embarrassing. Brother Kaiwen, now that I have a power, can we... No, you've got 2 swings in you and you haven't recovered. My tank's low too. We'd both die in the city center. She dropped her head. Tomorrow morning, we find a car and drive across. She came up off that chair like a firework. Really? You're not joking? Provided you master that thing tonight. Get some rest. Then I took her down to the restaurant on the 6th floor to eat, because awakening a power burns you out from the inside, and food is the only refill. The elevator opened on a wall of them. Lunchtime. Saturday. Of course there were. I slapped my own forehead, which is an unhelpful thing to do while a corpse tide is coming into an elevator, and then I killed the front row with needles and put a spatial cut through about a dozen skulls and kicked the headless one blocking the door into the rest of them. 10 minutes and 1 mountain of bodies later, I walked into the restaurant. Feng Yue had gotten a few of the ones I let past her. She was covered in sweat and had stopped throwing up, which I called progress. Liu He Bao Li's 6th floor is the kind of restaurant where a bowl of home cooking costs more than my monthly rent. It was now a very expensive room full of overturned chairs. The kitchen was 300 square meters and full of freezers. Prawns, Australian lobster, tomahawk steaks, cut and waiting. Brother Kaiwen, let me cook. Bring more lobster. This stuff's about to become a historical artifact. I'm not exaggerating. The ocean is going to become a forbidden zone within a year. Between a decade of nuclear wastewater and whatever energy just came down through the sky, the things in the water are going to get worse than the things on land, and anything from the sea is going to be a story people tell. So yes, I wanted the lobster. I left her in the kitchen and went to find a private room, and about 10 meters down the corridor, a door opened 2 centimeters and an eye looked at me. I put a needle through the door. The door slammed. I heard a very expensive scream. Come out, I can see you. The needle screeched back out of the wood, and the door opened, and a woman came out. Black halter dress, high heels in this, walking like a runway even now. Every piece of jewelry on her was worth more than my dead car. Hello, I'm Zhang Yan Li. And a whole file opened up behind my eyes. Tang Corporation, top 500 nationally, tens of billions, only daughter. None of which is why I recognize the name. I recognize the name because in 4 years' time, Spring City produced exactly 1 woman who mattered, an S-rank ice and snow awakener who climbed to the 9th tier and got called the Ice Goddess by every survivor in the country, and got courted by an emperor. She was standing in a corridor in high heels asking me to be nice to her. I know you, the Tang heiress. I touched her fingertips and let go. I don't think we have anything to discuss. We haven't crossed paths before, but given the current situation, perhaps we can talk. About what? I'd like to make a deal. Not interested. Her face actually stalled. She hadn't gotten to the part with the numbers in it yet. You don't even know the terms. It's protection, and what you're offering is a large amount of money. Kid, said the man behind her, don't be ungrateful. Our Tang Corporation is a top 500 company. I turned my head and looked at him, and the needles around me all quietly changed direction. He had good instincts, every muscle in his body locked. Xu Feng, shut up and get back. He bowed and retreated behind her, and she apologized on his behalf with beautiful manners. Money, I said, walking away, stopped existing at 12 o'clock today. This is global, not this street, not this city. The whole planet is running the same script right now. Then name your terms. Miss Tang, you don't understand your position. I didn't turn around. Your wealth is limited to yourself now. Which was, believe it or not, a kindness. That was me telling her to think very hard about what she had left that could be taken. She stood there working on it, while I went and found a room with less blood in it than the others. And behind her, her bodyguard's eyes did something. I clocked it. I just didn't do anything about it. Because in that moment, I hadn't decided yet whether the Ice Goddess was worth the trouble, and because I'd heard a rumor about her once, at a bar in a shelter 3 years from now. They said that in her first life, she woke up her ice on day 2 of the apocalypse. They said she was gracious with everyone, except men, and that any man she caught in the act got frozen a piece at a time. I hadn't understood that rumor before. Sitting in a private room in a dead restaurant, listening to Feng Yue sing in a kitchen, I understood it perfectly. Dinner was tomahawk steak, 2 bowls of king crab, 2 bowls of Australian lobster and a salad, eaten with chopsticks because neither of us had ever learned to use a knife and fork, and the apocalypse was not the time to start. Halfway through, somebody knocked. Zhang Yanli came in and bowed slightly and apologized for interrupting. "You've already interrupted. What is it?" You could hear her back teeth from across the table. "May I return to the 18th floor with you? I used to stay there." I put down a steak bone and wiped my hands on the tablecloth of a restaurant where a bowl of noodles cost 400 yuan after we eat. She left. Feng Yue watched her go and then leaned over. "Brother Kaiwen, why didn't you invite her to eat? She's really pretty." "I don't know her, and there's 2 of them. There isn't enough for me." I flicked her forehead. She giggled and went back to the crab. We took the elevator up together, all 4 of us, in total silence, past the lobby I'd cleared, and Zhang Yanli got a proper look at what I'd done to it on the way in. She threw up against a table. Her bodyguard didn't. He just looked at it, and then he looked at me, and I could see him doing sums. 18th floor. Her suite was directly across the hall from ours. "Did you live here before?" she asked, and then stopped, because 30,000 a night, and my shoes had answered that already. I went in and shut the door. "Feng Yue, practice, shape the flame, sphere, cube, cone. If you can hold 3 at once, you've got the basics." Then I sat down on the floor with my back against the door, floated a few silver beads in front of my face, and pretended to practice. I was listening, because of that rumor, because of that look, because there are exactly 2 things in the world that were about to get very cheap, and one of them was money, and the other one was a person's word. 2 hours. It was past 8, pitch black outside. In the room across the hall, a man had been sitting alone with a locator that wasn't blinking green, working his way through the arithmetic of a world with no police in it. I heard him get up. I heard a door open without a knock. Xu Feng stood in the doorway of the master bedroom and said, "Young miss?" twice, in a voice that was checking whether she was asleep. She didn't answer. He backed out, the door shut. Under a thin blanket, Zhang Yanli's eyes opened in the dark, and her hand was around a dinner knife so tight her fingers had gone white. She wasn't asleep. She hadn't been asleep for an hour. She had done exactly the same arithmetic he had, from the other side. He came back 4 minutes later, and this time he kicked the door open. "My dear lady, it seems the rescue isn't coming." I stood up. The metal in front of me went back to beads. "Keep your reserves above half," I told Feng Ye. "Practice in here. I'm going out for a minute." "Oh, okay, Brother Kaiwen." She didn't ask. She'd learned my rhythm in 9 hours. I stepped into the hall and leaned on the wall next to a door and listened to a man explain a business model. "Betrayal? No, young miss. Our relationship was always a transaction. You pay my salary, I keep you safe. That's all it ever was." "So am I withholding your wages?" "Not before today, but starting today, I estimate you can't pay, so I'm collecting in advance." "How much do you want?" "Everything in that room, the supplies, the car keys, the locator, and this floor." He was walking as he said it. I could hear the carpet. "There's no law anymore, young miss, and you're a very rich woman who can't lift a crate. I've thought about it all afternoon, and I keep getting the same answer. There's one of you and one of me, and only one of us matters now. Get out. You've got no vote. Here, I'm the one who decides." There was a crash. Something heavy went into a wall. A lamp broke. She'd thrown the knife, and she'd missed, and I heard her go for the window, and I heard him catch her ankle and drag her back across the carpet. She was screaming. Real screaming, the kind with nothing performative in it. I gave it 3 more seconds, because I am not a good man, and I wanted her to remember the shape of this for the rest of her life. Then I opened the door and sat down on the sofa and crossed my legs. "Well, if it isn't Miss Tang. Playing out here in the living room? Are we in a hurry?" Xu Feng's arm stopped halfway to her throat, and his head came around. "How did you get in? Who are you?" I opened the door and walked in. As for who I am, that's not the important part. I put my chin on my hand. The important part is whether you're alive in a minute. Then I looked past him at the woman on the floor, pulling her dress back down and shoving herself away from him with her heels. "Miss Tang, do you still want to make a deal with me?" She got her head up. Her hair was in her face, and her mouth was bleeding, and she said 6 words with more heat than anything I've heard before or since. "Kill him. Then I'm yours." I snapped my fingers. "Deal." He came at me first, and I met him because I wanted to know something. 2 fists, one big and one normal, and a very loud noise. I went back several steps. He went back 3. He'd woken up strength enhancement, D rank, and he was still stronger than me raw. Body enhancement beats a mage in a fist fight. That's just how the world works. Heh, I thought you were something. Turns out, you're nothing. I shook my hand out, which hurt more than I expected, and reached into my pocket. You seem to have forgotten that I'm also awakened. 4 beads went into the air and stretched. He got a hand on one of them out of pure reflex. The other 3 went through his shoulder and chest and came out the back, and only missed his heart because he twisted. He went behind the sofa. Stop, we can talk about this. Sorry, you have to die today. He kept begging. He said the word please more times than I could count. I did not feel one single thing about it. Here is the honest reason why. I'd heard a man beg before. It was me. It was on a staircase with 3 people watching. Nobody stopped for me either. He rolled into the bedroom and slammed the door, and I put 3 needles through the wood and kicked it off the frame. He threw a chair. 5 beads went up and flattened into a shield the size of a serving tray, and the chair exploded off it into splinters. I kicked him in the chest. He blocked with both arms, and I used his own arms as a step and went a meter into the air, and while I was up there, the shield came apart and stretched and turned into a broadsword and dropped into my hand as I closed my fist. I brought it down through him on the way past. He screamed. It wasn't the wound that made him scream. It was that he understood, right then, that this wasn't telekinesis. What ability is that? Who are you? Why would you help her? I told you, it's a deal. I can deal too, name it. You've got nothing. Miss Tang sold me herself. What exactly do you bring to that conversation? Screw you, I'm the chosen one. We're the only 2 who evolved. Isn't that enough? I stopped and stared at him. He believed it. Genuinely. A D-rank strength boost and a hotel corridor, and this man had decided he was the protagonist. Buddy, the woman on the floor behind you is going to wake up S-rank ice in about 18 hours, and even she probably isn't the protagonist. I put 4 needles through his joints, and everything in him went slack, and then I put the sword through his chest, and out the back, and through the window behind him, and glass went everywhere. He got a hand on the blade. He looked at me with his whole face full of a question. A lot of people are going to wake up abilities, I said, quietly, so only he could hear it. You woke up a low-grade strength boost, that's all, and you thought that made you special. I leaned in. You're trash. Die. Then I pulled the blade out and kicked him through the broken window. There was a sound from 18 floors down, and then a great deal of excitement in the street. I stood at the window and watched them close over him, and I felt almost nothing, and the almost bothered me a bit. Behind me, a voice with nothing left in it but hate. Where is Xu Feng? Is he dead? Come look, you might still catch some of it. She came and gripped the window frame and looked down at about 200 of them fighting over what was left, and she made herself watch until she was sure, and then she breathed out for what sounded like the first time in an hour. Your outfit's not suitable for the current situation. Change into something you can run in and come with me. I turned around and left, and I shut the bedroom door behind me so she could get dressed without an audience, which I would like noted in my file. 10 minutes later, she came out in a black tracksuit and purple trainers with her hair up under a cap, and she stopped by the coffee table and picked up the locator her father gave her and found that Xu Feng had broken it at some point in the last hour. She dropped it on the table and followed me out. Feng Yue was in the middle of holding 3 geometric shapes made of black fire, and she dropped all 3 when Zhang Yanli walked in. Brother Kaiwan, what's she? Something happened. She's with us now. Feng Yue's face did an entire opera in about a second and a half. So you're not, she started, and then stopped and went scarlet. I have no idea what that was about. I was busy. My name's Xu Kaiwan, metal, as you've seen. She's Feng Yue. She woke up a dark flame. In terms of raw combat, Xu Feng wouldn't have survived one swing from her. Zhang Yanli turned and looked at Feng Yue with something new in her face. Envy, mostly. She just spent an hour learning exactly what being unarmed costs. Hello, Zhang Yanli. Hello, Feng Yue. They shook hands like 2 cats being introduced. Why can you all wake up powers and I can't? Zhang Yanli asked me later, sitting on the floor. Most people can. It's a matter of talent and timing. How do you know that? I'm guessing, I said, with a completely straight face. She looked at me the way you look at a used car. Actually, if you're willing to fight the things, you'll wake up faster. That's the pattern. Feng Yue woke hers up alone against one of them, terrified, between life and death. That pressure is the trigger. Most people run instead, so most people never awaken. So Xu Feng woke his up killing. She stopped. The other bodyguard, Yang Lin, turned at noon, jumped him, and he punched her head off and got a power for it. I need a weapon, she said. I'll give you a sword, but you kill your own things with it. Fine. And remember what you promised me. Her shoulders went tight and her face went white, and she still said it out loud. I remember. Relax. I'm not interested in your body, and I'm not going to ask you for it. I got up and walked to the kitchenette while she was still processing that, and I think it landed as an insult, which was not my intention, but I did enjoy it. What I want is your absolute obedience. In exchange, I make you a weapon. I teach you how to fight, and when you wake up your ability, I teach you how to grow it fast. Every knife, fork, and spatula in the suite came off the rack and hung in the air. None of this is free. They went liquid. A dozen blobs of silver came together into a ball 20 centimeters across. Feng Yue. She looked up, saw the ball drifting toward her, and understood instantly. Which is the thing about that girl. The dark red flame went under it, the ball went red, then black smoke came off it, and dark threads ran through the melt. I pulled it into 2 blade shapes and set the internal structure by hand, arranging the grain the way the metallurgy book had spent 7 readings screaming at me about, and then I ran my palm along both edges and finished them. I tested one on the corner of a solid wood coffee table. A wedge of it slid off and hit the carpet, and the cut face was a mirror. Now that, I said, is a knife. I threw one to each of them. Then I reforged my own needles in Feng Yue's fire and ink shadow with them. Both came out smaller and considerably meaner. And I took an ornamental something off the wall and turned it into 50 pea-sized beads for my pockets. Brother Kaiwen, why not little flying swords? Flying swords killing enemies, wouldn't that be so cool? Needles are enough. But, do you think shaping metal is free? Every curve costs energy. Pretty is a hobby. Pretty gets you eaten. She stuck her tongue out at me and sat down to recover. Zhang Yanli wanted to know the plan, and I told her the plan was to find a car in the morning and drive to Feng Yue's house across the city. And she asked what could possibly be dangerous about tonight, given the 2 of us. It's not the zombies. Then what? Nighttime belongs to the mutated things. And it's May. What do we have a lot of in May? Feng Yue said, mosquitoes. Zhang Yanli said, rats. You're both right. From the sound of it, it's mosquitoes tonight. Mosquitoes are fine though, said Feng Yue, tapping her sword against her palm. Doors and windows are shut. Old mosquitoes, sure. I didn't explain. Some things are better as a surprise. 20 minutes later, there were about 15 of them on the outside of the floor-to-ceiling window, each one the size of a rice bowl, with a mouthpart half as long as its body and wings that left scratches in the glass. Feng Yue stopped tapping her sword. You could watch little pits appearing in the window where they were working on it. More came, and more. The whole building started making a sound. Then the glass gave. I let the needles go and dropped the first wave. And then it wasn't a wave anymore, it was weather. And I had to stand up and put everything I had into 50 needles going in 50 directions at once. The ones that got through, Feng Yue took with her sword and her flame, and she took them cleanly, because a rice bowl is a big target compared to a skull. Zhang Yanli picked hers up, discovered the blade would go through carapace like it wasn't there, and got noticeably better over about 6 minutes, which is what happens when you've had martial arts lessons your whole life and finally get a real reason. The room filled up with them. I had to physically shovel bodies out the broken window with my feet, and then somebody started hammering on the front door of the suite. Please, open the door, let us hide. Open it, there are too many, our room is full of them. Open it now, or I'll break it down and we'll all die together. Zhang Yanli looked back at the door with something soft on her face. What should we do? Should we open it? I laughed at her. I couldn't help it. You can go open it. I won't stop you. From that moment, your life is in our hands, so bear that in mind. But they haven't even gotten in yet, and they're already threatening to get us all killed, and you're standing there thinking about saving them? What is in your head? The Bible? She went stiff and ugly around the mouth, and then she shut up, and I could actually see the last of her old life fall off her, which is when the door came in anyway. 6 people came through it, and one of them slammed it shut behind him on 2 more who were still outside, and I listened to those 2 die in the corridor. The 6 of them dragged furniture across the door and then collapsed on the carpet. Feng Yue, full power, cover the whole window. Not even a little bit left? Do not save any. She stuck out her tongue, put her palm at the window, and emptied herself. A tide of dark red went out across the entire wall of glass and kept going outside it, and everything in the air turned into a falling fireball, and about 100 of them dropped out of the sky at once. She went white and swayed. I used the gap. I reached down 8 floors, tore the window frames out of 4 different rooms below us, brought that much metal up in a rising column of breaking glass, and flattened it into a plate over the window. Then I went out to the living room to see who'd broken my door. 4 men, 2 women. 2 of the men were foreign. The blonde one stood up and came at me with his face full of a grievance. Fuck, why won't you open the door? Don't you know that will kill us? I have a rule I'd forgotten about, which is that I don't take that tone from people who've just broken into my house. Ink Shadow came down diagonally, and he turned into a smear and wasn't there. The blade went through the space where his body had been, and I felt absolutely nothing on the edge. Afterimage? He reappeared in the doorway, out of breath, calling me something in a language I don't speak. Then the brown-haired one raised a hand, and a recurve bow appeared in it, and an arrow was already coming at my face. It stopped 1 centimeter from my eye. His mouth was still open in the shape of a laugh. I turned his arrowhead around and sent it back, and the blonde one flickered across the room and caught it out of the air in his bare hand, which was frankly impressive. Careful, he controls metal. Smart. So the archer snapped the steel head off his next arrow and shot me with a stick. Also smart, credit where it's due. That one I had to block with a shield. I put a dozen needles at the archer. The blonde one flickered in front of him with a piece of chair leg and batted every one aside, and turned around with a smirk on his face. Then his friend made a noise, and there was an arrow sticking out of his chest. His own arrow. The one he'd dropped on the floor 30 seconds ago. You knew I control metal, and you left broken arrows on my carpet. That's like hiding from a man with a flashlight by standing in a lit room. Stop, those 2 are important foreign guests. A fat man in a suit with a slicked-back haircut had found his voice. They're senior executives from a Federation pharmaceutical group, guests of a key municipal project. You can't hurt them. This is a crime. This will cause an international incident. I looked at him for exactly as long as that deserved. So noisy. 2 needles left the formation. The fat man and the man with glasses stopped talking, permanently, and about 10 centimeters of steel was sticking out of each of their foreheads. The archer got another needle in him, and I detonated the ones inside him, and the blonde one came at me with a stick raised over his head, moving faster than anything I'd fought so far. I let a black line off my finger. It went across his stick and then up through the top of his head and vanished into the wall. He stopped, mid-swing, with a smug expression frozen on his face, and his stick fell on my shoulder and bounced off a layer of metal I'd put there an hour earlier out of habit. Then a line of blood appeared down the middle of his face, and the light went out of him. The 2 women in the corner had not made a sound this entire time. You, talk. What's the story with the 2 dead foreigners? The one with the wavy hair told me everything in one breath. They were pharma executives here to buy out a Chinese medicine factory in the West District. The negotiation had gone badly this morning. The fat man and the man in glasses were from the city investment office, assigned to keep the guests happy. And you 2? She looked at the floor. Front desk. He kept 4 of us up here to run errands. Food, water, cigarettes. 2 got sent down to the lobby at noon and didn't come back. Right, I said. Room service. During an outbreak. Bold management style. Behind me, at the bedroom door, Feng Yue and Zhang Yanli rolled their eyes in perfect unison. The wavy-haired one was already explaining that they hadn't had a choice, that the word came from above, that if the foreign guests weren't kept comfortable, there'd be no more business with foreigners. Fine, they're dead. Why my door? There are 40 other rooms. This afternoon, the 2 of them woke up something. Then we saw you and the girl come in, and how you killed the ones outside, and when the mosquitoes came, they said they were coming to you. Right, so they saw a man clear a street single-handed, and their plan was to break his door down and yell at him. You two stay here quietly. Don't do anything, or I'll add to the count. They agreed so fast and so completely, I almost felt bad. Almost. I took my two and moved us into the second bedroom, and I sat in a chair by the window with a book while they slept, and I ground metallurgy fragments out of the dark until the sky went gray. At some point, Zhang Yanli came and sat cross-legged on the floor in front of me and just stared. What? Never seen a handsome man before? I've seen plenty of handsome men. I've never seen anyone this pleased with himself. Confidence comes from strength. I've got the strength, so I've got the confidence. She snorted, but she stayed. I want to know when I'll wake up my power. Why do you think I'd know? Because, she said slowly, you're not surprised by any of this. Not one part of it. Everyone else in this building has been screaming since noon, and you've been running errands. Sharp. Very sharp. This is not a woman who bought her way through her own life. There's nothing to be surprised about. I woke up. Feng Yue woke up. Why wouldn't other people? And if other people can, why would it surprise me? She looked at me for a long moment, and I watched her decide correctly that I was lying, and then decide, also correctly, that she couldn't do anything about it. How did you wake yours up then? I'm exceptionally talented. A few fights, and it just happened. She nodded and looked at me with big, envious eyes, and I felt bad about it for almost a full second. Outside the window, the city was learning what nighttime meant now. Rats the size of dogs going down the middle of the road in a river. Cats. Things from the zoo. All of it eating all of the rest of it and getting stronger doing it. That's the part people don't understand about the first week. Humans are the slowest things in this race by an enormous margin. Everything else out there is leveling up tonight. By dawn, I had 11 metal control fragments and 3,341 reading points and a plan. Feng Yue was curled up asleep with one leg out of the blanket. Zhang Yanli had fallen asleep sitting up with the sword still in her hand and her eyebrows still angry. I stood at the window and found a black SUV parked at the corner of the pedestrian street with nothing boxing it in. That'll do. Then I went and woke Feng Yue up by slapping her. Ah! Get washed. We're leaving. She sat bolt upright with her hair everywhere and went red from the collar to the ears. Okay. Right away. I watched her run barefoot to the bathroom, and the smile came off my face. In my old life, I worked 4 years of night shifts through college, never dated, never had the money, and never had the face for it in a world where both were required. And then the apocalypse hit, and my college goddess found me, and she was warm, and she was patient, and she was extremely good at it, and all she ever wanted was to know how one man could hold 5 abilities at once. When she found out it came from a book about nursery rhymes, she got herself a copy and tried it, and it didn't work, because it only ever worked for me. So she went to Su Chenhao and Yang Jingwei, and they solved the problem a different way. And it turns out that this whole time, there was a girl living 2 floors up from me who'd been watching the stairs for 2 years, hoping I'd look up. Life's very funny. It's just not funny quickly. The 2 women in the living room woke up when I kicked one of them in the foot, and both of them started begging for their lives before their eyes were fully open. I'm not killing you. Move the furniture off my door. They cleared it in about 11 seconds. After we leave, do what you like. My advice is go to the 6th floor. There's food. They nodded and smiled and bowed, and I have no idea what happened to them, and I've never lost a minute of sleep over it. The corridor had a few shriveled bodies in it. The mosquitoes had drained everything they could catch, including the ones they'd caught inside the rooms. Feng Yue reached for the elevator button, and I stopped her. Stairs. But it's 18 floors. The power goes out in this city sometime this morning. I remember that part. I'd rather not have that conversation while hanging in a shaft. 18 floors down, killing as we went, past stairwells where mosquitoes and zombies had clearly spent the night eating each other. That's the other thing about that first week. Every single thing out there is food for every other thing, and every meal is a promotion. Ground floor. I pointed at the SUV. Plan A. There aren't many left on the street after last night. The 3 of us fight to that car, start it, and drive. And Plan B? Said Zhang Yanli. Plan B is it doesn't start, and we keep looking as we go. If we get a car, we drive. If we don't, we walk. They both looked at me. They both, silently, gave me a thumbs up. Look, in my last life, nobody ever put me in charge of anything. I never developed the skill. I make it up, and it usually works. The needles went out the revolving door ahead of me and cleared a lane, and we ran. Zhang Yanli got the door open and screamed because there was one strapped into the driver's seat by its own seatbelt, thrashing. Feng Yue walked up and put her sword through its mouth and out the back of its head without breaking stride. Then she looked at Zhang Yanli and lifted her chin about 2 millimeters. Ladies, there is a horde coming. Feng Yue, in the car. She went. I put everything I had into 50 needles and cleared a circle like a rain of pear blossoms and then got in the passenger seat. West District, take Minhang Road, then get on the elevated. Zhang Yanli drove like a woman who had been waiting all night to hit something. 2 blocks later, we came around a corner onto a main road that was solid with abandoned cars, wall to wall, no gaps. I raised my right hand and gave it everything. Every vehicle for 10 meters in front of us slid aside like the road was being unzipped, and the SUV went down the middle at 70. It is a good look. I am aware that it is a good look. It is also, and I cannot stress this enough, exhausting. 15 minutes of parting the sea at highway speed, and my face was gray, and there was sweat coming off my chin, and I finally admitted defeat and just welded a giant steel wedge onto the front of the car instead and told her to aim. Then I closed my eyes and meditated and let it come back, and I noticed something. It was coming back fast, much faster than my old body ever did. I filed that and didn't chase it, because good news doesn't need investigating. By the time we reached the West District, I was full again, and we were 20 minutes from the university town, which is where Feng Yue lives, a village that got swallowed by the city when 4 universities built campuses next door and dropped 100,000 students into what used to be a field. It's May, it's Saturday, and there's a campus side gate at the end of your street, I said. That street is going to be solid. We can go around by the orthopedic college, said Feng Yue, chewing her lip. There's a new road. It's not open to traffic yet. Good. Do that. She'd been quiet the whole drive. She knew exactly what I hadn't said, which is that I did not want to be here, and neither did the woman driving, and both of us had come anyway. We took the unopened road, smashed through a line of plastic barriers, and pulled up on a ridge. Below us, the main road ran straight for a kilometer, and it was full. Not crowded, full. Shoulder to shoulder as far as you could see, with a carpet of pieces underneath. Zhang Yanli made a small sound. Where people gather, it's worse, I said. That's all this is. I'd seen tides of 100,000. This was nothing. That is not a boast, that is a depressing thing to know about yourself. We parked 500 meters short and went the rest on foot, across the fields, in a line, with me killing everything inside 15 meters, and the 2 of them running flat out to stay inside the bubble. By then, I'd noticed my metal control had grown. I could put a needle through an eye at 15 meters now and liquefy anything inside 7 or 8. A day of constant use will do that. Abilities are not a stat you're issued, they're a hand you have to practice. A kilometer of field, about 100 of them dead behind us, and Feng Yue grabbed my arm and pointed down a path between 2 rows of houses. Through there, and you'll see my building. And then the entire neighborhood decided to help. Curtains started twitching, windows started opening, and a pretty girl on the 5th floor of a building 200 meters away leaned out and screamed at the top of her lungs. "Handsome, look over here! Come save me! I can make it worth!" And that broke the seal. "Young man, I have money! Hundreds of thousands!" "Young man, save me first, I'll introduce you to my daughter." "Hey, handsome, come save me, free massage." "Big brother, I'm so scared. My ball is so big. From now on, you're the only one who can play with it." I wanted on the record that in 5 years of the previous apocalypse, I never once encountered anything like this. Feng Yue's face went through several colors, Zhang Yanli's went completely flat, and every zombie within 1 kilometer turned around and came. "Run! It's a tide!" I tore 2 front doors off nearby houses and hung them on either side of us like a moving corridor, and we went. 200 meters left and the street was closing. "Feng Yue! Get ready to use your crescent moon sky slash." "My what?" "The dark flame cut. Forward. Twice. 5-second gap. Sorry." "Oh, you say cut? I cut." She took a head off something reaching for her, nodded, and I waited until the front of the crowd bunched up. "Cut!" She got both hands on the hilt, brought it over her head, and the flame ran up the blade, and she screamed and brought it down diagonally. The arc went out. It went down the street through every single one of them, splitting bodies as it went, and then, about 15 meters in, it detonated. Bodies came apart, dark flames sprayed out and stuck to everything and kept burning, and the whole street smelled like a kitchen fire in hell. Somewhere behind a window, a man shouted that he wanted to marry her. Somebody else shouted that he wanted to be her lover and provided a statistic I refuse to repeat. Somebody with sense shouted at all of them to shut up because they were going to get everyone killed. Go! 10 meters of clear road, and we took it. 10 more meters, and the gap closed, and I made her do it again, and she opened another lane, and I could feel her running cry. One more swing, and she'd be empty, and empty in a corpse tide is a decision you only get to make once. So I stopped and swept my right index finger across the air in front of me. Half a meter of black line appeared, and then, as it went out, it stretched. Half a meter at the start, 2 meters by the time it was 5 meters out. 20 meters of them came apart at the same instant, and the road just opened. Feng Yue and Zhang Yanli both gagged. Run! I grabbed both their wrists and hauled. Around the corner, past a stall, and there it was. The 5-story building, the convenience store. Roller shutter down. I felt something in my chest loosen because a shutter that's down is a woman who listened. I put 3 more cuts through the crowd ahead and started running for the door. And then my right hand was empty. There was a sound behind me, and I had already turned around before I understood what it was. Zhang Yanli was face down on the road with a zombie missing half its scalp, holding her ankle in both hands, and there were about 9 more coming, and the nearest one was 3 meters out. I threw everything, every needle. The iron gate I had floating on my right. They were closer. She got her head up and saw them coming down at her, and there is a thing that happens in a face when a person understands there is no version of the next second where she is alive. And then all of the fear and all of the humiliation of the last 18 hours came out of her at once. She shut her eyes, put her head down, and screamed. The world went white. Cold came off her like a shockwave. Frost went out in a circle 10 meters across, and it did not care what was in it. The zombies froze midair. My needles froze midair. The iron gate froze midair. My arm froze with my hand still up. Feng Yue froze with her sword raised, and the dark flame stopped halfway up the blade like a photograph. Looking down from above, that intersection would have been the single most beautiful thing in this city. A blue ice flower 10 meters wide, blooming in the middle of a corpse tide, catching the sun. Then Zhang Yanli's eyes rolled back, and she went down. And everything in that circle except me and Feng Yue turned to powder and blew away. Feng Yue, ability, cover yourself! I burned my way out of the frost with raw energy. She melted hers off in 1 second flat with the dark flame, which is an incredibly useful thing about a fire user. I picked Zhang Yanli up off the road. We hit the stairwell door. I twisted the lock open, kicked it in, and Feng Yue slammed it behind us. Then I melted the lock shut and pulled 2 iron gates in off the street from 10 meters away and welded them across the door. The whole building shook with what was outside. I sat down on the stairs with an unconscious heiress in my lap. Feng Yue dropped to one knee and checked her, professionally, and her shoulders came down. She's fine, exhausted, she'll wake up. Yeah, she awakened. I already knew what she'd awakened. In her first life, she woke it up on day 2, and here we were, on day 2, and apparently some things are load-bearing. Feng Yue, take your sword and cut through that wall. See if your mother's in the shop. She was through it in about 4 swings and a kick, and she crawled through the hole before the dust had settled. Then she screamed. I got Zhang Yanli propped against the wall and went through after her. The shop was dark, and the power was out, and 3 shelves were down. There was a body on the floor. Feng Yue was standing at the counter with both hands over her mouth. Kai Wen, my mother isn't here. What's in the corner? A body. But it's not her. It's not her. I walked the shop, slowly. The shutter was down, but it hadn't been locked. It had been pulled down from the outside by somebody in a hurry. The body on the floor was a man, and he had not been a zombie when he died. He had a hole in his head. I went and looked at the wall behind him and found what I was looking for and raised a finger, and a small brass thing came out of the plaster and drifted into my palm. A bullet. Feng Yue, we're going upstairs. Nothing on 2, 3, or 4 except one couple in 404 who had spent their last morning doing exactly what you'd expect and were now doing something considerably worse. 5th floor. She got her key out with hands that weren't working properly and opened the security door and called out for her mother twice into an empty flat. She checked every room. She went up to the roof. She came back down and sat next to me without saying anything. Feng Yue, listen to me. I think she's alive. Where would she go? It's not safe out there, and there's a body in the shop. That body was shot. I held out the bullet on my palm. The shutter was pulled down from outside and not locked. Whoever did that wasn't a zombie, and it wasn't your mother, because your mother doesn't have a gun. So somebody with a gun came, dealt with a problem, took her, and left in a hurry. Her whole face changed. Dad has friends, she said, fast. Uncle Zhang and Uncle Shu from the station, they came round every month. Then that's almost certainly what happened. She grabbed my arm and started breathing again. I did not say the second half. The second half is that in the apocalypse, a police officer who keeps behaving like a police officer is a man with a very short future, and being next to one is a coin flip. But she needed the first half more than she needed the truth, so she got the first half. Zhang Yanli woke up in the afternoon, and I fed her, and she made a fist-sized ice flower on her palm and looked at it like it had come out of her chest, which, in a sense, it had. Feng Yue says you think I woke up S rank. You did. How do you know that? Novels. You, she said, are the worst liar I have ever met, and I grew up in a boardroom. We stayed in that building for the next 2 days, and here is what those 2 days were for. I read. They killed things. I sent them out with orders to clear the neighboring buildings, and they came back covered in filth every evening, and something happened to them over those 2 days that no amount of crystal cores does. They stopped flinching. Zhang Yanli built an ice shield for Feng Yue the first morning, and by the second morning, she was building it without being asked, in the 2 seconds before it was needed. They came home one evening with 4 frozen chickens and made braised chicken, and I ate 5 dishes and felt, for the first time in either life, like a man with a household. And in the middle of that, on the second night, the rats came. I heard it before it got loud, a dry rustling under everything, with squeaking on top. I have heard that sound before, and I never wanted to again. Mutated rat swarm. I went down the building and stripped every scrap of metal out of every house on that street and used it to seal the ground floor, the shop, and every window on every floor. Then we went up on the roof and watched a war. They came out of the fields, thousands of them, each one the size of a large house cat, and they went into the zombies like water into a drain. The zombies did not lose. That's the thing people get wrong. Zombies are slow and stiff, but they're strong, and a zombie will stand there and let 40 rats climb it while it crushes them one at a time. The whole village filled up with it. And then the university town heard the noise and emptied itself into our street too. Did we do that? I said out loud. Did our lovely neighbors screaming at us this morning pull an entire campus over here? Yes. Yes, we did. Yes, they did. In my old life, this fight happened on day 3, and it happened 3 kilometers away in the university town. Tonight, it was day 2, and it was under my window. That's twice now. Then somebody landed on the roof next to us. 5 of them came over the rooftops, 3 men and 2 women, and the tall one at the front looked at Feng Yue and Zhang Yanli for about a second and a half longer than was polite. Gentlemen, rat swarm. Our building's door is broken. We'd like to squeeze in with you. That all right? And the curly-haired one behind him tilted his head and said, Su Kai Wen, what are you doing here? I looked at him. Hey Wei, 4 years of college. The man who reported me to the department for cutting class, at a rough count, 8 times out of 10, while I was working nights to pay for the class I was cutting. Also, and I'd nearly forgotten this, the man who spent a semester quietly telling a girl named Guo Xuan that I was a liar so he could ask her out. You're occupied here? Said the tall one, Zhang Bo, once Hei Wei had explained we were old friends. Since you're classmates, let's just settle in and sort it out after the rats. Sorry, we're full. Find somewhere else. Hei Wei's face went straight to the expression I remembered. Su Kai Wen, don't push it. Brother Yue is doing you a favor even letting you stay here, and you're putting on airs? Exactly, said a woman in a crop top, drifting up to Zhang Bo's shoulder and looking down her nose at Feng Yue's building. It's not like this place is anything special. We didn't ask you to come, said Feng Yue, and I heard the temperature drop. Feng Yue, don't argue with small fry. I looked at He Wei. Reputation is something you earn. You don't get it handed to you. Do you think we're close? I said I don't want to live with you. Go away. I'm not spending breath on this. Shu Kai-1, you son of a... I flicked a bead at his thigh. A slab of rock came out of nowhere, and the needle went into it with a thunk. Friend, said Jiang Bo with a stone gauntlet running up his forearm. Let's talk. Why go straight to violence? D rank, earth and rock body. I'd seen it before on one of Iron Mountain's people, 3 years and 1 lifetime from now. Good ability, genuinely good. Best defensive tier below A, and he'd woken it up in the first 2 days. Just correcting his manners. You're not welcome. Find somewhere else. Jiang Bo looked at me for a long moment, and then smiled and said, forcing a man was ungentlemanly, and took his people to a building 40 meters down. I heard his friend ask him why he didn't fight. I heard him answer that the girl with the burning sword this morning was no pushover, and that he wasn't sure about the other one. Smart man. Wrong conclusion, but smart process. Then the fight below us started producing results. A male zombie under our window had eaten enough rat to be worth watching. Its body swelled. Its skin caught the moonlight wrong, metallic. The rats climbing it stopped mattering. It shrugged, and 40 of them went flying, and what was underneath was bronze. First tier, enhanced type, bronze armor corpse. That's a very fitting name, said Feng Yue, tapping her lip. Does it have abilities? Said Zhang Yanli. How would I know? Watch. Rats went at it like a wave and came off it in sparks. Not one claw got through. Then more of them showed up. 2 more bronze ones. A hunter, which is what happens when a zombie evolves towards speed and grows 30-centimeter claw blades on its fingers. A giant, 3 meters tall. And on the other side, first-tier rats started appearing, one after another, until there were a dozen. That's when I got worried, because a swarm does not spontaneously produce 12 promotions. A swarm has a leader, and a leader does not permit rivals. That is the oldest rule in the animal kingdom. Unless. Everybody down, I said, and I pulled them both flat on the roof. This swarm's got a rat king, 2nd tier. 2nd, said Feng Yue. We're not even 1st. Feng Yue, your blade could hurt it, barely. Zhang Yanli, your ice would have trouble even slowing it down. I wasn't insulting them. I was making sure they understood that a 2-tier gap is not a gap, it's a wall. Then it came. It got up on a rooftop 300 meters away and looked down at the street, the size of a pig, black fur catching the moon like steel wire, and the whole neighborhood full of zombies started howling at nothing, because zombies have no consciousness and therefore no fear. That is the only reason they didn't run. It screamed once, and every first-tier rat in that street answered it and charged. Then it jumped 10 meters straight down, punched its claws through a bronze armor corpse, and finished it in about a second. And here is where I stopped breathing. It didn't eat the zombie. It picked something out of the skull and swallowed it. And then it went and found the next first-tier zombie and did exactly the same thing. And it walked past 40 ordinary zombies to do it. It knew. Somewhere out in the dark, some of the daring survivors around us were whispering that this was insane, that this thing was stronger than a tiger. They were looking at the wrong part. A 2nd-tier rat had started this entire war, thrown 10,000 of its own into a meat grinder to force zombies to evolve, and was now walking the field harvesting exactly the ones with something in their heads. That is not instinct. That is a farming strategy. On day 2, I looked up at the moon with its faint red halo, and I said, out loud, "Is this even the apocalypse I know?" Then it opened another skull 200 meters away, and I saw the glint. Pale gold, a metal element crystal core. I know that color. I'd have known it upside down in the dark. Bronze armor corpse gives a pale gold core, every time. And here is the part that mattered. In my old life, nobody knew crystal cores existed until day 7, when ordinary zombies started growing them and somebody accidentally cut one open. It took a month for the information to reach ordinary people. That thing down there knew on day 2. I'd been planning to jump it. Right up until that moment, I'd been planning to jump it. Now I sat back down on the roof and thought very clearly, absolutely not. I don't fight the clever ones with a 2-tier gap. I go home, I get stronger, and I come back and settle it later. Being a coward isn't wrong. It's just following your heart. The fight ran on. The giant went down under the rats, and its meat promoted 3 of them. Bronze ones held out. The Rat King took hits. And then Jiang Bo tried to be a hero. Song Wei, now, hold it! He came off a rooftop in full rock armor and landed on on the Rat King's back with a crack like a car crash, and his friend on the roof threw a chain of water around its legs and a sphere of water over its head. For 1 second it was pinned, and I thought, from 40 meters away, "Oh, you sweet, stupid child." If that thing were catchable, I'd have caught it an hour ago instead of lying on a roof holding my breath. He raised a stone spear over his head. And the Rat King's entire back exploded. Every hair on its body was a black steel needle, and it fired all of them at once, in every direction, at the same time. We call that Rain of Pear Blossom Needles. It's the signature move of second and third tier rats, and it is exactly as bad as it sounds. The water chain snapped like thread. The man on the roof took the feedback through his own head and nearly fell off the building. Zhang Bo rolled and still took 6 in the back, and his rock armor sprayed off him in chips. And then the Rat King came for him at a speed that made no sense for something that size, and only survived because the giant zombie chose that exact moment to punch it. He crawled out of a pile of bricks with his armor gone, coughing blood. I said, "The kid got saved by a zombie." But now the Rat King was hurt. Zhang Bo's landing had done something to its spine, and it was leaking, and the giant was still on its feet. It screamed once, and every surviving rat in the street turned and ran for the fields. It was leaving. 10 first-tier cores in its stomach, and it was walking away with all of them. I went. 2 roofs at a run, flat on my stomach at the edge, looking straight down at a plucked chicken the size of a pig. Every needle it had was gone, fired, and hair does not grow back in 5 minutes. I put 50 needles into its back. It screamed and curled and hit the ground and did not, unfortunately, die. It looked up at me and I saw actual hatred in it, and then it turned and went through 3 zombies like a truck and ran. I put a black line after it. It felt that coming and swerved, and the cut took a piece off its shoulder the size of a dinner plate instead of taking off its head. And then it was gone into the dark, with all my needles still in its back. I stood on that roof for a second. "That rat," I said, "took my needles. 50. Every one I owned. I was standing on a roof at midnight, in the apocalypse, unarmed because a rodent had disarmed me. I killed the 3 remaining first-tier zombies with spatial cuts, went down, melted a steel pipe into a spear, skewered all 3 heads on it like a candied fruit stick, and started digging. If those 2 silly girls saw this, they'd be sick for a week," I said to nobody, halfway through digging a core out of a head. Then somebody retched behind me. They were both lying on the edge of the next roof, having followed me the entire way, watching. "I was looking for something," I said. "Would you believe me?" "Brother Kaiwan," said Feng Yue, gagging, "you're a pervert." I found 1 core in 3 heads, pale gold, button-sized, and I cleaned it up in a bathroom before I showed them, because I am not an animal. I dropped it on the coffee table. "Where did you get a gemstone?" Zhang Yanli caught Feng Yue's wrist before she could touch it. "That came out of a zombie's head, didn't it?" "You're quick." Feng Yue withdrew her hand like the table was hot. "Even the Rat King had to start a war to farm these. Do you still think it's nothing?" I explained what I could explain, that it only appears in first-tier creatures and not all of them, that it's probably how the Rat King planned to promote itself, that the color relates to the attribute, which I claim to have deduced from watching it eat, and which I had actually learned in a shelter 3 years from now. "Then why don't you try absorbing it?" said Zhang Yanli. "You're metal. That's metal." "Try it how? Eat it?" "Ugh, no, it came out of a brain." So I held it in my palm and pushed my spirit into it instead, the way you push into metal, and it opened. Pale gold energy came up my arm in a slow flood and went into the pool behind my sternum and made it bigger. 10 minutes later, the core was powder, and I tipped it into the bin. "That's it?" "That's it." "Did it work? Are you stronger?" Zhang Yanli asked, and I noticed she asked immediately. I clenched a fist and punched the air, and it made a sound like a rug being beaten. "Whole level, first tier," Feng Yue clapped. Zhang Yanli said, "Then we hunt these." "It's not that easy. The drop rate's low, and there aren't many first-tier creatures yet. Tonight was extremely rare." "I disagree," she said after a moment. "There's a second-tier rat out there, so there must be plenty of first-tier things. We just haven't met them." And she was right. And she was right for reasons she couldn't possibly have known. And I looked at this woman who had been a rich man's daughter 40 hours ago and thought, well, that's why you end up a goddess. "How did you 2 even see any of that? You went downstairs." "We watched from the stairwell," said Feng Yue with a guilty little laugh. "We were worried." I wanted to see if I could still save you if you did something stupid, said Zhang Yanli, examining her nails with the air of a woman who had absolutely not sold herself into service 2 days ago, and something moved in my chest that I hadn't felt in either lifetime. In 5 years of the apocalypse, everyone who was ever kind to me wanted something specific, including the goddess. Especially the goddess. 2 women I'd known for 2 days followed me out onto a roof at midnight because they were worried. Thanks, I said. Unfortunately, I'm a coward, so I wasn't in any danger. And then, because the moment was getting away from me, I told them we were staying put, training, and not chasing anything, and that we'd talk about the university town in a few days. Because there was something at DN University I intended to be standing next to on the 7th night. And there was something else there, too. Something with a very old memory attached, and a name I'd been carrying around for 2 lifetimes. The next 2 days were the most productive of my life, and I spent nearly all of them sitting down. Here's the routine. The girls went out over the rooftops in the morning and came back at dusk covered in things. I stayed home and read and drank tea at Aunt Chang's tea table on the balcony, in the sun, with the window open, like a retired official. I want to acknowledge how that looks. I am aware of how that looks. But every hour at that table was doing more for our survival than 100 dead zombies, and I'll show you why. Zhang Yanli's problem was that her ice cones were sharp and brittle. She'd throw one, it would bury itself in a chopping board, and then burst. So I gave her 2 books, Frozen Water, Ice, and Introduction to Glaciology, conjured out of my system library in a locked bedroom, because the second stage of the upgrade let me materialize any book I'd scanned, once each, for 7 days, at 10 reading points a go, which meant that from now on, I was walking around with the entire provincial library in my skull, and I could pull any of it out of the air in a burning building. Remember to give them back, I told her. They might be out of print. She held them like they were made of gold and said she knew, which made me feel unclean. Then I watched a rich girl who had never been told to study anything in her life sit on a floor and read a book about the crystal structure of ice. 3 days later, she flicked a fingertip and a hexagonal snowflake the size of a fist went across the kitchen at a speed I could barely follow, went through a ceramic bowl, and burst into freezing mist on the far side. The bowl fell apart in 2 clean halves. I found the shape of snowflakes in the book, she said, entirely too pleased with herself. And I thought, what if you made one big and made it hard? Wouldn't that be a hidden weapon? That's what reading is for. That's the whole argument. Feng Yue got the same treatment in a different direction. I made her boil a kettle. Her dark flame runs past 1,000 degrees at its natural setting. To boil water without punching a hole through the bottom of a kettle, she had to hold it at 250 and keep it there. She sat there for 20 minutes with sweat running off her nose, hating me. You just wanted tea. I wanted tea and the training result. Don't be reductive. But the point was real. A fist pulled back hits harder. If she could clamp that flame down to 200 degrees and then let go of it all at once, her explosion was going to get significantly more interesting. She figured that out about 4 days later, and it very nearly took the top off a building. For me, those days were about metal. I found a kitchenware shop, went through every pot and knife in it, and pulled the titanium out. Titanium is not the hardest metal. It is the lightest useful one, and when you have to hold 50 of something in the air with your mind, weight is the entire conversation. I had it reforged in Feng Yue's flame and stuffed a block of enchanted titanium alloy the size of a suitcase into my backpack, plus 2 fistfuls of beads. Brother Kaiwen, what happened to the old needles? I calcined all of those. I shot them all into the Rat King and didn't get them back. Feng Yue looked at me. Zhang Yanli looked at me. I went upstairs. And then, finally, on the 3rd night, the thing I'd been grinding for. A brief history of time. Spatial storage, 8 of 8. Synthesize, absorb, 4th enhancement. The floor tilted for a second, and then everything in me got quietly bigger. Then I put a finger out and tapped nothing, and a black point appeared and opened into a circle 2 meters high with light shining out of the inside of it. I pushed my spirit through and looked. A room. 10 meters by 10 by 10. 1,000 cubic meters of absolutely nothing. That goes where I go, that nobody can see, that nobody can take. I put my hand through and touched the floor of a place that does not exist. Then I fed my entire metal block into it and discovered something better. I could liquefy and shape metal inside the space. So I put in a block and pulled out finished needles, with nobody watching my hands. Which is when I finally gave in and made the flying swords. Look. I told Feng Yue they were a waste of energy. I stand by the argument. But the argument changes when you can carry 100 kilos of titanium in a pocket dimension and you've got the spare capacity to shape it. A needle has to go into a skull and stir. A 20-centimeter sword goes in and the zombie is simply over. I spent an hour designing elegant ones with fluting and curves and eventually admitted that my brain was not up to it and made plain ones instead. I'll get handsome when I'm a higher tier and quicker-witted, I told the ceiling. By then, my metal reach was 30 meters, my cutting count was up to 25 per fill, and my body was somewhere past what a second-tier awakened should be, on the back of exactly 2 absorptions and 1 crystal core. Here's the thing I understood in those days, and it's the reason all of them are still alive. Rank is not power. Rank is capacity. What you actually do with the capacity is a separate skill, and almost nobody trains it because it is boring and slow, and there is a shortcut called crystal cores sitting right there. I made all 3 of us train the boring way. I have been the man with a big number and nothing behind it. I know exactly what that costs. On the 5th day, we went to Dian University. Which school do you want? Kunming Normal's closest. Yunnan University. I had 2 reasons, and I gave her neither. We went over the rooftops. All 3 of us could now clear a 5 or 6 meter gap with a run-up, and where we couldn't, I built a bridge. Behind us, Zhangbo's people watched us go and decided not to follow, on the grounds that they were still injured, which is the most sensible thing anybody in this story does for several days. The side gate of Dian University was carpeted. Dormitory district on one side, canteen a few hundred meters away, snack street outside the gate, all of it on a Saturday at noon. We went around, over a wall, into a grove of sycamores. Kaiwen, you called this a grove. They were this high before. How long ago is before? Said Zhang Yanli. 3 years? 4? Feng Yue slapped her own forehead. They grow. I used to run food deliveries through this campus. Took the yellow vest off at the gate so security would let me walk in, put it back on outside. Ate a lot of other people's cold noodles in this grove, and watched a lot of couples feed each other, which builds character, apparently. Now I was walking through it with 2 of the most dangerous women in the province, which I could not have predicted in either life. Then we came out at the teaching buildings and stopped. Over 1,000 of them on the ground floor alone. Solid. Wasn't it a weekend? Why are there so many? Dian University runs guest lectures on weekends, said Zhang Yanli, in the tone of a person explaining tap water. Famous professors, successful entrepreneurs, students go. How do you know that? I came with my father a few times. I did not have a follow-up question. She was 2 moves ahead of me, and she'd done it with her father's resume. So I made a plan. I'll pull the crowd, you 2 get inside and go straight up to the roof. How are you going to pull them? I just need the cars downstairs to make a little noise. 200 meters away, I melted the metal sculpture in a fountain, made 3 steel cones out of it, and punched them through the hoods of 3 cars. Every alarm on that plaza went off at once. The entire ground floor of that teaching building turned around and came. And then the zombies still inside the classrooms heard it and came out through the windows, 6 floors up, falling out of the building like dumplings into a pot. Feng Yue and Zhang Yanli, pressed against a tree while a corpse tide went past them at a dead run, silently agreed that my definition of a little noise required review. I set off 4 more cars just to be thorough, circled the tide, and we went up. The roof already had 5 students on it, 3 boys with steel pipes, 2 girls behind them. Who are you? Don't come any closer! Their pipes went out of their hands and stopped a centimeter from their throats. Shut up, I don't have time for you. They put themselves in a corner very quickly. 4 days on a roof with no food and no water, chapped lips, sunk eyes, and they were still standing in front of the girls with pipes, which is more than most people manage. I went to the edge and started planning a bridge to the next building. The gap between roofs was about 12 meters. But the roof access door was another 12 meters back from the edge on both sides, which put the total distance past my reach, so I couldn't do a nice zip line. I had to build an actual bridge and hold it up with my head while people walked on it. I went down a floor to collect more metal and found 4 more students barricaded in a classroom with desks. The desks came apart in my hands because the frames were steel, and I left a room full of people staring at me and walked out with a lump of molten metal. They followed me up. Obviously, they followed me up. By the time I got back to the roof, there were 9 of them, and they'd found each other and started saying names out loud. One of them, a good-looking kid called Feng Cheng, was explaining to a friend named Lu Deng that the man kneading metal on the roof had nearly killed all three of them earlier. What's wrong with him? He's got some ability, but there's a lot of us. Is he going to act tough? Look at him. He's holding half a ton of metal in the air. Do you want to fight that? If you want to die, don't take me with you. I built the bridge. Steel plate, 10 meters, 40 centimeters wide, 4 cables holding it from my end. Not enough metal. It's the best I can do. You two go. I'll hold it. Feng Yue ran it in about 4 seconds. Zhang Yan Li right behind her. And the 9 students on that roof started shouting, "Big brother, take us with you." "Yeah, please. It's too dangerous here." "I'll do anything, big brother, as long as you keep me safe." "Me too, handsome. You'll protect us, right?" I have heard this exact chorus in 4 separate cities in 2 separate lifetimes. Get lost. I don't have time. If you want to live, go kill the things yourself. Then I jumped, and 2 of them stepped onto my bridge behind me. This part I have to get exactly right. I was in the middle of the span when I felt the weight go on. 2 boys walking out over a 6-story drop onto a 40-centimeter steel plate held up by a man they'd known for 10 minutes, smirking at me because they'd worked out that I couldn't drop it without dropping them. "Brother, look, there are zombies everywhere. If you don't take us, we die." "Yeah, brother," said the other. "If we just die like this, won't that be a sin on you?" Moral blackmail. Over a 6-story drop. From a stranger. Meanwhile, 2 more of them had drifted over to my cables and were looking at them with expressions I did not enjoy. "Sin," I said. I looked at the 4 of them, and I made a note of the faces near the cables, and then I stopped talking because I had already decided. Under the apocalypse, the only person who saves you is you. Don't say I didn't warn you. Then I pushed off the plate and jumped the last 7 meters to the far roof. The bridge whipped. The one at the back panicked at the wrong moment and put a foot wrong and went off the side and hit the plaza from 6 floors up, and the tide below found him instantly. The other one caught the edge with his fingers and hung there. Feng Cheng threw himself down on the far roof and reached and could not reach him, because the whole point of the plate is that it's a plate, and a plate that I've shaped has no texture on it at all. I watched a boy's fingers slide, one by one, off metal I had personally made smooth. Then he was gone too. "Why?" Feng Cheng screamed at me across 12 meters of open air. "You could have saved us. Why are you like this?" I raised my right hand and brought the entire bridge back to my roof, because I still needed it for 3 more buildings. I already told you. Under the apocalypse, the only person who saves you is you. I looked at Lu Deng, the one who'd been eyeing my cables, until he understood that I had seen him. "And you, don't try me again. Next time, I move first." Then I walked away. I do not tell this story to make myself look good. I tell it because of what happened 30 seconds later on that roof, which I did not see and only worked out afterwards. Feng Cheng, standing over the spot where 2 people had just gone off the edge, hit the concrete railing with his fist and blew a hole in it. And when the dust cleared, there was a gray metallic sheen running up his arm and no mark on his hand at all. B rank, steel skin. On the 5th day, out of pure rage, that kid woke up one of the best defensive abilities of the entire early apocalypse, and I never even learned his name until much later. You do not get to decide who this world promotes. It is not fair, and it does not consult you. 3 buildings later, we came down into the plaza in front of the library, and there were about 300 of them standing in it. Feng Yue on the left, Zhang Yanli right, I'll take the middle. Nobody more than 10 meters from me. Zhang Yanli had a new toy by then. She dropped the temperature 5 meters around herself, and anything that walked into that ring picked up a coat of frost and slowed to half speed, and could then be dealt with by Feng Ye at her leisure. Friendly fire off. Full control, day 5. And then I did something the 2 of them found extremely strange. I didn't kill them. 27 flying swords in the air, and I used them to take arms and legs off, precisely, neatly. And I left that plaza full of torsos that still had heads on and still had teeth working. 300 of them, and more than half ended up like that. I could have finished the whole square in 4 minutes. I spent half an hour making sticks. Zhang Yanli tiptoed toward the library door afterwards, freezing the ground ahead of her own shoes so she wouldn't have to step in anything, and Feng Ye gave her a silent thumbs up, and I came last, inventing a reason. Because the actual reason was, on the 7th day, ordinary zombies start growing crystal cores, and a zombie with no arms and no legs cannot wander off, and I fully intended to come back and harvest this plaza like a field. Brother Kaiwin, why didn't you just kill them? Well, that big rat could raise a whole swarm to farm. Uh-huh. So if we leave a pile of these lying around, maybe they'll cook up a first-tier mutation. Then we come back, kill it, and take 2 cores off it. Aren't you worried you'll grow another second-tier rat king? Said Feng Yue, laughing into her hand. Second tier is nothing now. If I met that thing today, I'm not the one in trouble. And a third tier? Said Zhang Yanli, who has never once let anything go. These are ordinary zombies, with no cores in them. They won't make a second tier, let alone a third. Which was true, and had nothing whatsoever to do with why I did it. And she looked at me the entire time like a woman reading a contract she had not been given a copy of. I seriously considered finding a book on divination purely so I'd have something to blame. Instead, I put my hands in my pockets, walked into the library, told them to go find a coffee in the rest area, and started scanning. First floor, literature, art, history, geography. Second, military and culture. Third, computing and mathematics and physics and chemistry. Fourth, languages and rare editions. 2 hours, hundreds of thousands of books, most of them duplicates, the system quietly threw away from me, because it turns out my cheat has a plagiarism checker built in. And then I hit the 4th floor stairwell and my whole body stopped, because something was wrong and I didn't know what. Bookshelves down, bodies everywhere, blood on everything, and it was day 5, and none of it smelled right. That sounds insane. Let me explain it. A zombie's body isn't dead, it's occupied. Left alone they don't rot much, but blood does, and pieces do. And by day 5 a room like that should have been unbearable, and I had stopped noticing the smell entirely on day 2, so it took me until the 4th floor to work out what was bothering me. Somebody had cleaned this floor. There were bodies, but they were the ones we'd made, plus a set from yesterday, and the walls had slap marks on them at chest height. I opened my storage and covered myself head to foot in a layer of titanium alloy, leaving my eyes and my mouth and my joints. No blueprint, no Iron Man, just a man wearing a man-shaped saucepan. And I went up to the 5th floor, clanking. A stool came at my head out of a corner. I punched it into splinters, which hurt considerably more than expected. A table came next. I cut that into 4 pieces with 3 flying swords and sent all 3 straight at the corner it came from. And then I saw who was standing there. I stopped those swords a foot from his chest so hard that they hung in the air. Something invisible pushed back against the points. 3 little cones of compressed air, and behind them, a young man with a ponytail and cloth shoes, and his teeth clenched. I brought them back. He let go of his breath, and the film went away, and he sat down hard. Why did you attack me? My voice was not entirely steady, and I hope he thought that was the armor. I'm really sorry, he said, with an embarrassed grin. My hands were itchy. I wanted to try it out. I melted the armor off my face. You wanted to try it? If I hadn't caught that table, it would have gone through my head. But you did catch it. I watched you fight downstairs. I had confidence in you. Let me tell you about this man. Xu Ling Yun, philosophy student. Registered disciple of Changchun Temple in Ulsan County. Not yet a full Taoist, because his master won't give him a Taoist name until he finishes his degree, which is the single funniest thing about the apocalypse. And in my old life, I met him 1 year in, when I was a 3rd-tier nobody that nobody had time for. He was 5th tier by then, and he never once looked at me like I was nothing. He pulled me out of trouble more times than I ever paid back. He drank with me. He listened to me complain about being 3-star 5 trash for hours at a time and never told me to shut up. And in the 3rd year of the apocalypse, he died. A corpse emperor, an incident everybody remembers, and my friend was in the middle of it. He was 24. Now he was sitting on a library floor at 21, in cloth shoes, having just thrown a stool at my head, and I had a very tight feeling behind my eyes that I was blaming on the armor. What's your name? May all living beings be infinitely blessed. My name is Xu Ling Yun, disciple of Changchun Temple, Ulsan County, Nanzhao City. He did the whole thing. Legs together, hands in the Tai Chi seal, a proper formal bow. I put my hands together at my chest and bowed back. Master Sage, have mercy. His entire ceremonial demeanor fell off him like a coat. Toad, how do you know I'm not the cicada in cicada chirping? So you are the toad in Toad. It is the toad, but you can't just name me that the second we meet. You didn't give me a Taoist name. I don't have a Taoist name yet. And so, in a burning city, on the 5th day of the end of the world, I got my best friend back and immediately started calling him a toad again, 400 days early. He'd woken up his ability on the first day, sitting in this library reading, because of course he had. That's how I met him last time, too. Same answer, word for word. A-rank mental power. He calls it Tai Yi Divine Sense, because he named it himself, on the grounds that a Taoist disciple's power ought to sound Taoist. Standard psychic awakenings reach 5 to 10 meters. His started at 20. He'd refined it out of Taoist texts for years without knowing what he was refining, and it was more precise than my metal control has ever been, then or now. Give that man flying swords and he becomes a sword immortal on the spot, which I know because I did exactly that about 4 minutes later. You cleaned the 4th floor? I went down for food and tidied up while I was there. I threw the 5th floor ones out the window. I've been living here for days. I'm not sharing with corpses. You haven't gone outside? There's food and drink in the rest area. There are too many out there. I can't break through. Which is objectively hilarious, because with what he was holding, he could have walked to the coast. He'd had the ability for 5 days and hadn't found the bottom of it. Which is also the only reason he was still in that library when I came looking. So what's your plan? I said, scanning the last shelves. I don't know. I came here to study, and I haven't got my certificate. I can't go back to the temple like this. Buddy, you are never getting that certificate. There has to be a government response. There will be, and then they'll find out you can move things with your mind and put you on a construction site shifting bricks. He looked deeply offended. I didn't tell him that in my last life that is exactly, precisely what happened to him. A military shelter's line broke and they needed the gap plugged, and they conscripted the boy with the widest telekinesis to move rocks. Tai Yi Divine Sense, holy technique of a 1,000-year tradition, reduced to a wheelbarrow. So where are you going? He said. I'll come. Which was, of course, the entire point of the conversation. You can, but you take my orders. Can you do that? You want me to call you boss? Roughly. Do you think I'm not qualified? 4 flying swords turned and pointed at him. Yes, 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 I'll listen to you from now on. I scanned the last aisle. Hundreds of thousands of books, most of them duplicates of the provincial library, which the system deduplicated for me automatically because it turns out my cheat has a plagiarism checker. Then I called him to leave, and he tossed the book he'd been reading onto a table. 5 characters on the cover, big and confident. The Art of Winning Over Women's Hearts. Master Sage. Always aiming for swan meat. For the record, this man shouted a blessing at every human being he ever met, offered spiritual commentary on every attractive woman within 200 meters, and died at 24, having never once held a woman's hand. Downstairs, I introduced him. This is Shu Ling Yun. You can call him Sage. Ladies, don't listen to him. My name is Shu Ling Yun, disciple of Changchun Temple. Oh, hello, Master. Master, have mercy, said Zhang Yanli, returning the salute properly, hands and everything, because of course she knew the etiquette. Sage is our newest member, I said. Feng Yue covered her mouth. Zhang Yanli covered hers. You can call me Shu Ling Yun, or Little Shu, he said desperately. Please don't call me. Sage is so friendly, said Feng Yue. I gave him 9 flying swords in the plaza outside as compensation, and he found out within about 4 passes that 9 was exactly the number he could hold comfortably, which meant that when he pushed to 15 it hurt, which meant he had a training exercise. Thanks, he said, watching them orbit his head. These are useful. Then I told him where we were actually going. A biological research lab. All 3 of them turned around. You want to find a lab in the apocalypse? Yes. Why? I have a feeling something there answers a question I've got. A feeling. Sage looked at me with the specific expression of a man reevaluating his life choices at high speed, and then shrugged and came anyway, and that is the whole reason he was my friend in 2 lifetimes. Zhang Yanli, of course, immediately produced a complete breakdown of Dian University's research departments because her father had brought her to functions here. Paleontology, biodiversity, animal genetics, botany. Most of the labs are off campus. If the one I wanted was on the main campus, it would be genetics or animal genetics. Find a signpost and go to the School of Life Sciences and ask a survivor, she finished. I know where that is, said Sage, raising his hand. We went. and on the way there, we passed a ground-floor classroom, and two faces appeared at the window. "Hey, don't go! Come back! Save us!" Every zombie on the side path turned around. "What is wrong with you people?" I said, out loud, to the universe. I put them all down, went in through the window, and put a sword to the throats of two software engineering students who had survived 5 days by blocking a door and were now, having spotted the first living people in 100 hours, screaming about it. Gao Deng and He Deng. Best friends, they said. 5 days, no water, and a classroom that smelled like what 5 days with no toilet smells like. "Big brother, save us. My dad will transfer you money, 5 million. 10 million, just me. You don't need to take him. He'll slow you down." That's the second sentence, not the 10th, the second. The other one went white. "Gao Deng, we're best buddies. I've been giving you my food for 5 days. So what? I bought your food for 4 years. Consider it repaid. And if you hadn't said Deng Jia would come watch us play basketball, I'd have gone home and none of this would have happened." I stood there and let them do it. I wanted Sage to see all of it. "Money stopped mattering at noon on Saturday," I told them. "I don't know if your father's alive. If you want to live, fight for it." Then I went to the window. And that is when they stopped hating each other and started hating me, which is a very common transition and happens faster than you'd think. Fine, you won't save us? Then let's all die together. If I can't live, none of you get to. I'll scream. Every one of them within a kilometer comes. Nobody gets out. He took a deep breath to prove he could. Sage grabbed my arm. He'd already worked out what I was going to do, and he was about a second too slow. 2 flying swords went out. 2 boys with their mouths open and their eyes full of that particular madness got a small red mark between the eyebrows, and the swords came back around the room and floated home without a drop of blood on them. They folded up on the floor. "Let's go," I said. "It's getting late. I'm a bit hungry." Nobody moved for a second. Then Feng Yue turned around and walked to the window. Zhang Yan Li took her arm and went with her, and Sage took a long breath and followed without looking back at the floor. Outside, I killed a few more and glanced behind me and found all 3 of them right on my heels. Good. That's why I did it in front of them. Because there is a lesson that cannot be taught with words, and the tuition is somebody else's life, and I would rather pay it now, on 2 people who were already gone, than in 3 months when the bill arrives with one of their names on it. Sage walked up beside me a minute later. "May the Heavenly Venerable bless us. Boss Shu, what are we going to do about the survivors?" "What survivors?" He tilted his chin at the buildings around us, where people had started shouting out of windows again and getting their own doors broken down for it. "You still want to save the rich boy and his food dispenser?" "Even if they were," he started and rubbed the back of his head. "Well, they were 2 lives. I put my arm around his neck and pulled his head close to mine. "Baby, I consider you a friend, so I'll teach you something today. Don't call me. In the end times, life is worth grass. Taking care of your own is rule 1. Taoism talks about following heaven and the natural way, doesn't it? So what does another man's fate have to do with you? We also say my fate is mine and not heaven's. Correct. Your fate, not other people's fate." He opened his mouth and closed it. "You fight for your own, and for the people who are actually yours. Me, for instance, your best friend, Shu Kai Wen. Besides your family and your friends, who exactly is worth dying for? That's not... Was it worth risking your life for those 2 fake brothers?" He stopped walking, and then he looked up at me, and I could feel his mental perception come on, because it prickles, and I felt him reading my face like a book, and I let him. Whatever he found in there was not what he expected. He went very still, and then he made a small, strangled noise, tore himself out from under my arm, retreated 3 steps, and started scrubbing both his arms with his hands. "I understand. I trust you. You make the decisions. I fully support you." I looked at him. I looked at my own hand. There was nothing on my hand, no itching powder, nothing. To this day, I have no idea what he thought he saw. He was quiet for a long time after that, but he stopped arguing about survivors. We went north through the campus, past the School of Information Science, and the sound of us doing it drew people to the windows of the urban construction buildings, and the shouting started again, and the shouting got their own doors broken in. I hate that sound, not because it upsets me, because it is preventable, and they will not stop doing it. Then we came up the hill to a big administrative complex, and I blocked the access ramp with a stack of cars and had Zhang Yan Li ice the whole slope. That part was funny. Every zombie that came up that ramp at speed discovered that it was now a water slide and went back down it on its face. 5 floors up, in an office, several teachers watched us do it. I know this because one of them threw a glass out of the window at us. It broke on the wall of their own building, which woke up every zombie inside their own building. And when I looked up, there was a young man in the window frantically painting 3 letters on the glass with a calligraphy brush. SOS. That's a distress signal, said Zhang Yanli. Save them my foot. Let's go. And the man with the brush was the only one in that room being useful, and that a director in there was, at that exact moment, complaining about his tea set. I found this out later, and it improved my mood considerably. The supermarket at the bottom of the slope was 2 floors, and the doors were open, and it was full. We cleared it, and I put the shutter down behind us, and Sage became a removals company for the 2nd time that day. Then we went upstairs to the lounge area, and I sat by the window and looked at the dormitory blocks 200 meters east, and lit a cigarette, and handed him one. You'll get used to the smell. I don't smoke, but this smell is doing something to me. He took a huge drag and nearly turned inside out. Sage, why would you inhale that? Small ones. Don't take it into your lungs yet. I taught this man to smoke once before, in a shelter, 3 years from now, and he coughed exactly like that then too. 8 dormitory blocks over there. Chemical engineering, economics, and life sciences. After dinner, I said, we're going to go and ask some life sciences students a question. I did not tell him the question. The question was, where do they keep the animals? Getting into that dormitory took 2 things. The first was Feng Yue emptying herself into a stairwell and burning 4 floors of them down to bone, while I held an iron plate over the gap so nothing escaped. The second was the funniest thing I have ever done with a superpower. We were on the ground floor of Building 8, with a stairwell full of them coming down and a street full of them outside, and I needed everything in that building to go outside and everything outside to go somewhere else. So I floated 2 lumps of titanium out the window, 30 meters up, and shaped them. Feng Yue looked at what was forming in the air and stopped breathing. Zhang Yanli put a hand over her mouth. Sage said, very quietly, is that? 2 enormous symbols, the kind a Monkey King gets trapped under in the story. Tell me when nothing's coming down the stairs anymore. I brought them together. The entire campus went silent for 1 full second. Then every zombie in every building for 500 meters answered at once. There was a noise from our own stairwell like a bag of bricks going down a hill. And windows started breaking on the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th floors of everything around us as things came out of them to get to the sound. I kept them ringing. I scraped them. I made that titanium sing. From the 5th floor of the administrative complex, several teachers watched every zombie they had been carefully avoiding for 6 days pour down the hill in a river, and one of them said, out loud, that it appeared they no longer needed to fight for it. Sage appeared at my shoulder. That move, he said, with real reverence, was so smooth. We went up a stairwell I'd paved in fresh steel, because Feng Yue's fire had left the concrete glowing, and the handrails had run like candle wax, and we found about 20 surviving boys and put them in one corridor. Question 1. Does anyone know where the biological research labs are? A boy in a white shirt did, He Tao, just accepted for graduate study, advisor named Duan Shijie, and his entire job in that lab was culturing neurons by the tray. Cultured neurons, aggregated into brain tissue. I asked him one more question, very casually, and I already knew the answer before he finished. Besides white mice, does your advisor ever ask you to catch the gray ones, the black ones? He blinked. He did, actually, a while back. I never understood why. We've got plenty of white ones. I stood in that corridor for a second with a very cold feeling walking up the back of my neck. Then I asked question 2, which was whether anyone had awakened anything, and got 5 hands out of 20, and the best of them was a boy called Sha Kai, who could make a chain of fire. C rank, decent control, no killing power, and he'd been sitting on it for 2 days doing nothing. None of them were any use to me, but I threw He Tao 2 packets of food and a bottle of water and told him he was guiding us in the morning, because if you want a horse to run, you have to feed it some grass, and I am not a capitalist. And then, before we left the next day, I stood in a corridor full of boys who had just watched me clear their entire building and told them the only useful thing I had. I'm not taking you. I don't need you. But you're college students. Your brains work. You've woken up abilities. Use them and fight. And I walked out. I found out later that Sha Kai stood in that corridor after I left and organized 9 of them into a squad in about 4 minutes flat, by ability type, like a game roster. Fire chain for control, Water for control, speed for damage, strength for damage, enhanced eyes for scouting. I did not do that for him. Let's be accurate. All I did was leave. But sometimes that's the whole intervention. The laboratory building was red brick and white paint, 6 floors, and the entire roof terrace was covered in wisteria, hanging down both walls in purple sheets. It was, and I mean this, the prettiest building I have ever walked toward with the intention of committing violence. We came down through the trees with He Tao in the middle of us, holding a shield I'd made him, and on the way around the back I noticed something and filed it. There were bodies in white coats on the ground outside, and every single one of them was dried out, not eaten, not torn, just empty, like something had drunk them. I didn't have time for it right then. I should have made time. 3rd floor, room 315. And in the corridor outside it, facing away from us, was a zombie in a white coat standing on all 4 limbs. First tier, hunter. What's a hunter? Said Sage, who had never seen one. You'll see, shield up. I stepped in with ink shadow, and I missed. That thing was on the other side of the corridor before my blade finished the arc, which tells you everything about a hunter. They are the ones that evolve towards speed. They grow 30-centimeter claw blades on their fingers, and they are the reason you never walk down a corridor relaxed. Second swing took its arm off. A flying sword came down through the top of its skull. Sage wandered up and looked at the mess. That's it? You two were so careful. I thought it'd be stronger. It ambushes. Head on, it's nothing. Try meeting one in the dark. Duan Shijie's lab was 300 square meters of glassware and instruments, and one wall of high-tech cabinets full of jars, and in every jar was a brain. There was nobody in it, living or otherwise. He's not here, said He Tao. There are no lab sessions on weekends. What's he actually researching? He never told me. I just cultured neurons for him. He needed a lot of them. Why neurons? Their brain, spinal cord, nerve. I honestly don't know what for. Something to do with brains, I assume. I walked that room slowly. Glass frame of white mice, wall of jarred brains, trays of cultured neural tissue in the corner. Neurons, aggregated, into brain tissue, injected into what? And a boy in the corner who'd been asked to go and catch some wild gray ones. And a black rat the size of a pig, on day 2, walking a battlefield it had personally engineered, picking crystal cores out of skulls with the confidence of a man doing his weekly shop. I put my hand over my face. There was a news story I read once in college and forgot immediately because it was a novelty item and I was 19 and busy. Scientists grew human-like brain tissue out of cultured neurons and put it into the brains of mice, and the tissue integrated, and the mice got smarter. Not a lot smarter, not smart enough to matter. And then something came down out of the sky at noon on a Saturday, and every living thing on the planet got a promotion at once. He Tao, does this building have a plant lab? Ancient plants? He blinked at the swerve. About a year ago, I said, somebody sent ancient lotus seeds to Yunnan for research. It made the provincial news. Oh, that. Yeah. Dian University got 5 of them. The Forestry University got the other 15. The plant labs are on the 6th floor. The professors turned the roof into a garden. There's a pond up there. 6th floor. No lotus seeds in any of the labs. So we went up onto the roof. The pond was in the middle, and there were lotus buds in it, and I felt something in my chest come loose, and then I turned my head and looked at the flowers. It was the end of May. Wisteria is finished by the end of May. Every single blossom on that roof was in full bloom and looked like it had opened this morning. The leaves had serrations on them that wisteria does not have. The vines were as thick as my arm, and there were faint red threads in the wood. I followed the vines back to a flower bed in the corner, 3 or 4 meters across, and there was a torn white coat mixed into the soil. The bodies downstairs. Drained. Back! Everybody back! It's mutated! The entire roof rustled toward us, in a breeze that was going the other way. We went down the stairs, and I sat on the steps with my head in my hands and did some math. I had heard about this roof exactly once, in a bar, 3 years from now. They said that on the 7th night at Dian University, ancient lotus seeds ripened, and a pillar of light went up, and every powerful thing within 20 kilometers came for it, and that the fighting went on until dawn. I was in a rented room across the city that night with a bubble ability, watching the light through a window like a man watching fireworks from the wrong side of a fence. And this time I was standing on the roof, the first great treasure of the apocalypse, a genuine heaven and earth spiritual object, the kind of thing that jumps you a whole tier and rebuilds your foundation on the way past. The most powerful protector of the provincial shelter for years afterward was a special forces soldier who got some of that seed. I decided, sitting on those stairs, that I was not going anywhere until the 7th night. Sage, Feng Yue, Zhang Yan Li, clear the 6th floor. We're staying. Said Sage. Are you sure? I plan to be here a couple of days looking for something. Feng Yue smiled and said whatever I decided was fine. Zhang Yan Li said nothing and asked the entire question with her eyebrows. Then I took He Tao downstairs to send him home, and that is when I heard the sound of a lawnmower the size of a house. An armed helicopter came in over the campus. Big brother, it's the army. They came to rescue us. They came, I said. Whether they came for you is a different question. Count the helicopters. He counted the helicopters. There was one. It circled the lab building, decided the wisteria made the roof unlandable, which was the single luckiest decision anyone made that week, and put down on a teaching building next door. 6 ropes came off the side, and 6 fully equipped soldiers came down them, and somebody still on the roof threw a grenade in the opposite direction to pull the crowd. Clean. Very clean. These were not ordinary soldiers. I got He Tao into a lab with a window, and he leaned out and shouted at them, and they changed direction and came, and the man in front looked in through the glass and saw an excited graduate student and a man sitting on a lab bench with his legs crossed. He put his people through the window first and came last. That told me more about him than the next 20 minutes did. Du Haoran, Captain, Snowy Owl Special Operations Team. And you are? Shu Kaiwen, hi. He looked at me for a while. He Tao was terrified and excited, in the correct proportions for a graduate student in an apocalypse. I was neither, and Du Haoran noticed, and I watched him decide I was a problem. He was here for Professor Duan Shijie, who turned out to be on a national list of people worth spending a helicopter on. He might be in the underground lab, said He Tao. There's supposed to be one under this building. I'm not cleared to know where. While his radio operator was calling that in, Du Haoran came over and stood in front of me. Shu Kaiwen, is it? Could you tell me who you are? Sure, I deliver food. Delivery drivers wear yellow vests. Not on campus. Security won't let you in. He worked that through and got there, and actually looked sympathetic. That must have been hard. You get used to it. Off outside, on inside. He smiled at me with all his teeth and turned around. I looked down and reached for my cigarettes. A tactical dagger came at my ribs from the right. My hand was around the blade before I decided to move it, and my whole palm was silver. Captain Du, what is this? Don't take it badly, he said, watching my hand. I was just checking. You checked, now I check. I closed my fist and folded a fine steel dagger like wet clay and put my other fist through where his face was, and he got both arms up in time and went back 4 meters into a lab bench. Then I put a whip kick at his temple, and he blocked that too, and came up in a proper stance with his people already raising rifles. You can find out whether your guns are faster than my swords. 4 flying swords came off my palm and turned to point at them. Guns down, he shouted, and when one of them hesitated, he stepped between the muzzles and me, which, again, told me who he was. Then we had a very stupid fight in a laboratory that I enjoyed a great deal, because I needed to know where my body actually was, and there is no better instrument in the world than a special forces captain. Fists and feet, muffled impacts, 4 exchanges, and he had to give ground every time. He was, by a wide margin, the best hand-to-hand fighter in the entire provincial military, and in the first life, I outlived people 2 tiers above me on nothing but close combat, because my powers were a joke, and my body was the only thing I had. Then he got excited, and made a sound, and lit up gold. He blocked my punch, didn't move, and hit me back, and I had to open my palm and take it and let it throw me, because there was a sun coming out of this man's skin. A rank, Vajra body. How about it, Kid Lin? Not bad, eh? He took his rifle off, took his jacket off, and cracked his neck, showing off a set of abdominal muscles that in my old life would have made me consider suicide. Strength's gone up a lot, still not enough. A dozen beads left my pocket and became a dozen swords. He froze mid-swagger. You can control that many? If it's not enough, I'll add more. Another dozen came out. Am I complaining about the amount? He is a genuinely funny man. It took me a while to accept that. But then he stood there and, with real curiosity, asked me to hit him once so he could find out whether his skin would hold. I put one sword through his shoulder as hard as I could. It went bite and bounced. Not a scratch, nothing. He rubbed the spot and frowned at the numbness in it, and I put my swords away. What, that's it? There's no point. One sword won't hurt you, and if I go all out, I might lose control and kill you. He made a face like a man whose date had left after the appetizer. Vajra body, A rank, king of close quarters defense in the early apocalypse, and this man was already the best soldier in the province before he got it. That's who took the lotus root off that roof last time. I was sure of it by then. The underground lab was down a lift shaft that took a full minute to descend, and it opened into a hall out of a film, and there were white-haired zombies in it and mangled researchers at the elevator doors. 3 corridors, nobody knew which one. Split up, I said. Together, safer. Little Bean, left one. And I walked off down the left corridor without waiting for a vote, and I heard a captain of special forces make a noise behind me and follow. The left corridor had nothing. The middle corridor had fewer, bigger labs and more of them in it, and at the end of it we heard a sound that wasn't growling. Du Haoran went in alone with his rifle up, and I strolled in behind him, and through a glass partition in a lounge there were 3 living people in white coats. 2 middle-aged men were slapping the glass and shouting. The third, an old man, thin as a coat hanger, had his back to the door and was writing something and had not looked up. I opened the lock with a thought. We're saved! I knew the government wouldn't abandon us. Get us out of here! Those people are insane! Du Haoran asked who the old man was, twice, and got no answer at all, so he had a soldier drag the 2 shouting ones out. Excuse me, are you Professor Duan Shijie? Don't bother me. Professor, I'm Captain Du Haoran of the Snowy Owl team. We need to leave immediately. I'm not going anywhere. I have to finish the experiment. He waved Du Haoran away like a fly. So I walked over and took the notebook out of his hand. What are you doing? He shot up and had to grab the table because he was 58 and hadn't eaten in 6 days. Nothing much. I wanted to confirm you were Professor Duan Shijie. I flicked through it. It was meeting notes and equations, and it meant nothing to me. He grabbed for it, and I let go, and he nearly fell over. Shukai 1, said Du Haoran, and his muzzle came up about 10 degrees. What do you want? 4 questions. I put my hands behind my back. Professor Duan, are you running experiments on animal brains? No comment. Second, did you use gray mice or black ones? No comment. Third, I let it sit for a second. Did they get smarter? His eyes changed. How do you know that? And there it was. 4th question, where are they now? Answer mine first. There were 3, I said. 2 died, 1 escaped about 6 days ago, and the one that got out was black. He went very still. There were 3, he said quietly. 2 died, 1 escaped. It was black. I stood there with the last piece dropping into place, and I felt the floor tilt. Professor Duan, this research has to stop. Why? Because if you continue, I'll come back and kill you myself. Du Haoran was between us before I finished the sentence, gun up, and I didn't care. That rat, said Duan Shijie past him, completely uninterested in the gun or the murder. Is it connected to the zombies? No. Then why kill me? Because that intelligent rat you built could kill tens of thousands of people, including me. And that, at last, is the thing I have not told you. I died on a staircase with 3 people watching, that's true. But that's not the whole story of how I died. 6 months before that, a rat came out of Spring City. It rose 1 tier at a time, and it did it by farming, by starting wars between things that produced cores, and then walking the field afterward. And when it was done here, it took its swarm across 2 provinces, and went into the largest shelter in Sichuan. That fight killed so many people that the smell pulled in high-tier zombies from 3 counties. I survived the rats. I did not survive what the noise attracted. So when you get down to it, I died because of a rodent that a well-meaning man in a white coat made slightly too clever, and I never once saw its face. Until 3 days ago, on a rooftop, at midnight. Impossible, said Duan Shijie. It's smarter. It's still a rat. And then he stopped. Because he just remembered that before it got out, it ate the other 2, and that it had already been noticeably larger than a rat should be. Professor Duan, I said, you didn't think a zombie outbreak only happened in your basement, did you? He turned and stared at Du Haoran, and Du Haoran, who had been standing there holding a gun on me for 4 minutes, lowered it and told a 58-year-old academician that 6 days ago the world had ended, everywhere, at the same time, and that most of the human race was gone. The old man believed him. Because soldiers don't lie about that. I met it a few days ago, I said. It was the size of a wild boar. It commands a swarm of tens of thousands, and every one of those is the size of a house cat. Do you still think it's just a rat? He didn't answer. I walked out. Du Haoran, take him back to your shelter, and don't let him spend 1 more minute making rats clever. Point him at killing the things instead. Otherwise, I'll do it myself. Du Haoran came out of that lab looking like a man who'd been handed a bill, and Professor Duan Shijie refused to leave. He wanted his instruments. He wanted to dissect what was upstairs. He said that if he went to a military base without equipment, he might as well be a passenger, and he was right, and Du Haoran couldn't move him. So the helicopters started coming, and they kept coming for a day and a half, ferrying a laboratory out of a hole in the ground. Which is why, on the 7th night, there was a special forces captain, 3 squads of soldiers, and 2 heavy machine guns sitting in the same building as me, and He Tao, who did not leave with the other researchers. Everyone else took the first flight out. He said he'd wait for his advisor. Du Haoran clapped him on the shoulder and told him he had courage and ambition. I looked at the smile on that boy's face and decided he had something, and I decided wrong, and it cost me 6 lotus seeds and nearly cost me more. The 2 days before the 7th night, I did nothing but read. I want to describe what I got out of those 2 days because everything afterward runs on it. I searched my library for books on reading. That is not a joke. There is an entire genre of books about how to read books faster, and I had 4 million books and a brain that had been comprehensively defeated by a geometry textbook. Practical Reading Guide gave me a C rank ability called Swift Thinking, which is, in plain terms, the ability to not be stupid. Speed reading techniques gave me a D rank called 10 lines at a glance. Appreciate the shape of this. I have a cheat that turns books into superpowers, and the first thing I did with it was buy myself the ability to read. I got the feet, then I got the wings, and after that the ocean of knowledge, and I had a very different relationship. Then I went hunting for area damage, because metal control and spatial cutting are precision instruments, and I had recently been surrounded by 1,000 people at once and found the experience educational. I read The Fundamentals of Combustion, expecting fire. I got oxygen control. System, I asked for fire. I lit a lighter and held it under a fist-sized ball of air I'd thickened, and the little flame went up into a column that nearly took my eyebrows off, and I threw the lighter across the room. Then I did it the other way, and pulled the oxygen away from a burning flame, and watched it die in half a second. Colorless, odorless, invisible. It doesn't kill anything by itself. It just quietly decides whether the fire that is already happening becomes a bonfire. And separately, and this is the part I'm proudest of, I fused 3 of the goldfish's worst offerings, small fireball, magnetization, and a minor explosion, and spent every reading point I had to buy out the bad outcomes. C rank. Magnetic attraction, exploding fireball. Small fireballs that pull things toward them, and then explode. Do you understand what that is, next to a man who can make the air around it pure oxygen? That is a cluster munition with a tracking system, thrown by hand, by a man who controls the atmosphere it flies through. I made a mediocre little fireball into an area denial weapon, using a book about combustion and a nursery rhyme about a refrigerator. By the 7th evening, I had a floating light sphere too, made out of illumination fused with fluorescence and moving with the wind, which drifts where the wind takes it, lights up 20 meters, and leaves everything it touches faintly glowing for the rest of the night. That last part is not a bug, I checked. The 7th night started at 8:30, when the lotus flowers began to glow. 7 colors. A halo 10 meters across on a dark rooftop. And I understood, watching it, why Du Haoran only ever got a piece of this last time. Because the seeds don't light up at the finish. They light up hours early. Long enough to be a lighthouse. The wisteria felt it too. Every branch it had hanging over the edges of that roof pulled back and coiled around the pond, all of it, like a hand closing. It knew they weren't ripe. It was guarding a harvest. I got everyone up onto the roof, sealed the stairwell behind us, and built a mesh cage of titanium over our heads. Then we sat inside a cage and watched a plant fight an air force. The mosquitoes came first, thousands of them, plate-sized, and the wisteria met them with flowers. Actual flowers. The little purple blossoms bunched together into mouths and started eating them out of the air, and the sharpened leaves cut anything that got past. There was a mosquito king in there, bigger than the rest, and every time it went past the vines, it stabbed one with that proboscis and left a dark stain that spread. Poison type, rare in mosquitoes. I let them wear each other down for a while. Then, when the swarm was about half gone, I put my hand out and gathered every scrap of oxygen in that sky into the middle of them. Feng Yue, one fireball, into the thick of it. Oh, okay. She lobbed a little dark red ball into the densest part of the swarm. It went off, and about 15 of them caught, and then the air itself caught, and the entire sky over that roof turned into a furnace and rained burning mosquitoes for 4 seconds. Is my little fireball really that strong? Said Feng Yue, staring at her own hand. Zhang Kanli looked at her with new respect and slight fear. Sage looked at me, because Sage has a mental ability and had felt exactly what I'd done. Little trick, I said. Support skill. You've got 3? Try to keep it to yourself. He gave me a thumbs up and dropped it, and that is the 3rd reason he was my friend in 2 lifetimes. I put a sword through the Mosquito King on its way out, wrapped its body in a hollow metal ball so the wisteria couldn't take it, brought it back, and dug a dark green core out of it. Poison type. Useless to everyone present. Into storage. At midnight, the world changed again. I don't have a good way to describe this one either. An enormous quantity of something came down through everything at once, the same way the red light did, and for a moment, every living creature on the planet stopped. When it let go, the air itself had changed. You could feel it on your skin, like standing near a river. Zhang Yanli looked at her hands and said, I'm almost at 2nd tier, in a voice like a question. Feng Yue and Sage, both of whom had advanced hours ago, could feel another one coming. And in the pond, the flowers came apart, petals gone in seconds, and inside them 3 seed pods, and in each pod 9 seeds. 27. Then a pillar of green light went up out of that pond into the sky, and the whole city could see it, and something in the light smelled so good that it made your teeth ache. And in 3 other places across Kunming, 3 more pillars went up in 3 different colors. I stood there with my plan quietly rearranging itself again, because I had never heard about those 3. Not one word in 5 years of drinking with survivors. I killed the wisteria first, while everything was still frozen by the burst. That was cold-blooded, and I'd do it again. It had just hit 2nd tier on the energy wave, which is exactly what I'd been waiting for, because a 2nd tier mutated plant produces something a 1st tier one doesn't. 1 black line at the base, 50 meters of vine went slack all at once. Wood element core out of the heart of the trunk, and then I had Sage haul the entire root ball up out of the soil. 6 beads rolled out of the split roots, faintly green, and holding them was like holding a warm animal. Life crystals. 1 each, I said, throwing them out. If you're hurt, use it. It matters. I kept 2. Remember that. 2. Then everything in Kunming that could move came for the light. Mutated birds, rats, cats and dogs the size of calves, hunters, slayers, which are the tentacled ones, coming over the rooftops in jumps. And behind them, sitting at the 4 corners of that roof and watching each other instead of us, the ones that mattered. A hunter with black spots on it and claws that cut the air. A black and white dog the size of a car with wind blades turning around it. A spotted cat, tiger-sized, throwing off sparks where its feet touched. And out in the dark, where the light spheres I'd scattered eventually found it, a black rat missing a plate of fur on one shoulder. Oh, I said, so you are here. It screamed at me from 200 meters away with real personal feeling. The next 4 hours were the hardest fighting of my second life. I am not going to pretend it was elegant. The cage held, then the cage shrank. Then the cage came apart into 100 flying swords, and I fought with everything I had at once. Because that is what you do when you are a man with 6 abilities surrounded by things that have 1 each, and are all better at it than you. Feng Yue emptied herself and refilled off cores 3 times. Zhang Yanli invented a technique in the middle of the fight, a spinning ball of ice that throws hexagonal blades in every direction, and named it out loud while she was doing it, which is the single most heroic thing I have ever witnessed. Sage picked cores out of skulls 30 meters away while holding a shield over 4 people. Du Haoran and 2 of his officers came up over the wall and looked at the pond and, to their eternal credit, asked me what it was instead of grabbing. You don't need to know, I said, throwing fireballs. If you want to take it, come and take it. He looked at the fireballs coming off a man he had personally verified was a metal user, and made a decision, and got down behind a slab of concrete. Then a third-tier psychic zombie decided to join in and put a spike through all 4 of our minds from 30 meters, and Feng Yue and Zhang Yanli went down screaming, and I nearly did. I cut its head open from the eyebrows up and had Sage go fetch the core out of a corpse in the middle of a battlefield, and he did, and he advanced to 3rd tier on the spot with it. And then, at about 4 in the morning, the light started to thin. Get ready, when the pods burst, I take them and we run northeast. The green went down to nothing. The pods turned to ash in the air, and 27 seeds fell. And 4 things happened in the same second. A shadow came out of nowhere into the pond, jaws open, going for the whole pod. Du Haoran roared, and his Earth Element officer dropped the entire bottom of that pond into the floor below, and the Rat King's mouth closed on empty air with a crack you could hear across the roof. I opened storage, and a pale, thin hand came out of the empty air right beside the seeds, closed on 6 of them, and vanished. I checked my storage, and there were 21. Who? Show yourself! I put 100 swords into a space where nothing was standing, and 2 flowers of blood opened in midair, and He Tao fell out of nowhere onto the concrete. Invisibility. On day 7. That boy had woken up something rare and had chosen, as his first act with it, to reach into my hand. He had time to say 1 word. I brought the swords together into a net and dropped it on him. 6 seeds rolled out of an open palm, and Sage's mind took them back before they'd stopped moving. I am not going to make a speech about it. He got greedy, and he had about 90 seconds of being the cleverest man on the roof, and then he found out what tier he was. Then the Rat King came for me. I got both women in the back with a shove and put them off the roof entirely, because there was no version of the next 30 seconds that they survived standing there, and Sage caught them on the way down with his mind. Every scrap of metal in a 50-meter radius went into the air and detonated outward, and I grabbed Sage and jumped. On the way down, mid-fall, I planted a dozen steel spears into the roof behind us, and Feng Yue turned in the air and threw a saber arc back up over the parapet, and Zhang Yanli closed her fist and put an ice flower the size of a car into the middle of it. All 3 landed at once. The screaming from up there was extremely satisfying. We ran north with the whole city behind us. The Rat King came off the roof on fire and shook off 2 spears and came anyway. The Black Tiger came off the roof missing half its scalp and came anyway. Boss, running isn't working. He was right, it was closing. North Gate, get onto the street, then we stop and kill them. Out onto a main road full of abandoned cars, which is to say, out onto a road made entirely of my ammunition. I stopped and turned around. 1 seed each, swallow it now. I opened a storage window inside my own mouth and a seed rolled down my throat, which is a sentence I never expected to write. Sage put 1 in each of their hands and they went down like pills. And then the world got bigger. I cannot explain the lotus seed properly. It isn't power, it's foundation. It went through me like the tide coming in, and every channel it went down got wider, and every drop of energy in me got cleaner. Feng Yue and Zhang Yanli hit 2nd tier standing still in the middle of a road mid-fight. I spread my arms, and every fence, door, window frame, and vehicle within 50 meters came off the ground at once. Then I clapped, and it all came down. The Rat King curled into a ball and took a car through it. The tiger went sideways in a streak of black wind. Feng Yue put a saber arc through the smoke. Zhang Yanli put a blue blade through it from the other side. Sage's eyes lit up, and 2 invisible spikes went into 2 mines. The tiger got hit by a dark flame arc across the waist and went backward with fire eating into the wound, and then something enormous came off a roof and landed beside it, a brown bear the size of a truck, and dragged it away. Which left 1. 4 against 1. And the Rat King finally, visibly, understood the arithmetic. Keep it here, this one's mine. I drew ink shadow and went in. Yes, in close. Against a 3rd tier mutated beast, on purpose, because I had spent all night watching it, and I had noticed something. That thing had exactly 1 trick that could kill me, and it was the needle rain, and it had already used it once on Jiangbo, and the hair had not fully grown back. But it had enough for 1 more, and if it fired that into open air while my people were around me, somebody was going to die. So I made it use it on me, at 2 meters, with Sage standing by. We fought, blade against claws, sparks off both, and me hitting harder every exchange because a C-rank speed boost and a C-rank muscle boost had come out of a stack of physiology textbooks 4 days earlier, and nobody had noticed. I got a chain around its legs and a net over its body and jumped and brought the sword up over my head, and its eyes did something smug. Every hair on that thing fired at once. Toad! A metal hemisphere appeared in front of me and took most of it. A psionic shield appeared inside that and took the rest. The needles went through the metal and stopped a centimeter into the shield with nothing left. I landed, tossed the sieve aside, and walked up to it. You really thought I'd fight you with a sword? It screamed at me. You were guarding against this the whole time. I let a black line out of my finger. That's the only reason I had to do it the hard way. You've got some intelligence in you. Honestly, not that much. I said all of this to a rat. I am aware. It had killed me. It didn't know that. I was never going to get to explain it to the actual culprits, so I explained it to a rodent in the middle of the road at 4 in the morning. Then I put the line through it from nose to tail. Its core was pale gold and the size of a coin. A metal element 3rd-tier core, which is precisely what I needed, from a creature that in another life crossed 2 provinces to be indirectly responsible for my death. The universe does not usually tie things off that neatly. I took the gift. We got back to the village at dawn, and I closed the whole building up, and everybody collapsed. Sage emptied a backpack of crystal cores onto the coffee table. I put my palm down on the pile, and 20 lotus seeds rolled out of nowhere. Right, I said, that's tonight. And Sage, lying flat on his back on the floor, said, Boss Shu, I think you owe us an explanation about exactly how many abilities you have. So I gave them one. Not all of it, but most of it. They counted 6 out loud between them and got increasingly upset about it. And this space thing, you've got 2 space powers. It's just storage. A rank, I think. Sage said the words, Supreme Heavenly Venerable, subdue this demon, and lay back down. We slept until the middle of the next day, and I woke up because 5 people had come over the rooftops in the dark, and I'd been half awake the whole time waiting for it. Zhang Bo, He Wei, and the 3 others. They'd watched the pillar of light. They'd watched us come home in a hurry. They'd done the arithmetic. I took Sage up and left the women asleep, and we came out of the stairwell door with molten metal already moving. They had a rock wall up before I finished. Zhang Bo is genuinely capable. Then a floating light sphere opened over their heads and blinded all 5 of them at once. Well, I said, it's you. He Wei went for a machete. Song Wei, the water one, decided that 5 against 2 was a favorable ratio and shouted go before Zhang Bo had said anything. At that moment, I did not want to kill Zhang Bo. He was the only one on that roof who'd behaved reasonably, twice, but he'd brought them. Sage's shield went up, and their entire opening volley slid off it. My fireballs found Deng Gao. Sage found Duan Jingyi's mind, and she went down bleeding from the eye, and I heard Zhang Bo scream both their names. He came at me in full stone armor with 2 spears, and I put a black line through him diagonally, and he stopped and slid apart, and the light went out of his face, still angry. He Wei turned and ran. 4 years of college and 8 reports to the department, and he ran. I cut him in half in the air. Please move these off Feng Ye's roof, I told Sage. She lives here. Damn it, you treat me like a bricklayer. I think when you said the army would make me shift bricks, you were describing yourself. But he did it, and he came back with a backpack of 30 crystal cores off the bodies, several of them 1st tier. Not bad, I said. He Wei always was a good classmate, gave me trouble and loot. We went back downstairs and both women slept through the entire thing. The next morning we moved house, and I want to explain why, because it wasn't sentiment. That village was surrounded by the remains of about 10,000 things, and the smell had become a strategic problem. And there were survivors in every building around us who had watched us fight, and every one of them had an idea about it. We needed a place with a wall around it, a water source, and almost nobody in it. Yunhu Villa area, said Zhang Yanli. Luxury housing round the lake, full facilities, protective fencing, low population density, rich people. Your family didn't buy one? My father bought by Chenghu Lake in Yuhe City. The water's better there. Feng Yue and I looked at each other. The single most Versailles sentence I have ever heard, delivered by a woman in a blood-stained tracksuit standing in an urban village. Before we left, Feng Yue went into her room, and I came in behind her and found her writing on the wall with a marker. She'd packed her things, photographs, a rice cooker, a jar of something, all of it going into my pocket dimension because she'd never have to carry any of it. and on the wall, in big letters, a note for a woman who might be dead. I looked at it, and I didn't say anything, and I put everything in the pile into storage, and we went. Yunhu Villa area is 4 kilometers of lakeside hillside and about 200 houses. There were maybe 8 zombies visible in the whole place, because the population density of luxury housing is, it turns out, an excellent survival feature. We drove up the hill and took the best house on the slope. 3 floors, a fountain in the courtyard, a lawn, an outdoor pool, an underground cold store full of top-grade ham and steak, a cellar full of wine, and a silent backup generator. Sage found the pool immediately and cleaned a body off the edge of it, and then used his mind to scrub the tiles, muttering. I stood in the courtyard and did something I'd been thinking about for 2 days. I put every scrap of metal building material I'd collected into the air, drove steel cones several meters deep into the hillside all the way around the property, and then built a dome. 20 meters high, over the entire compound, solid metal, with a half-meter gate, and a set of winding vents in the walls so air could get in and light could not get out. Then I told Sage to turn the lights on, and the whole courtyard came up bright, and the fountain started running, and for a second all 5 of us just stood there in the light like idiots. That's what a wall is for, not safety. That's what it does. What it's for is that you can turn the lights on. I want to talk about food for a minute because it becomes important. Everyone hoards food. Food is not the constraint. In a city of 6 million, with 80% of the population gone, there is more food lying around than the survivors can eat before it spoils. The constraint is that you cannot carry it, you cannot defend it, and in 3 months, nothing will grow. I could carry all of it. So the plan, from the day we took that house, was every warehouse, every depot, every logistics park in this province. Not because I needed the calories, because in 6 weeks, a bag of rice becomes a political instrument, and I intended to be the man holding the bag. I started that same afternoon with the biggest Carrefour on the south side, and I was halfway down an aisle putting entire shelving units into my pocket when I heard somebody shouting at his subordinates about spitting on the potato chips. There were about 20 of them in the food section, escaped convicts from the look, plus a few opportunists, and more than a dozen of them had awakened something. The bald one giving orders had a gold chain and a face full of confidence. The one standing next to him with 2 daggers had the flat, patient stillness of a man who has killed a very large number of people and finds it uninteresting. That one turned around before I made a sound. "Who's there? Come out." We came out. Nobody bothered pretending. "Just passing through, looking for food. We've taken this place. Go somewhere else." And then the bald one laughed and interrupted his own bodyguard. No, Ho Jing Wei. They've come all this way. It's no trouble to let them take a share." He came forward with his arms wide and his face doing a very good impression of a kind man. "4 of you? You've had a rough week. Once we've cleared it, take whatever you like, as much as you can carry. Look at this damn apocalypse. Zombies everywhere. We should support each other. Don't you agree, sisters?" His eyes went to Feng Yue and then to Zhang Yanli and did not come back up for a while. "Young Master Jie is right," said the man with the daggers, bowing at exactly the right moment. "I was narrow-minded. Please wait. We'll have this cleared shortly." They'd run that routine so many times, it had choreography. "We appreciate it," I said, "but we've got plenty. We'll be going." His face dropped about 4 degrees. "Brother Chen, the zombies are cleared," a henchman came jogging over, delighted with himself. "Brother Chen, young Master Jie." And Zhang Yanli went cold beside me. "Chen Jie," she said quietly, "you've heard of the KTV case." I had. Everybody in this province had heard of the KTV case. A few years back, a young couple taken off the street to a private room in a club he owned over a refusal, and what was done to them in there was severe enough that it got past the local police and reached the provincial committee. He got the death sentence at first instance. He was executed. Death sentence becomes suspended. Suspended becomes life. Life becomes a fixed term. A fixed term becomes early release. Her voice was completely flat. His father is a senior colonel. His mother is a deputy director in the East District Public Security Bureau. Do you understand yet? Behind him, 20 men were spreading out and looking at us the way you look at a delivery. "Hey, buddy, look, all cleared." "Sisters, take what you want, and if you don't want anything, we don't," said Zhang Yanli in a voice that could have frozen the lighting. "Well, just because you don't want anything doesn't mean these 2 ladies don't need looking after. There are a lot of zombies out there. Come with Big Brother. So many people, much safer." He stopped pretending and waved his hand. And that's how a supermarket became a job site. Look, calling it a fight is generous. There were about 15 awakened among them. All of them had woken up in the last 4 days. Almost all of them were first tier, and none of them were second. Zhang Yan Li was second tier, and had spent a week doing nothing but drills. Her ice cones went through 3 of their shields as if the shields were a suggestion, and froze half of each man solid. Feng Yue's dark flame arc detonated inside the group, and I will not describe what that does. Sage's shield went up over all 4 of us and held everything they had. 12 seconds. 6 of them left standing. The only one who mattered was Ho Jingwei. He came at me, and there was no moment where he crossed the distance. He was next to the bald man, and then his daggers were beside my ribs, and there was a wisp of black smoke where he'd been. Shadow Blink, A rank, or close enough that I've never bothered arguing about it. Short range, teleport, and almost no energy cost, which means a second tier user can do it 15 or 20 times in a row. Sage's shield stopped him 1 centimeter out, and Sage's face told me it had cost him. Don't hold back, I said. Kill him. Because that man was ex-Special Forces, and I could tell by his footwork, and I knew exactly what kind of favor a senior colonel does for himself when he hires a killer to babysit his son. I threw everything at him, and he was never where it went. Blades, needles, a spatial cut. He read the cut coming and blinked through it. So I stopped trying to hit him and did something else. I waited until he appeared next to me, and I pulled the oxygen out of a 2-meter sphere. He arrived, and his chest locked, and for 1 full second the fastest man in the building could not breathe, and I brought Ink Shadow down. He blinked out with a hand missing. My blade did not take it. The spatial cut I'd left hanging beside me took it off at the wrist while he was busy dying of the air. He screamed. He reappeared 30 meters away, ignored his employer entirely, and vanished. That was the first time I underestimated him. It was not the last. Meanwhile, Qian Jie had pulled 2 pistols and emptied them at me, which was the least effective decision anyone made that week. The bullets stopped a meter from my face and hung there. Then I sent them back, and every shield his people had shattered, and a spatial cut took his right arm off at the shoulder while he was still holding a gun in it. He went down. Sage and the girls finished the rest, all but one, who they froze into a block with his head sticking out. And then I walked over to a man lying on the floor of a supermarket with one arm, and I crouched down. "Brother, I'm just the errand boy," the frozen one was screaming. "I've got an 80-year-old mother at home." "You're 25. Your mother had you at 60? Yes, exactly 60. I put a sword through his forehead, because if you were going to lie to me, at least respect me enough to check the arithmetic. Qian Jie was laughing. Actually laughing, curled around the hole where his arm was. Scared now? My old man is alive. He runs the entire Spring City Military District. Let me go and kneel, and I might. Do you remember the couple in the KTV? He stopped. They begged. I imagine they begged for a long time. Did it occur to you, at any point in that room, that you might one day be on a floor? That wasn't me. That was Ho Jingwei. It was all Ho Jingwei. I didn't even want. Unfortunately, I don't believe you. I stood up. Then I raised the oxygen around him and dragged Ink Shadow's point across the tiles until it sparked. I'm not going to describe the next part. It was loud and it took longer than it should have, and I stood and watched all of it. When the flames went blue, I knew the air had done what I wanted, and when they went out, there was nothing on that floor but a shape in ash. I made a shovel, scooped it up, and threw it out the window into the wind. Sage came up beside me afterwards and asked what the bald man had done to earn that. Zhang Yan Li told him, and Sage, who blesses every human being he meets, went very quiet, and then started making seals with his fingers and muttering. Are you performing a rite for him? I'm summoning his soul back so I can hang it up and burn it for 49 days. You actually believe in that? Obviously, if you can actually summon a soul, I'll live stream myself washing my hair upside down. He tried for a full minute and nothing happened, and he had to put his hands down, and it broke the mood in that supermarket in a way I was extremely grateful for. Then we went across the road to the mall the frozen man had told us about. Qian Jie's people had cleared the entire building and barricaded the ground floor, so it was quiet and clean, and there was nothing in it at all except what they'd built on the 5th floor. 4 men with machetes outside a shop unit. We killed them from the corridor without stopping. And then about a dozen women pulled themselves up to the shop window to look out. I don't want to spend long here. I'm not going to make a show out of it. They had been kept in one room for a week. They had been fed the absolute minimum required to keep them working, and made to sort and carry and pack for a group that had decided the world now ran on ownership. Some of them were 14 days into a life where a bottle of water had to be earned, and the price kept moving, and the beatings came whether the work got done or not. There were bruises on all of them, and none of them had shoes, and 2 boys had been hung out of the window on curtain rope the previous afternoon as live bait, screaming, to pull the crowd off the square so the crew could go shopping. They were still out there. They had not been screaming for a while. When the door came open, the women started laughing. That's the part I wasn't ready for. Not crying, laughing in a horrible, cracked way, and then it turned into crying, and then it turned into nothing at all. I unlocked the chain and stepped back out and pulled Sage with me. Feng Yue and Zhang Yanli stood in the doorway in clean clothes, with washed hair, smelling faintly of soap. One of them was on one side of that door, and a dozen of them were on the other, and both sides could see the whole distance. I dumped every set of clothes I'd taken out of a shopping mall into the corridor, along with food and water, and I told Feng Yue to deal with it, and I took Sage down to the 3rd floor to loot. We were on the 2nd floor when we heard it. 5 separate impacts from the far side of the building. May all living beings be infinitely blessed, Sage said. They're free now. Then he did the right, and he did it properly, and I let him, and I didn't say anything at all. 5 of them, in the 20 minutes after we opened the door. When we came back up, there were 14 left, sitting against a corridor wall, eating. Boss Shu, Sage said quietly, what are we doing with them? Nothing. This, Ling Yun. I used his name. I want that on the record, because I almost never did. Don't overestimate us. None of them awakened. The ones who did got killed by that crew as soon as it showed. To survive out here, you have to be worth something to somebody. These people aren't worth anything to me. We aren't even safe ourselves. Dragging a dozen civilians around is asking to bury them. He looked at me. So you took me because I'm worth something. You, I said, are my good friend and my good brother. That's priceless. He punched me in the shoulder and grinned like an idiot, and then, still grinning, asked, and what's Feng Yue worth? What's Zhang Yanli worth? I inhaled a cigarette. Look, he had me. He absolutely had me. They have potential, I said when I could, and I need it. Which was true when I first met them, and had stopped being true somewhere around the 2nd day, and I think he knew that too. Then I went and stood in front of 14 women and asked them a question. After all that, do you still want to live? They looked at each other for a long time, and then, one by one, they nodded. But we've never killed one, said an older one, and there are so many out there. I'm not afraid to die, said a girl about 20. I just don't want to die stupidly. And a girl of 16 or 17 wiped her face and said, Sister Jia Yue took the worst of it on purpose so the rest of us got less. She went out the window this morning. I'm going to live for her. Good, I said, because I can't take you with me. Don't wait for that. But I can give you the strength to live. If you give us power, said the 20-year-old, my life is yours. Mine too. Mine too. Think about it, I said. The price may be your life. We've already died once, said the 16-year-old. Not one of them stepped back. So I stopped talking and I went and got 14 first-tier crystal cores out of storage and scattered them on a round table. Here is what a crystal core does to a person who has not awakened. Everything I had done up to that moment and everything anyone else was doing across that city ran on the assumption that awakening is luck. It isn't entirely. 6 months from now, somebody works out how to purify core energy into an injection and it changes the world. And everybody who takes it caps out at 6th tier forever, but they live. Raw, undiluted, straight out of a skull, a first-tier core gives an ordinary human being about a 50% chance. The other 50% is that the energy tears through a body that has nothing to hold it, and the person dies, and it is not quick. I told them that, all of it, twice. 14 of them picked up a core. 3 meters apart, sit down, hold it. Imagine the energy inside it flowing up your arm and into you. However much it hurts, hold on. If you can't hold on, you die. Then I walked back and stood with the others and watched. Boss Shu, said Sage, will this actually work? I don't know. It's the only thing that might. 10 minutes before the first 2 started to glow. 30 minutes before the youngest one started screaming. And that is when the 20-year-old, whose name I learned later was Cui Ling, opened her bloodshot eyes and screamed back at her. Cherry, hold on! You said you'd live for Sister Jia Yue! And then every single one of them started shouting. Not at me, at each other. For 2 hours, in a corridor, 14 women who had been given absolutely nothing screamed at each other to hold on. I have watched a lot of people be brave. I would like you to know that I have never seen anything like that, before or since. Feng Yue had both hands over her mouth. Zhang Yanli's face was wet and completely still. Sage had his hands in a seal and was praying for people he'd known for 1 hour. 2 hours and 10 minutes. 12 of them opened their eyes. 2 of them didn't, and Sage and I picked them up, and Feng Yue and Zhang Yanli knelt down and cleaned their faces with wet wipes and did not say anything. Then the 12 stood up. Cui Ling raised a palm and a wind blade cut a steel railing in half at 10 meters. This is wind? Fire. Frost. Speed. I'm fast. Mine's strength. Look at this. Look at this. 6 elemental. 4 enhancement. 1 transformation. A girl who turned her hands into a pair of wings and shot feathers like razors. And 1 mental. Then all 12 of them went quiet and knelt around 2 women lying on the floor. We stood back and let them have it. After a while, Cui Ling wiped her face, walked over, and knelt down in front of me. My name is Cui Ling. Thank you for saving our lives. We have no way to repay you. From today, whenever you call, the 12 of us will go through fire and water. And the other 11 knelt behind her. I pulled her up and got the rest of them up, and I said the only thing I had. That's all I can do for you. From here, you walk your own road. I want nothing from you. Just live well. Then I took out a slab of titanium and made 12 blades and had Feng Yue temper every one of them in dark flame until the steel went black-veined and could hold an edge that would go through bone. I stuck all 12 in the corridor floor in a row. The supplies and the weapons are yours. Even with the power, keep training with the blade. It'll save you one day. The zombies outside the mall are your practice. Don't forget to dig the cores out of the heads. That's your resource now. And I left. Benefactor, we don't know your name. Su Kai Wen, I said, without turning around. They knelt again as we came out onto the plaza. There is a piece of that I understood too late. I did that on an impulse. The honest version is that I did it because 2 of my people were standing in a doorway looking at me, and because if I'd walked away, Sage would have decided something about me that I didn't want him deciding. It cost me 14 first-tier crystal cores, which at that moment was a real amount. And I thought of it as a chess piece. I thought it in exactly those words. Drop a piece on the board, see if it does anything later, and if it turns on me, wipe it away. 12 women crossed an entire city on foot to find me 2 weeks later, and one of them nearly died doing it, and I have never once been able to make that arithmetic balance. You can be a decent man on a bad afternoon and get repaid for it out of all proportion. Nobody tells you that either. What I did know, driving back to the lake with the sun going down, was that a one-armed assassin had walked out of that supermarket alive, and that somewhere in a military base north of this city, there was a senior colonel who was about to find out that his only son had been scattered out of a window. The morning after that, about 20 people came up the hill and knocked on my gate. Survivors from the villas at the bottom of the slope. Nice clothes, clean, mostly. Nobody starving yet, because a house with a wine cellar has a pantry to match. A middle-aged man in glasses stepped forward and adjusted them and said, "Hello, young man. We're the survivors of this area." Get to the point. You're from outside, aren't you? We'd like to know about the situation in the city, whether the government has begun any rescue operations. I don't know. Go and look. I turned around and one of them, a kid in designer everything, said, "Hey, what's your problem? I asked you 2 questions. And then the whole crowd got going at once. They're obviously not the owners of this house. I told you not to bother. What news would a wage earner have? If the network was up, I could just call the city leadership directly. My uncle's in the provincial government. My uncle's on the provincial committee." The man in glasses shut them up himself, which was interesting, and then smiled at me with everything he had. "We don't mean anything by it. We just want to understand what's happening so we can make plans." The outbreak was 8 days ago. What exactly are you still hoping for? Good luck. Something this big and the government has done nothing at all? Not that I've seen. Their faces went through it in real time. And then the man in glasses smiled even harder. Young man, I have a request, though I don't know if I should say it. If you know it's unreasonable, then don't say it. He froze completely. I could see it happening behind his eyes. This was a man who had spent 30 years in rooms where you say a modest thing, and the other person says, please, go ahead. And I had just commenced to hold up my end of a ritual he'd assumed was law. Feng Yue made a noise behind me. Sage coughed into his fist. Ahem. Well, we've run out of food. Mister Ming, who owns this house, and I used to do business. I recall there's a great deal of ham and steak in the basement. I wonder if you might be generous enough to share some. And that was the seal broken, and 20 people started shouting about the food in my basement. I let it run about 9 seconds. Then I stamped, and the asphalt cracked all the way across the road, and everyone in the front row sat down. A crowd of reckless idiots. Who gave you the confidence to come and ask me for food? If you want to eat, go and find it. If you don't want to starve slowly, go and kill zombies. And if one more person opens his mouth, I won't wait for starvation. I put a fireball the size of a wash basin into a rockery about 40 meters away. The explosion took the top off it and rained gravel on all of them. 2 men in that crowd had been quietly building up something in their hands, and both of them stopped, and one of them had a spark of electricity go out between his fingers and die. I saw it. He knew I saw it. Anyone else? No. No. Then get out. They went down that hill faster than they came up it, and I turned around, and Zhang Yanli was standing there with her arms crossed. They're used to being important. They still think it's peacetime. They'll learn when they see the coffin. In a week, there'll be first-tier things wandering in here, and half of them will be dead. Which was true, and which is also, I want to admit, the point at which I decided to make use of them, because 200 people sitting on a hillside doing nothing is a waste, and I am not a charitable institution. But that came later, and the reason it came later is that 4 days after that, while I was out, about 20 of them tried to take my house. Here's how that worked. I'd gone out with Sage, 2 men in a car, and on the way down the hill I did something small. Look in the back, I said. Sage turned around and made a noise like a cat in a bath. Feng Yue and Zhang Yanli were sitting in the back seat, staring straight ahead, expressionless. He put his mind out and found nothing there at all, and his eyes went to me, and I said 2 words. Painting shadows. E rank. It came out of the goldfish book with everything else. It projects an image. It has no other function whatsoever, no substance, no sound, nothing. In 5 years, I never found one single use for it. So they're a picture. They're a picture, and the gentlemen watching that window down there are going to spend the next hour telling each other they contend for. Which they did. Yang Lin, the man in glasses, watched our car go past, confirmed all 4 seats occupied, and waited a full 90 minutes before moving, because he was clever enough to worry about a trap and not quite clever enough to worry about the right one. Then about 20 of them came up the hill, and one with enhanced strength tore my gate off its bolts, and they went in, cheering. And a girl in a black tracksuit walked out of the front door of that house with a sword already burning. I got the full report later. 20 people, 6 or 7 awakened, none of them passed first tier. Feng Ye opened with an arc that took the front rank apart before they were through the courtyard. Zhang Yanli put a snowflake through an ice spike and then through the man behind it. The only one who nearly did anything was Yang Lin himself, whose lightning spear turned out to have some steering on it, and it caught Feng Yue across the guard hard enough to throw her backward. She got up, furious and embarrassed, which is the worst combination to be standing in front of, and put 7 arcs down that courtyard in about 4 seconds. Yang Lin ran. He got about 15 meters down the road and dived into a ditch, and Feng Yue came over the lip of it and stood between him and the sun. No, spare me! I can give you money! Then they dragged everybody into the ditch and burned it, and Zhang Yanli frosted the ashes and closed her hand, and there was nothing left to find. I want to tell you about the one person who watched all of it and lived. There was a young man in the trees below that road, hiding in a shadow, who had come up to see what would happen. He watched 20 people go into a courtyard. He watched 2 women in their early 20s come out of it having killed all of them, and then clean up afterwards like it was the dishes. He shivered and slid back into the shadow and left. His name was Luo Xing, and I would meet him about 10 days later. And he was still slightly frightened of Feng Yue for the entire time I knew him. But the important run happened in the middle of all that, on the 10th day, in the city center. I want to describe the mall first, because I'm proud of it, and because it's the thing that made the rest possible. We came to a shopping street with 1,000 zombies inside the building and several hundred more outside it, and Sage asked me how we were going to get in without waiting. Look at the street, it's 10 meters wide. I flew him up onto a metal balcony I'd stuck to the side of a building at 20 meters, and we looked down. You mean seal both ends? And empty the building into it. So we did. He took the left end and I took the right, and we stacked abandoned cars into 2 pyramids 5 or 6 meters high across a public road while every alarm in the district went off. He left a gap on his end on purpose so the surrounding blocks could pour in. I crushed a few more cars in midair just to keep the invitation open. 2,000 of them came into that street. Out of the mall, out of the supermarket, out of the side roads until it was solid and nothing else could get in. Then he sealed his gap. I also popped several fuel tanks along the way, so the whole street was ankle deep in petrol and smelled better than it had all week. Then I gathered oxygen, 4 separate times down the length of it, and put a fireball into each. 2,000 of them in an open-air oven for 1 full hour, with me flying back and forth on a metal skateboard putting spatial cuts through the first-tier ones as they cooked. Survivors in the buildings around us watched a man fly. That's the thing that got them. Not the fire, the flying. Human beings have wanted that for a very long time, and they had all just watched somebody do it while committing arson. Afterwards, I pulled the oxygen out and every flame in that street went out at once, and then it was Sage's turn. That is the running joke of my entire second life, and it started right there. Come on, your turn. I hate you. You get the crystal cores by twitching your fingers. I did all the killing. This is a fair division of labor. Hundreds of cores came up out of that street and into my storage, and Sage plugged his nose with 2 fingers and refused to speak to me for 10 minutes. Then we went to a second mall to the north, and that is where I found the thing that I have thought about every day since. We came up onto a rooftop overlooking a crossroads that should have been packed, and it was almost empty, and in the middle of the junction there was a mass of red flesh 10 stories high, writhing, slowly, with fluid coming off the surface of it. What, said Sage, is that? I stood there with my mouth open because I had heard about these exactly twice, in a bar, from a man who had been drinking. It's a nest. I put a spatial cut through the side of it as a test. Green fluid came out along with several bodies that were mostly gone, dissolving on the pavement with a sound like frying. It's incubating something. Everything around here is inside it. Sage went and grabbed a few zombies off the alley behind us and dropped them over the top of it. Tentacles came out from under the skin and had them before they'd fallen 10 meters, went into the eye sockets, and the heads visibly shrank, and then the whole bodies went in, and the tear healed over. He rubbed his arms. Here is what I know about those things, which is not enough. They form. Nobody knows why. They eat everything, including other zombies, and the more they eat, the longer they take, and the longer they take, the worse the thing inside is. You cannot kill one after the first few days. The skin crystallizes and missiles don't get through it. You cannot find the core until it matures, and the core might be an arm or an eyeball or a tooth, and if you break it open without destroying the core relocates and starts again somewhere else. In my old life, a nest in a county town in the Central Plains covered the entire county and cooked for 2 years and produced a 9th-tier corpse emperor, and by the time anyone realized what it was already unkillable. The one in front of me was 1 kilometer across and had been going 9 days, and I let it live. That is the single most arrogant decision I have ever made, and you should hear the reasoning before you judge it. A 5th-tier crystal core does not exist yet. It will not exist for months, and whatever comes out of that thing will have one, and there will be no other source. And I intend to be standing there with a bag when it does. That's it. That's the whole reason. I fed it a couple of thousand zombies on the way past, as an investment. The nest, in retrospect, was probably grateful. Then we went in the back of the mall, past the parts of it the nest had already taken over, and found 2 boys on the 4th floor eating potato chips off the floor. One had a recurve bow at full draw before I'd finished coming up the escalator and did not fire because he'd worked out we were alive. The other one was sitting down with his mouth full and had not noticed anything. Kong Fan, eat! Fatty! Someone's here! I have rarely enjoyed meeting people this much. You can take as much as you need, I said, walking down the aisle. I'm taking the rest. There's a whole supermarket. How would 2 of you carry the rest? That's my problem. We've killed everything in here, said the fat one with his neck out, so no zombies are coming. Kong Fan says we're staying the night. And then I looked at him properly. Skinny. wiry, and called pudgy by a boy who clearly was not being cruel about it. You used to be very fat, I said, and all of it turned into defense and strength, correct? His jaw came off its hinges. Zhang Tao, B rank enhancement. His ability converts his own body fat directly into strength and skin density, which means that in theory, if he eats enough, he stacks forever. In practice, it means he eats enough for 10 men every single day, and if he doesn't, he starves from the inside while looking fine. Kong Fan I couldn't read off his face, so I asked, and he told me to get lost, and drew. His arrowhead melted in the air and reformed into a ball around the shaft. Kid, don't get excited. Then Pudgy decided to fight me, on the grounds that I'd flustered his friend, and threw a punch that would have gone through a reinforced wall. I caught it and held it, and he pulled with everything he had, and nothing happened. Then I kicked him into 3 shelves. Boy, I said, while he was getting up, if you follow me, you eat until you're full. Every day. That is the only sentence that mattered, and I knew it before I said it. Kong Fan set the terms himself, which is exactly what I wanted from him. We'll follow you, but if I ever feel you're using us as cannon fodder, we quit. Cannon fodder doesn't qualify to join my team. I let a black line off my finger, and it went 50 meters down the shop floor and cut a mirror-smooth trench through the tiles and 6 shelving units. You can question my orders. You will still obey them. If you can't do that, a team is a joke, and we both know it. They looked at the trench. They agreed. Kong Fan's ability, I found out later, and confirmed properly much later, is B-rank divine archery. It doesn't just add power to an arrow. It extends his range past a kilometer, sharpens his eyes to the point where he can pick a specific target out of a crowd at that distance, and lets him bend a shaft in flight. He is, functionally, artillery that fits in a stairwell. And Pudgy is a wall that talks. I fed him, and he cried a bit, and I pretended not to see it. The next few days were logistics, and I'll keep it short. Eastern District, a national grain reserve, a dozen vertical silos and a row of house warehouses, and I opened a hole in the roof of each one and drained 5,000 or 6,000 tons of corn out of it in about 60 seconds. Then the wheat, then the rice, bagged and bulk, plus the entire packaging line, because why not? Then the cooking oil warehouses, which is when I finally started to feel wealthy. Then the oil depot, 2 kilometers away. 20 tanks, 30 meters across and 15 high, and it turned out they went several meters underground as well. I put my palm on the wall of the first one, wrapped my spirit around the entire structure, and swallowed it whole. It cost me 1% of my energy. 1% for an entire fuel tank. I looked at the other 19 and my lip did something. By noon, that park was 20 enormous empty craters and a set of tire tracks. Gasoline, diesel, and 1 tank of industrial fuel oil, and every tanker truck on the lot. Here is why, and this is a thing almost nobody in that city had worked out yet. Everybody is fighting over rice. In a month, once the awakened have leveled up, meat comes off mutated beasts, and food stops being the crisis. But a car needs fuel, and a generator needs fuel, and there are exactly 2 things in a modern city that cannot be improvised, and one of them is a working engine. Fuel was going to become the most valuable substance in this province, and it was sitting in an unguarded field on day 10. Then, on the way in that morning, I saw smoke to the north and had Kong Fan stop the car. I built a 100-meter steel pillar under my own feet and rode it up. Through binoculars, 30 kilometers away, a dozen helicopters circling, armored vehicles, and soldiers advancing between buildings in layers. The provincial military had come into the city, right on schedule, to the day. Which meant that despite the second sun and the extra rats and everything else that had gone wrong with my map, the big pieces were still moving. I climbed down and did not go and help, and I want to explain what happened next, because it's the only thing in this whole story I'm actually proud of. I took Feng Yue to the Municipal Public Security Bureau. She didn't know we were going. I turned down a street and she looked up and saw the national emblem over the gate and put a hand over her mouth. Because I'd promised on a hotel floor that I'd look, we cleared the compound. Police cars, bodies, a lot of them in uniform, and more in civilian clothes, because a great many people ran to that building at noon on a Saturday, and it did not help them. Feng Yue killed her way through the lobby without me lifting a hand, and then she stopped with her sword above her head and would not bring it down. A middle-aged man in uniform, in a state she should never have had to see him in, coming straight at her. "Uncle Shu," she said. I hit him off his feet and into a wall, and Kong Fan's arrow finished it, and Feng Yue stood there with tears coming off her chin, her father's deputy, one of the two men who'd been coming to her house every month for 10 years since her father died on an arrest. 4th floor, criminal investigation. I kicked the door and a gun went off, and I stopped the bullet in the air about 8 centimeters from my face. A police officer called Song Yang, alone, half-starved, who had been sitting in a corner for 9 days with a service pistol and had just fired it blind at a door. I hit him. "You know him?" I said, when Feng Yue made a noise. "He's on Uncle Zhang's team." Uncle Zhang was in the meeting room next door, along with a dozen others. They'd been having a briefing at noon on Saturday. 2 officers turned at the table and it went from there, and Song Yang had been by the door and had gotten out and shut it behind him. Feng Yue found her Uncle Zhang at the back. She identified him by the rank insignia on his shoulder because that was the only way left to identify him. Both of them. Both of the men who watched her grow up. She burned that room and we walked out of the smoke and she didn't say anything for a while. "Feng Yue." "I know," she said. "It means whoever took my mother wasn't either of them, which means it was somebody I don't know. It means she was worth taking, and that whoever did it had a gun and a reason and time to pull the shutter down." Yeah. That was the whole payment on that promise. I said I'd look. I looked. I found 2 dead men and a cold trail, and I gave her every piece of it straight, and I did not tell her one comforting lie. I emptied the armory on the way out, because I am who I am. Every pistol, every submachine gun, every rifle, 6 sniper rifles, and an ammunition room the size of a flat, with more bullets in it than that station had fired in 20 years. I picked up an .88 and sighted down it at a doorway and felt about 11 years old. Then we went and did the thing that made me, because when I climbed that steel pillar and looked north, I did not just see an army advancing, I saw a horde. Every zombie in the city center was moving north, all of them, toward the noise, and I knew, because I'd lived it, that the army's rescue was going to fail, that they'd lose 1,000 soldiers holding a line that could not be held, and that after they retreated, 300,000 corpses would be left lying in the open for the rats. Pudgy said it out loud on that rooftop and didn't know what he'd said. Such a shame about all those crystal cores. I snapped my fingers. Then I flew back to the villa in a metal aircraft frame with no roof and no engine, propelled by hydrogen and oxygen I was gathering out of the air and igniting at the tail, which is a sentence I want to sit with for a second. I landed on the road outside my own gate, and I did not go in because there was somebody in the trees below the road. "Come out." 10 seconds. Nothing. Not coming? Then don't blame me. The wings of my aircraft turned into serrated rings, and I cut down 4 large trees in the middle of that grove. A young man in black fell out of a collapsing shadow, swearing. "C-rank shadow evasion," I said, and turned the rings into spikes. "Big brother, don't! I have something to say." "You had a chance to say it." The spikes went in and passed through him because he'd turned into a shadow again and buried themselves in the dirt, which was interesting, genuinely interesting. He came out of a different shadow, hands on his knees, white as paper. "Big brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have spied on you. Please. What were you planning to do if I hadn't spotted you?" "I just wanted to ask whether you take followers." I looked him over. 19. No weapon. An ability that couldn't hurt anybody. "I don't need people. Why would I take you?" "I'm useful." "How?" "I can go invisible. In daylight, that's a funeral. I can fix cars." I pointed at the flying machine behind me. "I can cook." "I've got a girl who cooks." He looked like he was going to cry, and then his whole face changed. "I design buildings, apocalypse fortresses. I won a national award for one." He started talking very fast, pointing at the hillside, at the ravine, at the ridge behind my house, and describing what he'd do to each of them. Where a wall goes, where you leave a gap so a horde funnels instead of spreading, which slope you cut away entirely so nothing can climb it. He'd clearly been standing in those trees for a while thinking about it, which is either extremely sad or extremely useful. "Fine, you're in. Name." "Luo Xing. You can call me Gao Xing, or Gao Xing, whatever you like." Luo Xing. I stood there with my hand still up, because that name had come out of a very deep drawer. In my old life, there was a shadow-type assassin at the top of the provincial military region, 8th tier, a name people said carefully. I never met him. My rank was too low to be in the same building. And here was a 19-year-old who could not beat a zombie, hiding in a hedge, offering to cook for me. "Come with me," I said, and opened a hole in my own gate for him. Then I collected everyone. My plan was not heroism. The army was going to lose. Everyone in it was going to die or run, and a battlefield with 300,000 bodies on it is the single largest deposit of crystal cores that will exist in this province for a year. I intended to be standing in it. I put my whole team on a rooftop 400 meters from that wall, and I emptied my crystal core reserves into them. Feng Yue, Zhang Yanli, and Sage each ate their spare lotus seed and every core I had of their attribute, and all three of them hit 3rd tier inside half an hour. Kong Fan and Pudgy hit 2nd, and then I went down there. The military had built a wall of rubble and earth across a gap between 2 hills, and behind it were 6,000 soldiers, and in front of it was 1,000,000 zombies. I want you to understand that number, 1,000,000, and this is a city of 6 million people. Their heavy machine guns had gone silent. Their barrels were finished. Their awakened had absorbed so many crystal cores in one afternoon that they'd overloaded and couldn't take more. Their melee squads had been rotated 3 times, and the front line was Du Haoran. He was under a 10-meter giant zombie with his arm broken and his gold light guttering, being crushed and swearing, and there was no version of the next 4 seconds where anyone got to him. So I dropped a giant sword out of the sky through the giant zombie's skull. Its grip on him went slack, and he tore free and hit the base of the wall. "Well," I said, from about 15 meters up, "if it isn't Captain Du, haven't seen you in a few days. Why do you look like that?" He stared at me like I was a hallucination. "Su Kaiwen? How did you—" "I'm here to help you." And then his own machine guns opened up on me, and 100 rounds stopped dead in the air a meter from my chest and hung there. "Hold fire! He's a survivor!" I went to work. I'm going to tell this part plainly because it is the only time in this story where I did something that mattered to people I will never meet. I killed everything in front of that wall. Metal control at 100%. Every scrap of steel in 100 meters, every piece of reinforcement in the collapsed buildings, every spent shell casing on that wall, and there were tens of thousands of shell casings, ankle deep, because they had been firing for 8 hours. All of it came up, and turned into blades, and went to work. I gathered hydrogen and oxygen with both hands and let it go, and the blue-white fire took entire ranks of them off the map. I threw fireballs that pulled the crowd together before detonating. And I built a second wall. 50 meters out from theirs, out of the rubble and steel of an entire collapsed block, a kilometer long, sheer, mirror smooth on the outside so nothing could climb it. I did that in 10 minutes, alone, and when I was done, the gunfire had stopped because 6,000 soldiers had stopped shooting to watch. On a mountaintop behind them, a colonel called Ye Jianfeng put down his binoculars and, I am told, said nothing at all for some time. Then I gathered every bullet and every casing on that entire wall, from the mud and out of the corpses too, brought them all to me in a slow, bright river, and turned the lot into flying swords. And I said out loud, on a battlefield, "Mowing the lawn feels amazing." Even so, I had swallowed 2 ancient lotus seeds. My reach was over 100 meters, and there were 1,000,000 of them, and I still could not have killed them all in a week. But I did not need to. I only needed to hold a kilometer for as long as it took an army to leave. I found Du Haoran again on top of the wall, sitting down, with a body full of crystal cores he could not process. 10 minutes. Clean your battlefield. Then I hold them while you go. You'd be that kind? Look at yourself. If you don't settle the energy in your body, you'll be stuck at 3rd tier for the rest of your life. He looked at me, and then he stood up, and he saluted. They took 10 minutes, and they collected every core in reach, and I do not know how many that was, but it was theirs. 6,000 soldiers had spent a day dying to pull 1,000,000 corpses off a city so that the survivors hiding in it would have room to breathe. And the alternative was that they went home with nothing. Then they blew their own wall and went, and the last thing I saw of them was a line of soldiers on that rampart, filthy, out of ammunition, standing to attention and saluting a man who had come to rob a battlefield. I bowed back. Whatever the various military regions of this world turn into later, and I know what most of them turn into, those men on that wall deserved it. Then I built a funnel. Two 10-meter walls of rubble running back from my steel wall in a U, 400 meters long, narrowing, all the way to a high-rise where my people were waiting. And for the next 4 hours, we killed a corpse tide inside a slaughter chute. Feng Yue on one side, Zhang Yanli on the other. Sage harvesting, Kong Fan on the roof, picking off every advanced zombie inside a kilometer, Pudgy guarding him. And Luo Xing, the young man from the trees, who I'd picked up outside my own gate 2 days earlier by cutting down the wood he was hiding in, went down into the horde in a suit of titanium armor I'd made him, moving through the shadows themselves, cracking cores loose from everything Kong Fan's arrows had already put down. I asked him if he dared. He looked at a million zombies and swallowed and said, "Boss, you'd better make sure that armor's good." That's the whole reason he's still with me. By dusk, I had a hill of crystal cores. I will not give you a count because I do not have one. Then I emptied 2 petrol tankers along the wall, threw fireballs into it, and burned what was left, because leaving 300,000 bodies out for the mutations would have undone the entire point. And that is when it went wrong. Kid, don't say I'm not fair. Give me half the cores you just collected. 2 groups came out of the rubble at either end of my wall, about 30 people between them, and both of their leaders were 3rd tier. O Xiuju, in a suit, who could open a ring in the air and move things through it. Ruan Da Peng, 2 meters tall, who turned into an earth colossus 10 meters high. They'd watched the entire 4 hours. They'd waited until my people had emptied themselves. They had done, honestly, extremely good work. And then they started arguing with each other about the split, in front of us, at length, with their subordinates joining in. I stood there getting offended. Then O Xiuju, who was the smarter of the two, offered to settle for a 3rd, and Ruan Da Peng, doing arithmetic, also came down to a 3rd. A 3rd, I said. That really isn't much. Behind my back, 7 ancient lotus seeds went into Sage's mind and out to 6 pairs of hands, and everyone coughed or wiped their face and swallowed one. Heh, what a fortunate connection, said O Xiuju, and I started laughing. I put a hand over half my face, and I laughed until my whole body was shaking, and the laughing got worse, and both of those men stopped smiling and started signaling their people. Kong Fan, Pudgy, Luo Xing, can you kill a human being? 3 of them looked at each other, and their faces closed up, and all 3 said yes. Good. Then today the boss teaches you Rule 1 of surviving the apocalypse. Anyone who offends me dies, no exceptions. Every piece of metal within 100 meters came off the ground. The next 90 seconds cost them everything. Ruan Da Peng's colossus took a giant blade through the middle and Kong Fan's arrow through the back of the head, while Sage's mind held its legs. O Xiuju was better. He turned my metal storm sideways with spatial rings twice, and when my spatial cuts came, he read them, because a space user feels another space user coming. He went flat on the floor, and my line took a tuft of hair off his forehead and cut the 3 men behind him into pieces. And then he made the correct decision. He grabbed his last man, opened a ring, and dived. They were 4 centimeters from it when I stopped time. 1 second. I have to explain what that costs. Time stop, at that point, froze everything in a 10-meter sphere for 1 second and emptied most of my body doing it. I could use it twice, and only because of the lotus seeds. In that 1 second, I put a spatial cut across the space they were about to enter. Then time started again, and the joy was still on their faces, and they went through the ring, and it closed. 500 meters away, on my own steel wall, a spatial ring opened, and the top halves of 2 men came out of it and landed. I did not plan that specific detail. I just cut them where they were, and the ring did the rest. It took them a while. Afterwards, I searched him and found a cloth bag of 2nd-tier cores in his underwear, which is exactly where I'd have put them. How, he said, from the floor, in about 4 separate pieces of a sentence. How do you have so many? I don't need to tell you that. Go ahead and die, buddy. And then, because everyone was relaxing, and because that is always when it happens, a wisp of black smoke appeared behind Feng Yue and Zhang Yanli. Die! Ho Jingwei had come back for the one thing that would hurt me most, and he had picked Zhang Yanli, and he had a dagger already going in. And Feng Yue, who was standing beside her, saw it a quarter second before I did, and pulled Zhang Yanli's hands toward herself and put her own body in the way. I screamed something and grabbed at her with everything I had. Time stop, second use, on a body that had just spent almost everything. It was late. It was a fraction late. The dagger was already halfway in when the world froze. I got there. I put a cut through the wrist holding it, and time started, and the blade came off, and the hand it belonged to turned into black smoke in front of my eyes because he had been ready for the cut. He'd been ready for it since the supermarket. He reappeared 50 meters away with one arm. Ha! Shu Kai-wen, feel what it's like to lose someone. I'll be back. And he was gone. Feng Yue went down with half a blade in her back. I got her in my arms and there was blood coming out of her mouth, and Zhang Yanli was on her knees, screaming her name, and Sage was hitting himself in the face because he had dropped his shield 11 seconds earlier. The dagger had gone into her heart. I could feel it with my spirit. I could feel her heart trying to work around a piece of steel. Little Sparrow, Sister Shui, she said to Zhang Yanli with her mouth full of blood. Don't worry, I'm fine. Why? Why did you take it? Because. She tried to lift a hand, and it didn't go. If it was you, you'd have taken it for me. Zhang Yanli nodded and could not make a sound. Kai-wen, don't bother. I know my own body. There's a way. It's just a pity. I can't cook for you anymore. There is a way. I miss my mom so much. I want to tell you what I did next in order because I have gone over it a great many times. I put a lotus seed in her mouth. Her color came back and her heart kept bleeding. I searched my entire pocket dimension and it was full of food and oil and grain and a hill of crystal cores, and every single one of them was worth precisely nothing. And then my spirit went past a corner and found 3 green stones, life crystals, out of the roots of a wisteria that I had killed on a rooftop 4 days earlier for a completely different reason. I had given 4 away and kept 2, and I'd forgotten they existed. I got 1 into her mouth and she coughed it straight back out with the blood. So I put it in my own mouth and I kissed her and I pushed it through. Everyone around us stopped moving. Her eyes came open, very wide, at about 10 centimeters, and something happened in her face that I did not have time to read. Then she closed her eyes and swallowed it. Green light went through her chest and closed around her heart, and I said, I have to pull it out, hold on. And she said, I'm not afraid, do it. And I pulled a broken dagger out of a girl's heart and put my palm over the hole. 4 minutes. The wound closed. Then it faded. Then there was nothing there at all, just skin. I sat down on the ground, and my hands started shaking, which they had not done during any part of the previous 6 hours. Well, I said, that's good then. Zhang Yanli grabbed her and cried into her shoulder like a child, and Feng Yue patted her back and said, It's fine, Sister Shui, I'm fine, and looked at me over the top of her head. I have been in some difficult places. I have been eaten alive by a thing on a staircase. That was the worst 4 minutes of either of my lives. And on a hillside 200 meters away, a one-armed man watched a woman he had put a knife through the heart sit up and start walking, and could not understand it, and made a note to be more thorough. We got home at midnight, and nobody bothered washing the blood off before sitting down. Sage tipped a backpack of crystal cores onto the coffee table. I put my palm down on top of the pile, and 20 lotus seeds rolled out of the air. And then Luo Xing asked if his aunt and his cousin could come. I said, fine, bring them, let's look. And he ran out of the house so fast he forgot the gate was welded shut and had to come back. 20 minutes later, a car came up the hill, and 2 people walked into my courtyard. A woman in her early 40s, extremely uncomfortable about calling a 23-year-old boss, and a girl of about 19 in a pink hoodie who spent the entire walk up looking at her own shoes. You said awakened, I said to Luo Xing. You said not very strong. They're not. What did they wake up? The aunt, Luo Fen, went pink and said she could make plants grow quickly. How quickly? I don't know how to measure it. I can show you. Luo Xing produced a handful of seeds from his pocket like a man who had rehearsed this. She closed her eyes and green light came up in her palms, and the seeds swelled and split and sprouted and grew, and 4 minutes later she was holding a bush of roses with a dozen flowers open on it and sweat running down her temples. I stood there in a courtyard in the apocalypse looking at flowers. Let me tell you what I was actually looking at. In about 3 months, everyone in this province is going to discover that ordinary seeds no longer germinate. The energy in the air changed, and the crops can't handle it. They rot in the ground. Every shelter on this planet is going to hit that wall at the same time, and the ones that survive it will be the ones holding a wood element awakened who can force a seed to open. They get called planters. There are never enough of them. Shelters go to war over them, and so many of them die in those wars that eventually every faction on Earth agrees, without ever writing it down, that you do not touch a planter. That is the closest thing to law that the apocalypse ever produced. And it exists because people kept killing the only people who could make food. Luo Xing had one in his family, and had described her as not very strong. And you? What did you wake up? Deng Wei turns into a big bird. She was 19 years old, and she talked about herself in the third person, and I never once got used to it. And she skipped out onto my lawn, put her arms out, and set herself on fire. Crimson flame came up from her ankles and swallowed her, and my grass died. And out of the fire came a bird with wings like a sunset, and feathers that were still burning, and it went straight up and hit the underside of my metal dome. I want to tell you what I was looking at there, too. 5 years from now, at the top of the Chinese defensive line, under the Black Emperor himself, there is a 9th-tier woman who turns into the vermilion bird. There is exactly one. Nobody has ever produced a second. And the one everybody talks about is past 50, 5 years from now, which puts her near 50 right now. The one on my lawn was 19. So either the story I was told was wrong, or something in this world had just been rearranged again. And by that point, I had stopped assuming I knew which. "Boss," said Luo Xing, rubbing his hands. "How is it? Can they stay?" "They have potential," I said. "They should stay." "You absolute idiot." The next few days I want to summarize honestly, because they were mostly administration, and administration is what actually built everything that came after. First, armor. I scanned each of them with my spirit, built a model in my head, and then poured titanium onto them and shaped it in place. Chain at the joints, flexible plate everywhere else, split and release catches under both arms so they could get out of it alone. I did Sage first, and it took me almost an hour, and he flew down from the second floor into the front hall in a full suit of bright silver and landed in a pose. I ask you, is he not handsome? Pudgy screamed. Kong Fan screamed. Deng Wei screamed. Brother Sage is so cool, and Sage had to sit her down and negotiate. Second, the hillside. Because I had 200 rich people at the bottom of my hill doing nothing, and Luo Xing had a design, the deal was simple, and I let him deliver it. There is food. You work for it. If you don't work, you can leave, and nobody will stop you, and nobody will let you back in. He spent an entire day going door to door explaining this, and got almost nowhere, because these were people who had never done manual labor and were not yet hungry enough to reconsider. And then, that evening, I killed a snake. Here is how that happened. A group of them decided to go fishing in Cloud Lake, on the grounds that there were fish in it, which is the level of strategic thinking we were dealing with. What came out of Cloud Lake was 60 meters long and as thick as a car, and it ate one of them on the way onto land. Kong Fan put an arrow through its eye. Pudgy went in with a broadsword and got thrown through a villa. Luo Xing bound it in shadow and had his shadow snakes snapped one at a time. Kong Fan charged one arrow until his bow exploded in his hands and put it through the snake's vital point, and it played dead, and then got up and filled the air with water arrows. And then Zhang Yan Li came down the hill on a bridge of ice she was building under her own feet as she went. That thing had a water element core in it, and she has S-rank ice, which meant its entire arsenal belonged to her. Its water arrows froze before they formed. Its escape route froze. It got 2 ice claws around it, and then a spike the size of a lamppost through the head. 3rd tier. In the lake at the bottom of my garden, on day 13, which told me something I had been ignoring, which is that Cloud Lake is enormous and full of life and getting worse every night. But that is not the important part. The important part is that I took the body, cleaned it, cut it into 100 pieces, and cooked it. Braised in a pot the size of a bathtub for an hour and a half with soy and rock sugar, and the rest skewered and grilled over charcoal, with Luo Xing working the grill next to me, and me using oxygen control to make the coals burn perfectly. Mutated meat is edible, more than edible. From 3rd tier and up, it carries so much energy that it strengthens an awakened body and refills the tank. And if an ordinary person eats enough of it over enough time, they can awaken from it alone. Not too much at once. Too much at once is the same as swallowing a crystal core raw, and I have watched what that does. And that aroma went down the hill on the evening wind. 200 people who had spent 11 days eating cold packaged food smelled roasting 3rd tier snake, and I have never in my life witnessed a negotiating position collapse so fast. The next morning, there were 190 of them waiting outside my gate at dawn. Luo Xing had spent an entire day on rhetoric. My barbecue closed it in about 40 minutes. They built the wall. 10 meters wide, 2 kilometers long, across the mouth of the villa area, with a cliff at one end and the lake at the other. Excavators, which Kong Fan taught them to drive on the basis that he had once operated one at a children's amusement park. They carried the dead out of every house and put them in a ravine and burned them. They ate 2 meals a day, and if they worked well, they got more, and if they worked very well, they got a piece of snake, and once a week, somebody got a crystal core. That is the entire economy of a small state, and we built it in 11 days out of hunger and barbecue. I also, quietly, started rewarding ordinary people with cores. Everybody assumed a core was only useful to someone already awakened. But those people had been eating mutated beef for a week, and their bodies had been marinating in the new energy of the world for 20 days, and their odds were no longer what the mall women's odds had been. I gave them the choice, and I gave them the honest number, and some of them took it. Some of them died. More of them woke up. Then there was a food riot, because there always is. A man called Xia Min decided that awakened people should get bigger portions than ordinary people, regardless of work done, and gathered 14 others and confronted Luo Xing about it in front of the whole queue. Luo Xing killed all 14. I want to describe this properly because it's the day Luo Xing stopped being the boy in the hedge. They surrounded him. He went into a shadow and the entire encirclement fell apart because none of them could find him, and he went around the outside of it, putting them down one at a time and counting out loud. 2, 4, 5. 2 of them were clever and made rings of fire around themselves to burn away their own shadows. He came out of the ground outside the ring of firelight and put spikes through both of them from behind. 9. And then the last 4 turned around and killed Xia Min themselves and came to Luo Xing bowing and smiling and explaining that they'd been forced into it and had now made amends. He said, "Once unfaithful, always untrustworthy," and killed all 4. 14. And Guo Chao, a man who had built a tea chain from nothing into 1 billion yuan and who had been standing in that queue holding a boiled egg, watched all of it and understood the shape of the world he now lived in, and went to work the next morning harder than anyone. I promoted him a week later. He was worth 6 of the others. Those days inside the house were not all administration. Somebody had to cook for 15 people. Feng Yue did most of it, and Luo Fun did the rest, and Luo Xing got drafted into the kitchen permanently after making the mistake of admitting he could cook. Pudgy ate 8 bowls of noodles in one sitting on his first morning, and Feng Yue had to watch an empty stockpot come back to the kitchen twice. Deng Wei discovered that she could not turn back out of the vermilion bird until she had burned through every drop of energy in her body, which meant that on several occasions we had dinner with a mythological firebird sitting at the table sulking because she wanted rice. I took her flying at night to burn it off, which is how I ended up with an 8-year-old divine bird doing loops around my head over a lake in the dark, shrieking with joy in the middle of the apocalypse. I also, and I want to put this on the record with a minimum of detail, stopped being alone. Feng Yue came to my door one night after the crystal cores were split, in a dressing gown, and told me she had spent the whole time she was dying regretting that she had never said it. She had liked me for 2 years, from a stairwell, while I walked past her every day without knowing her name. And I stood there for a second, with a very old face in my head, one that had said warm things to me for 4 years in order to find out where my powers came from, and had watched me die with mild relief. And then I stopped standing there. That's all I'm going to say about it. She was 22, I was 23, and it was nobody's business but ours. Except that it was, for about a week, extremely obviously everybody's business, because Feng Yue is not a subtle person, and Zhang Yanli is the single most observant human being I have ever met. I did eventually solve the problem, and I solved it the way I solve everything, which is that I read 4 books about acoustics in one evening and built a C-rank silent barrier. Along the way, I accidentally extracted a B-rank ability called Death Shriek, which is a scream that shatters windows in a 200-meter radius. I want you to understand that I was trying to make a room quieter. Then there was the pharmaceutical run, and that's where I found the 2 who mattered most. I took Feng Yue and Sage, and we emptied 5 antibiotic warehouses in the West District, then a logistics city, then a hospital. Medicine becomes more valuable than food. It happens fast. Everybody fights a mutated animal eventually, and everybody gets cut, and a cut that goes bad is just a slower death. The People's Hospital Pharmacy had a boy hiding behind a shelf. 14, 15, in a hospital gown, and when Sage pulled him out with his mind, he screamed that the medicine was his. Then he threw his head back and screamed properly, and my blood tried to leave my body. All three of us. At once. A grip closing on everything moving inside us. Blood control. And a strong one. I suppressed it in about a second and a half because he was first tier and I am not, and then we all stood there watching a boy in a hospital gown grab at us over and over with nothing happening. "Stop scratching," said Sage eventually. "We're not itchy." His friend was on the 10th floor, strapped to a bed. A girl, same age, with a fever, and 3 deep scratch marks on her calf that had gone yellow and swollen. Scratched by a zombie, 30 hours ago, and not turned. I put my spirit through her and found what I expected. There was already an energy in that girl, and it had been fighting the negative energy in those wounds for a day and a half, and it was losing, and by nightfall it would be gone, and she would get up. "The antibiotics were never going to do anything," I said. "The infection isn't the problem." "Then what is?" "She needs to awaken, today." I asked what was wrong with her, and the boy told me. Chronic myeloid leukemia. Feng Yue made a small noise behind me and covered her mouth, and the boy, Jiang Lin, had hemophilia and had woken up the ability to control blood and said it in exactly the tone of a man reading a bus timetable. "Goodness," I said. "You bleed uncontrollably from any injury, and you woke up blood manipulation. That's a blessing in disguise." He looked at me with pure contempt. "If it were you, would you take 15 years of never being allowed to fall over, plus injections, for this?" All three of us said no immediately. "Can you save her or not?" I took out a dark green crystal core the size of a quail egg, 2nd tier, poison type, the one out of the Mosquito King, which had been sitting in my storage for a week because nobody I knew could use it. I want to explain why I chose that one specifically. There were people in my old life who woke up from terminal illness. Some woke naturally, some woke off a core, and one of them, whose name I never learned, became an 8th tier who could release a cloud that made the bodies of high-tier zombies collapse from the inside. Regeneration didn't help. Armor didn't help. Disease and poison sit next to each other for a reason. So yes, I gave a dying 15-year-old the poison core on a hunch, and I told them both exactly what the odds were, and I told them it would be agony, and that failure means death. She said, "It's okay, big brother. I don't want to become one of those." And pain has been an ordinary day for me for years. Her name was Shen Jian. She screamed for 40 minutes, and she lived. And when she woke up, the bed under her had started rotting. The paint had gone mottled. The sheet had holes in it. Because what she woke up was not poison. I put my spirit into the energy sphere in her palm and found that it was full of things. Millions of them. Alive, and small enough that the word small stops meaning anything. Feng Yue burned a handful of them with dark flame at 2,000 degrees, and most of them died, and while they were dying, they ate a noticeable amount of the flame. I called them Yuan-devouring worms, because Yuan means the whole of heaven and earth and everything in it, and that is what they eat. She tested it on 4 zombies in an airport car park 2 days later. A gray mist came off her hands and covered them, and they walked 4 meters into it, and then there was nothing at all. Not bodies, not bones, 4 small piles of dust, and then a breeze, and then nothing. She was very quiet afterwards. "Shen Jian, don't reject it. These are your hands now. They exist so you can protect the people you care about." She nodded and forced a smile, and it took her about 2 weeks to mean it. And then, on the way out of that hospital, we met the thing that broke my map for good. There was a man in the corridor, 50-something, white hair, half his face gone, missing most of his teeth. Not moving. Just standing there, with 4 living people in front of him. Jiang Lin went white because he recognized him. That was the patient who had scratched Shen Jian. He'd come begging for food twice, and the second time it turned into a shoving match, and Jiang Lin had knocked him out of a 15th floor window. He had fallen 15 floors and was now standing in a corridor. "Sage, all yours." Sage strolled up and sent 9 flying swords at 9 vital points, and white bone spurs came out of that man's entire body and knocked every one of them aside. Then Sage pinned him in the air with his mind, and the things started talking. Not growling, talking. Broken syllables in a language I didn't know, in a mouth with no teeth in it, getting louder. Zombies do not speak until 6th tier. That is a hard line. This thing was, generously, 2nd. Sage got bored and slapped it 20 meters down the corridor, and it stood up and put its own broken arm back on with a click. Sage, stop playing, kill it. He crushed it into a ball with his mind, and it came apart, and white light came out of the seams, and the whole corridor filled with sparks that set fire to the walls where they touched, and floating in the middle of the light was a mass of red flesh the size of a car, covered in tumors that were moving. A crack opened across the middle of it, and it was an eye. One enormous blood-red eye, with two little white fleshy wings on the sides, hanging in the corridor of a hospital, looking at us. Feng Yue said, "That's disgusting," and it turned and shot her. A white ray, and I got a space blade across it, and it detonated into flame that melted titanium off the blade. Fire, at a temperature I had not previously encountered. Toad, protect them. And I chased an eye out of a 15th floor window into open sky. I am not going to pretend that fight was close to fair. It was fair in the way that a coin toss is fair. It flew faster than I could fly. It threw bone spears that it had clearly inherited from the man, wrapped in incandescent fire. When I got a sky full of blades on it, it put out a wall of white flame, and every blade I owned turned into molten iron and fell on the city. And a voice went off inside my skull. Flame. One syllable, in a language nobody on this planet speaks, and every one of us understood exactly what it meant. It was not a zombie, not even slightly. Whatever that thing was, it came out of a man, and it had a word, and it used the word. I could not outfly it. Oxygen control did nothing at all, which means whatever it was burning wasn't air. So I did the only thing left. I got above it, and I screamed. Death shriek. B rank. The ability I made by accident while trying to soundproof a bedroom. Every window for 200 meters went out at once, and that eye shook in the air and filled with burst vessels. And it answered by putting everything it had into one ray as thick as its own body, straight at me, and the sound wave did not stop it. So I stopped time. 1 second on the eye, 10 meters. The ray froze. My own scream froze in the air as a visible ripple. And in that second, I hung a dozen spatial cutting blades in a net around the edge of the frozen zone, and then dropped off my board sideways. Time restarted. The ray went past close enough to heat my armor, and an eye flew into a net it could not see. It said one more word before it came apart. Sin. I have never found out what any of that meant. There was no crystal core. The pieces smoked on the pavement for a minute, and then dissolved into a few flakes of ash and blew away, and there was nothing left at all. I flew back up to the 10th floor with a quarter of my energy left and my hands not quite steady. Here is the thing that matters about that afternoon. In 5 years of my first life, I never once heard about anything like that. Not in a bar, not in a shelter, not from anyone. Which does not mean it never happened. It means that in my first life, I was too far down to be told. There are things in this world above the level I ever reached, and I have just started reaching that level, and they are coming into view one at a time. I went back and searched the room of the man it came out of, and found a passport and a business card and a set of medical records. He was a branch manager for a foreign pharmaceutical company. He was in that hospital for spinal bone spurs. Bone spurs, that's where the bone spears came from. His own diagnosis, weaponized, the same way a boy's hemophilia became blood control and a girl's leukemia became something that eats the world. I sat on that hospital bed for a while, holding a medical record. Then I went home and I gave a 19-year-old the worst afternoon of her life. There was a ravine at the bottom of my hill with nearly 2,000 bodies in it, waiting to be burned because we'd cleared 200 houses. I flew Deng Wei down there. She worked out what was in that ravine at about 200 meters, and her flames started shaking. Brother Lin, what are those? Brother Lin, can Deng Wei not go? Deng Wei, this is the apocalypse. If you want to protect your mother and the brothers and sisters who love you, you have to be able to look at this. But Deng Wei's scared. You're young, but there isn't much time left for growing up. If somebody comes to kill your mother one day, what will you do? Stand and watch? She started crying and her fire went out and she fell out of the sky, and I caught her. What I was doing was not kind, and I knew it while I was doing it. Luo Xing came at me on the ground with his fists closed. Boss, she has never hurt anybody in her life. Luo Xing, How long can you protect her? Give me a number. He opened his mouth and nothing came out. She woke up an S-rank transformation. If she never learns what world she's in, she is a mascot, and I don't feed mascots. Her mother is a planter, and that's why they eat. If it came down to it and I could save one of them, I'd save Sister Fen, because Sister Fen is worth something. He went red and then white, and he did not argue, because it was true, and because he'd already done the same arithmetic himself in a hedge 2 weeks earlier and come to the same answer. And then a small voice from my arms said, "Brother Lin, Deng Wei wants to go and look." I looked down at her. Her face was the color of paper, and she had bitten her lip until it bled. "Are you sure?" "Take me, Brother Lin. Deng Wei can manage." So I put her down at the edge of that ravine, and she walked to the lip of it on her own, shaking from her heels up. And she looked at 2,000 people for as long as she could, with both hands over her mouth, without once turning her head away. Then she said, "Brother Luo Xing, Deng Wei isn't useless, is she?" And he said no, and she said, "Good," and fainted. I burned the ravine that night. She stopped talking much after that, for about 4 days, and she practiced her transformation until she could hold it and drop it at will, which had been beyond her the week before. I would do it again, and I have never once felt good about it. Meanwhile, there was a senior colonel in a base to the north who had just found out about his son. I did not wait for him to come to me. I sent Luo Xing. He is, and I say this with genuine affection, the single best designed espionage instrument I have ever met. A man who can be a shadow in a facility where every camera, every sensor, and every alarm has been dead for 3 weeks. He walked into the provincial military region on a Tuesday night like a man walking through his own house, and he came back with 2 things. The first was Du Haoran, who agreed to meet me on a wooded hill inside his own base, at night, in an outfit he brought me so I could walk through his own checkpoints wearing it. The second was a warning, which was that the shelter now held about 30,000 people, 6,000 of them awakened, and that a shocking number of them were being quietly recruited by 2 different people. Here is the situation I walked into. The provincial command survived the outbreak because one man did. Zhang Haoyuan, political commissar, major general, nearly 60, who had not properly slept in 3 weeks and had personally organized the clearing of the base, the absorption of the surviving police units, and the establishment of the shelter. And under him, running the Spring City subdistrict, a senior colonel named Chen Wei, Chen Jie's father, who had, at the exact moment Chen Jie was being scattered out of a supermarket window, been quietly building his own kingdom inside a military shelter. "So," I said to Du Haoran on that hillside, "if I go after Chen Wei, whose side are you on?" He didn't even pause. "As long as you don't do it inside the base, we'd be delighted." I actually blinked. "I'm not afraid to air the family's dirty laundry," he said. "Chen Wei is the highest-ranking line officer in this province. If our commissar hadn't survived, he'd already own it. He wants the whole thing. And if he gets it, forget saving people. This entire city becomes his back garden." "Then why haven't you dealt with him?" 2 reasons. He has a lot of ex-special forces around him, men who were discharged for things, and they're the best fighters we had. And he's awakened something we can't kill. That was the part that mattered, and getting the details took Du Haoran 3 more days. Chen Wei was 58 and looked 40. 2 of Du Haoran's men infiltrated his staff and died getting a piece of tissue out of him, and Professor Duan Shijie, now sitting in a hollowed-out mountain inside the base with a laboratory around him, ran it. The tissue regenerated. Fire didn't finish it. Strong acid didn't finish it. Duan Shijie's estimate was that it took a sustained 2,000 degrees to actually kill the cells. Chen Wei could take an ordinary knife wound and close it inside a minute. Extraordinary recovery, A rank. Or high-speed regeneration at S, I said. "Either way, what tier is he?" "3rd, as far as we can tell." "3rd I can handle. And there's a healer next to him, isn't there? That's how Ho Jingwei got his hand back." Du Haoran's face said everything. "So we had a plan, of a sort. Find out his patterns, lure him out of the base, kill him somewhere the soldiers wouldn't see it. Because that was the constraint, and it was mine, not Du Haoran's. I could have walked into that shelter and killed Chen Wei in about 4 minutes. I could not do it in front of 6,000 men who had stood on a wall for 8 hours to buy strangers a chance to run. Ambitious men deserve to die. The soldiers who don't know anything about it don't. That was the whole reason the next 3 weeks happened the way they did. In the meantime, my hillside became a small state. A convoy came up the lake road one afternoon. 10 vehicles, 3 coaches, 2 trucks, about 120 people, led by a triad boss out of the West District called Ho Tao, who had been serving life until the doors stopped working. They arrived assuming my wall meant somebody weak had built it, and their opening move was a surprise attack on Sage. Sage let a giant frost claw hit his shield and then crushed the sandstorm the boss made out of the air with one hand, and then he played with him for about 6 minutes because he had recently advanced and wanted to test a punch. Pudgy went into their melee squad and came out the other side. Kong Fan killed the leadership from a rock, in order, by importance, from 150 meters, and I was on the lakeshore fishing, genuinely fishing, badly, with a lump of sesame flour on a hook and 2 women who had been press-ganged into keeping me company, none of us catching anything for 4 hours. The message pigeon came in, a D-rank thing I'd fused out of the messenger technique, and a phonograph ability, a little wooden bird you crush to leave a 1-minute recording that flies to whoever's carrying my mark, and told me there was a convoy. I sent one back saying deal with it. Then, 20 minutes later, Feng Yue pointed out that we were short of labor, and that if a convoy had 100 people in it, it would be a shame if my team killed all of them. Which is how I ended up urgently crushing a second wooden bird and saying, leave more of them alive to do the work, to a group who had, by that point, killed about 70. Sage crushed the leader into the ground about 4 seconds after receiving that message, and I could hear his teeth from the lakeshore. Then he sent me back a message that said, and I quote, "It's all your fault. You're the one who keeps saying be decisive." He was right, and I told him so, and I amended the standing order. From then on, anybody with a record of doing things to the people under them gets killed on the spot. Everybody else works. 40 of them survived. About 20 were women that convoy had been carrying as property, and about 20 were men, and when Luo Xing asked which of the men had been enforcers, the women told him. He put shadow spikes through 14 people in a row, and 8 men who had kept their hands to themselves for 2 weeks under a boss who encouraged the opposite lived through that afternoon because of it, and one of them, a middle-aged man called Feng Peng, who had physically pulled his friends away from it more than once, ended up working for me for a very long time. That is the entire moral of that afternoon, and I did not construct it. It just happened that way in front of about 90 people, which is better than a speech. And the 20 women went into the villa area, and 4 of them were dead within 2 days by their own hands, and I did not know what to do about that at all. So I gave it to Kuei Ling, because on the 20th day, flying home from a survey of the nest, I saw a girl below me, flying on wings made out of her own arms. 12 women, on foot, in the middle of the South District, being run down by a horde with hunters and slayers in it. They had been walking west for a week and a half looking for me on the strength of one glimpse of Sage's ponytail through a pair of binoculars from 4 kilometers away. They had gotten the direction wrong and gone too far south. They were about 90 seconds from being finished when I came over a roofline. I put a dozen steel spears down through the hunters and landed on a streetlight. Looks like I got here in time. I have never in my life been greeted like that. They forgot about the horde entirely. All 12 of them ran at a lamppost. I cleared that street to give them something to do and, honestly, to have something to look at. Metal storm on the first 200, a water line on the next 200 because I'd extracted A-rank water control off a hydrology textbook 8 days earlier and had not had a chance to try it in a crowd. And then gravity, because I'd gotten that one out of a physics course and it is by far the most upsetting thing I own. I pressed my palm down and everything in a 200-meter radius stopped standing. Then I pressed again, 1,000 of them in under a minute, and 12 women watching me do it with an expression I did not enjoy having pointed at me. Go on, get the cores. They cheered, not about the cores. Kuei Ling told me, on the flight home, why they'd crossed a city. Not to join me. They'd never assumed I'd take them. They'd crossed a city because one of them had planted vine seeds in the room where they'd been held, and days later those seeds had been triggered by somebody walking into that room, and they had worked out that it was Ho Jingwei, and they had come to warn me. They walked through 11 days of that city in order to tell me a man might be looking for me. Brother Lin, you should leave here. Go to Yuhei City. Chen Wei has a whole military region. I've got a plan. Don't worry. Really? Really. You might even help. 12 pairs of eyes lit up at once, and I understood that I had just made a promise, and that this one I intended to keep. Then I sat Sui Ling down on my terrace and asked her to go and talk to 20 women at the bottom of my hill. That was cruel. I was asking her to reopen the worst thing that ever happened to her in front of strangers on my behalf. She said, "Don't worry, Brother Lin, I know how to talk to them. That's how we got through it." That's how we got through it. There is not a single thing I have done in either life that earns that sentence, and I am aware of it. Now, the military region. Luo Xing got me in, and I met a general. Zhang Haoyuan's office had one desk lamp on in it, and a man behind the desk who had been awake for most of 3 weeks. He stood up and bowed to me for helping his soldiers off that wall. I got a hand under his elbow so he couldn't finish it. "Old Zhang, don't. My intention wasn't to help you. I wanted the crystal cores." It was mutually convenient. "Regardless," he said, "gratitude is still required." He asked me what I thought about the future. I told him I deliver food for a living. He asked me whether I would help the military region rescue survivors, and there it was. "I've no interest in saving other people," I said, "and you're overestimating me. At a moment of national crisis, you won't help even a little?" "Old Jiang, this isn't a national crisis. With your communications, you know that better than I do. This is the entire planet. And you also know the commanders of the other military regions don't necessarily share your opinions. If you can't even hold your own house together, why exactly should I put my back into it?" I was not being clever. I was describing what happens. Central control over the regions collapses. Every province becomes a warlord problem. The awakening of powers put ambition into a very large number of people who had never had a root to it before, and the entire social order got shaken out onto the floor. Within a year, the strongest human beings on this planet do not answer to any government. They answer to nobody. 2 of them get called emperors. His face went gray because he already knew, and because I'd said it out loud in a room. Then Du Haoran, in a panic, physically pushed me back down into the sofa and shoved a glass of water at me. I let him. He'd earned it. "I can cooperate with you," I said, "to a point, and dealing with Chen Wei will help you consolidate this place, so let's start there." And then Zhang Haoyuan made me an offer, and it turned out to be one of the better afternoons of my life. "We're almost out of ammunition, and there is no way to make more. Could you manufacture weapons for us?" Du Haoran rubbed his hands together. "We wouldn't ask for free. Name your terms, supplies, whatever you need. I have every warehouse in this province in my pocket. There is no supply on Earth I need. Crystal cores only, 1 first-tier core per weapon." Du Haoran came out of his chair. "Impossible." They had discussed this in advance, obviously, and their number had been 1 ordinary core per weapon. I had opened at 100 times that. Zhang Haoyuan pointed out, correctly, that they distributed almost everything already, and that first-tier cores were strategic material, and that this was very difficult for them. So I made a sample. I pulled the metal out of the room, drew my hands apart, and a blade came out of the air between them, mirror bright and humming. Then I brought it down on the corner of a solid wood coffee table, and a wedge of it slid off and hit the carpet like an autumn leaf, and the cut face was glass. Du Haoran picked it up. His skin, at 3rd tier with Vajra body, cannot be cut by ordinary steel. He touched the edge with a fingertip and nearly lost the finger. You could watch a soldier fall in love in real time. We haggled for 20 minutes like men in a fish market, and I want you to picture this properly. A general, a special forces captain, and a food delivery driver in a dark office at midnight in the apocalypse, arguing about the exchange rate between swords and monster organs. We settled at 4 weapons per first-tier core, 20 per second tier, 100 per third tier. First order, 5,000 blades for 500 first-tier cores, 100 second tier, and 10 third tier. They provide no metal. I source it myself. Which was fine because I already knew where every ton of steel in this province was sitting. The Taiping County steel plant was in semi-shutdown before the world ended because China had an overcapacity problem and the whole industry was losing money, which meant its yards were full. I emptied it in 2 hours, finished stock, structural steel, and the ore mountains too, several million tons, into a pocket. That is not a boast. That is a supply chain. And on the way back, I went and looked at the nest again. It had grown to 1 kilometer across, and its surface had started to crystallize. Crystallization means maturing, and by the size of it, whatever was in there was going to come out at 5th tier and possibly 6th, a month and a half at the outside. I flew home with a very specific number in my head and started taking my own training seriously. And then I upgraded the system, and everything changed again. I had spent weeks pushing my reading points up, and the second stage cost 100,000. Here is what 100,000 points bought. Fusion, with no rank limits, no quantity limits, and no point cost. The ability to analyze and rate other people's powers. And materialization, extended. Extended how? The host may materialize all items in the system library. I sat very still on a hillside. All items, not just books. Correct. Abilities, fragments, those too. Correct. And once materialized, can somebody else use it? Correct. Look at what I was holding. In my first life, one human being in 10,000 had 2 powers. People with 3 or more were, almost without exception, the 16 strongest individuals on the planet. And I could now take an ability out of a drawer and hand it to somebody. Feng Yue has dark and fire. Give her wind and she becomes a natural disaster. Pudgy is a wall that cannot catch anything. Give him speed. I sat on that hillside for a while, doing arithmetic that got increasingly stupid, and then I made myself stop, because handing out permanent power to people is exactly the kind of thing that ends with a knife in your back, and because the price per ability turned out to be brutal. 10 points for an E, 100 for a D, 1,000 for a C. It scales like that all the way up, and the only abilities worth giving are the expensive ones. But I checked one thing. If somebody develops what I gave them and it grows, can I still take it back? Regardless of development, the root seed remains unchanged and may be reclaimed. Good. That is the whole reason I was ever willing to do it. Every gift I hand out has a leash on it that only I can see. Oh, and my punishment thresholds went up with the upgrade, so now my cheat threatens to delete my powers if I let my reading points drop below 1,000 for a day. I am the only man in the apocalypse who has to do homework or lose his job. I fused 2 forging abilities and a swordsmithing ability into a B-rank passive called Forge Master. Metal control could always change the shape of steel. It could never change what the steel actually was. Forge Master can. It integrates the material properly, sets the grain, and hardens it. I am now, functionally, a walking foundry. I made 5,000 blades in an afternoon and stuck them point down in a hillside in rows until the slope looked like a graveyard for very confident people. Zuchun's sabers, 10 kilos each, 75-centimeter blade, 2-handed grip, plus a custom one for Du Haoran because he'd asked. A Miao Dao. 50 kilograms and 1.20 meters of blade, compressed until the metal had nowhere left to go. And one for myself, 100 kilograms, which I made purely because I could. I delivered the whole order onto that hillside at night by throwing 5,000 swords past a special forces captain at once. He stood there in a full golden Vajra body, with both arms over his head while a forest grew around him, and then discovered he was completely unharmed, and hit me. You could have killed me! Look at the knife I made you. He pulled it out of the ground, swung a 50-kilo blade 3 times, and stopped being angry. So how much for this one? 5 third-tier cores. Why don't you go and rob a bank? Joking, it's free. That's more like it. And then he handed me a sheet of A4, folded twice, with everything on it. Where Qianwei sleeps, who is in the room with him, who his third-tier people are, what each of them woke up. We had a plan. The plan was to leak my location, pull him out of the base, and kill him somewhere quiet. Sage and I spent 2 days flying over every county in this province looking for the right patch of ground. Flat terrain outside Liangyi, the pass north of Mashao. We argued about it on a terrace over tea for hours, and the entire time both of us kept coming back to the same problem, which is that Qianwei was cautious and might simply not come. We solved nothing. 2 more things happened before it started. The first was that 2 boys walked out of the north of the city and up to my gate, Xu Guang and Ma Chang. They had watched the battlefield through binoculars from 4 kilometers away on the day I held the wall, and they had decided that afternoon to find me, and it had taken them 2 weeks of crossing a city that was actively getting worse. Show me what you've got. Xu Guang clenched his fists and a sycamore came out of the ground as a 6-meter war tree and punched a crater in my hillside. Then, gasping, he cracked a rock formation open, and a stone giant climbed out of it and threw a spear that cut a tree in half at 40 meters. First tier. 2 summons at once. He nearly fainted doing it. Summoning type. Elemental summoning. The awakened may use the surrounding environment to call elemental giants. Rating A. Ma Chong pushed his glasses up his nose and asked me to hit him. Then he put a transparent cube 5 meters on a side around himself. I threw 1 magnetic fireball at it, dialed down to about first tier, and the cube held and came within a whisker of collapsing. Barrier Master. The awakened may release defensive barriers. Varying the shape produces varying effects. Rating A. An A-rank summoner and an A-rank barrier, both at first tier, who had crossed the entire north of Kunming on foot because they'd seen a man fly. Both of you stay. Pudgy, take them down to Guochao and put them to work. They thanked me about 9 times and went down that hill absolutely delighted, and I do not think either of them had grasped that the immediate consequence of joining my team was 3 days of hauling rock. The second thing was that I cut a mountain apart. The hill behind my house sloped, which meant anything with legs could climb it and come down into my compound. So I took Guochao up there and told him to push the whole hillside down while I cut it into pieces. And he worked for 20 minutes and nearly fell over, and I gave him a core and told him to rest. And while he was resting, I realized I was being an idiot. I flew down, made a spatial cutting blade 200 meters long, sliced that entire mountainside into blocks, and put the blocks in my pocket. Guochao finished absorbing his core, stood up, stretched, and stopped halfway through the stretch because a quarter of a mountain was missing. He looked over the edge at a 200-meter cliff face as smooth as poured glass, running from the ridge to the valley floor, like a cake with a slice taken out of it. Boss, did you do this? When you finish the wall, build a retaining wall down there so it doesn't slide. He told everybody. Obviously, he told everybody. The whole villa area worked like animals for a week after that. And meanwhile, in an office in a base to the north, a man who had spent 3 weeks failing to find me was being offered a different approach. I found out the details later, and here is how it went. Qianwei's people could not locate my base and could not beat my team in a fight, and both facts had been reported to him honestly by Ho Jingwei, who is many things, but is not a liar to his employer. So his chief advisor, a third-tier mental type called the Left Prime Minister, proposed something else. He put his palm down flat on a map of Spring City, and Qianwei's face relaxed for the first time in 3 weeks. That's feasible. But the officer in command there was promoted by Zhang Haoyuan personally and takes orders from nobody else. That's not difficult, said the Left Prime Minister. There's a second tier in this shelter with an ability called Mental Charm. Push her to third and she can solve your command problem for you. Her name was Gao Meiling. Her ability makes people like her. It makes them unable to want to hurt her and unable to want to refuse her. And if she is strong enough relative to them, it makes them do what she says and forget that they did. She was living in a hotel outside the base, surrounded by men who could not stop looking at her and could not go near her, and several men with bruised faces who had learned why. The Left Prime Minister brought her 10 second-tier crystal cores and 1 third-tier mental core and asked her to take a walk with him. She knew it was too much money for the job described. She took it anyway, because in this world, the alternative to being useful to a powerful man is being nothing at all. 3 days later, a helicopter put down at an Air Force base in Liangyi County. The base had lost most of its aircraft to the outbreak and had 5 flyable Z-35s left and a deputy regiment commander called Luo Deng, who had been personally promoted by Zhang Haoyuan and had been given exactly 1 standing order: execute nothing without the commissar's signature. The Left Prime Minister handed him an operation order signed by Chen Wei and a story about Zhang Haoyuan being attacked and lying unconscious. Luo Deng asked why there was no signature from Zhang Haoyuan, and a major standing behind him said, out loud, that he had spoken to headquarters the day before and there had been no attack. The Left Prime Minister sighed and gestured. Ho Jingwei killed all 3 majors in the room in under 4 seconds, and Luo Deng, third tier, strength type, threw a punch that would have gone through a wall. And a woman standing in the corner said in a small voice, "Do you want to kill me?" And his fist stopped. She held a third-tier officer for a full minute, with her hands shaking and sweat running into her eyes, and when it was done, he sat down, and there was a faint pink in his pupils. He walked out of that room past the bodies of 3 men he had served with for years without registering that they were there, and he went to the operations room, and in a completely level voice, he said, "By order of Provincial Command, 5 Z-35s to stand by, full air-to-ground load, wheels up in 15 minutes." The left Prime Minister stood at the top of the stairs and let out a breath. Then the 3 of them got back on a helicopter and flew home, because mental charm only has to be applied once, and after that distance doesn't matter, and the fighters were going to be finished long before it wore off. And I was on a terrace on the other side of the province, drinking tea with Sage, arguing about geography. Sage wanted the pass north of Mashao because it was narrow. I wanted the flats outside Liangyi because I could see for 6 kilometers in every direction, and because I do not like being underneath things. We had been at it for 2 hours and had refilled the pot 4 times, and Feng Yue had come out onto the terrace twice to tell us we were arguing like retired men in a park. Then Kong Fan came up the steps 3 at a time and said there was a noise. Kong Fan has falcon sight and falcon hearing, and had for 11 days been the most bored man on my hill. "East, very high, coming fast." I stood up. I could hear it about 4 seconds later, and by then I already knew, because there is exactly one sound like that, and I had heard it in my first life from the ground on a day I would rather not talk about. 5 fighters, in formation, at altitude, coming out of the east into the sun. Chen Wei could not find my base with people, so he had stopped using people. I want to be very precise about the next 90 seconds, because they cost me more than anything else in either life. I went straight up. 20 missiles came off those aircraft in a ripple, and I hit the first 4 in the air with a metal storm and put a gravity field under the next 6 and dropped them into the lake, and they went off underneath the water and threw a wall of it over the shoreline. I got 14 of 20. 6 went past me. 4 of them hit the ridge, and 2 of them hit the bottom of my hill, where 400 ordinary people were living in row houses because the villas were full and because I had told them they were safe there. Ma Chang got a barrier up over about 60 of them, and it held, and he went down on his face from the strain. The rest of the hillside came apart. I know what the number is. I have known it for a long time. It is 111. I did not go down to look at it because 5 aircraft were coming around for a second pass, and there was still a thing to do. I went up through the cloud deck, and I killed all 5 of them, and I did it with gravity, because gravity does not care how fast you are going, and because I wanted it done in one pass and not in a dogfight. 4 of the pilots got out. 1 did not. Then I came down on the deputy regiment commander's airbase and stood in front of a 3rd-tier officer with pink in his eyes, who was calmly explaining to a room full of dead men that he had orders. I did not kill him. That took me longer than the aircraft did. I put him on the ground and held him there and told him to look at me, and he did, and there was nothing behind it. And I understood that whatever was wearing this man had put itself on with somebody else's hands. So I took him back with me, and I put him in a room. And then I went down my own hill and looked at what 111 people looks like when it is spread across a slope you personally built a wall around. Feng Peng was carrying a child out of the row houses. He had been with me 11 days. Cui Ling and her 12 were pulling people out of a collapsed roof with vines in a line without being told. Sage had a beam up over his head that would have taken a crane, and he was standing there holding it while 4 people went in and out underneath him. And Zhang Yan Li was lying at the bottom of the steps. She had been in the row houses when the second missile came in. She had put an ice wall up in front of about 30 people, and she had held it, and it had held, and everything behind her had come down on her back. She was breathing wrong. That is all I am going to say about it. Anyone who has heard it knows. Feng Ye had her head in her lap and was saying her name. I had, at that point, 4 healing abilities in a library I could not spend, because materialization costs points, and points come from reading, and I had spent everything on Forge Master and on 5,000 swords. So I sat down on the steps in the middle of my own wrecked hillside, and I read. 22 books, 2 hours and 40 minutes. Medical texts, 3 of them, cover to cover, while people carried bodies past me. Nobody interrupted. I found out later that Pudgy had stood at the bottom of the steps and physically stopped anyone coming up, including Sage. I materialized an S-rank ability called Life Bloom, which does not stitch wounds. It grows tissue back the way a seed grows, and it works on more than one person at a time, and it costs a genuinely insulting number of points. I put my hand on Zhang Yanli's chest at 4 in the afternoon. She came back at 11 that night, and the first thing she did was try to sit up and ask whether the 30 people behind the wall had made it. They had. I healed 31 others in that same night in a single field, standing in the middle of the hillside with both arms out and green light coming off 111 graves and the people still alive between them. It did not bring back a single one of the 111. People have described what I built as a miracle. The actual arithmetic is that I got there 4 minutes too late and then bought back 31 out of 142. That night, I sat on the terrace with a cup of tea I did not drink, and Feng Yue came out and sat next to me and did not say anything at all for about an hour, which is the single kindest thing anybody has ever done for me. Then she said, "You're going to go and kill him." "Yes." "Take me." "Yes." Here's the thing about the plan we spent 2 days arguing over on that terrace. We threw it away. Because the missiles told me something Chen Wei did not know he had told me. He had run out of patience. He had used up his air assets. He had burned a deputy regiment commander. He had done something that could not be hidden from Zhang Haoyuan, and he was now standing on ground that would collapse under him the moment the commissar worked out what had happened. A cautious man had just made himself an impatient one. So I did not need to lure him out carefully over 3 weeks. I needed to give him one clean, obvious, irresistible opportunity, immediately, and let him run at it. I sent Luo Xing north with one job: be seen, badly, by exactly the right person. And the story he leaked was this: that the missile strike had worked, that Xu Kaiwen had burned himself hollow, bringing 5 aircraft down and healing his people, that he was down to nothing, that he had lost 100 people and his nerve, and that he was leaving Spring City in 3 days, going west, over the mountains, with everything he owned, route included. There is one road west that a convoy can take, and it goes over a ridge above Xishan, and from the top of that ridge you can see 40 kilometers. It is the single most obvious ambush position within 100 kilometers of this city, and any competent commander looking at a map would pick it within 10 seconds. That was the entire point. I wanted him to pick it. I wanted him to feel clever picking it. I got up on that ridge 2 days early, and then I did the part I am actually proud of. I took painting shadows, which I had been using since day 9 to leave decoys of myself standing around like scarecrows, and I put a convoy on that road. 11 vehicles, 30-odd people, Feng Yue at the front, Sage on a truck bed, me in the middle, visibly, moving like a man who had not slept in 4 days, because I had spent an hour practicing what that looks like from 4 kilometers away. Every single one of them was a painting. The real ones were already on the ridge, under Ma Chang's barriers, under a layer of rock Guo Chao had pulled over them, holding still since the night before. And I sat in a fold of ground behind the crest with a cup of cold tea like an absolute lunatic, and waited. They came in the afternoon. Chen Wei brought 41 people. I counted them off the ridge as they came up the back slope, and I want to give him credit where it is due. He did it properly. Screen out front, 3rd tiers spread, no clumping, the healer in the middle where you would put a healer. Ho Jingwei on the left flank, one-armed, walking like he had never in his life needed the other one. The left prime minister behind Chen Wei with his hands in his sleeves. And Chen Wei himself, 58 years old, face of a 40-year-old, standing on a ridge above a convoy he thought was mine, looking down through binoculars at a picture I had painted for him that morning. He gave the order to fire on the road. And Sage, from 400 meters behind him, said in a completely conversational voice, "Hey, wrong one." I have watched a lot of men turn around. That is the best one. Kong Fan opened with the healer. One shot from a rock at 210 meters through a target who had been standing in the safest position on that ridge for 4 minutes. The healer went down and stayed down, and the entire architecture of Chen Wei's afternoon came apart in that half-second, and I do not think he ever fully understood that it had. Then everything happened at once. Xu Guang put both fists into the ground, and the ridge stood up. A 6-meter stone giant on the left, 2 war trees behind it, and a second giant coming out of the outcrop on the right, and his nose was bleeding before the first one had finished standing. Ma Chang boxed the back slope so nothing could leave. Feng Yue went into the screen with dark flame on a saber I forged her and came out on the far side of it, and I do not want to describe what a woman who can turn her own shadow into a road does to a formation, except to say that she was behind 3 different people that afternoon before any of them had located her once. Luo Fen put a vine field across the whole eastern approach, and 11 very fast men discovered they were not fast. Deng Wei went up, actually up, wings out, in daylight, in front of 40 people, and came down through the middle of the enemy third tiers like a dropped anvil. And the thing I keep thinking about is that 4 weeks earlier she had been hiding in a bathroom. Pudgy walked into their heavy line at a stroll and stopped it. Just stopped it. 6 men pushing on a skinny kid in a supermarket polo shirt. Zhang Yan Li, who was 11 days out of a collapsed roof and who I had told to stay home and who had come anyway, took the temperature on that ridge down 30 degrees and froze the ground under everybody's feet at once. Cui Ling and her 12 came over the crest in a line, with vines and thorn walls and second-tier crystal cores in them, and they did not go for the fighters. They went for the enemy's flanks and cut off every route down, 12 women closing a door on 40 men, which was exactly what I had promised them they could do. And the left prime minister, third tier, mental type, who had spent the entire war standing behind other people and telling them where to point, reached out with his mind to find the weakest person on that ridge and break them and start the panic. And he found Xu Lingyun. Sage's ability is called Soul Storm. It has never been a defensive ability. Every single person who has ever gone into that man's head has done it voluntarily, once. I did not see it. Nobody sees it. What I saw was a man in a gray coat standing perfectly still for about a second and a half, and then folding down onto the rock with an expression of very mild surprise, entirely undamaged, completely empty. Sage rolled his shoulders. Boss, guy just walked into my house without knocking. Mop the floor. On it. That gag had been running for 4 weeks by then, and that was the last time either of us used it, and neither of us planned that. Which left Ho Jingwei. He came at me first, because of course he did. Third tier, speed type, 1 arm, and honestly good, better than anyone else Chen Wei owned. He had a saber in his remaining hand, one of mine, taken off a man on the wall 3 weeks earlier, and he used it well. He got about 11 meters from me, then his shadow grew a hand. Luo Xing had been in his shadow since he came up the back slope, not near it, in it. Spikes came up through Ho Jingwei's own footing and pinned him where he stood, and I watched a speed type discover what happens to a speed type who cannot move, and Zhang Yan Li walked over and put her palm flat on his chest. She did not say anything. She is not a speech person. Ice went out of her hand and into him, and he was a statue in about 4 seconds, and Luo Xing took the shadow away, and the statue stood there in the middle of a battlefield being very quiet. 3 weeks earlier, this man had stood in a burning mall and told me that no matter where I ran, he would find me and kill me, and then he had put a knife into a woman I had already failed once. You found me, I said. Then I flicked the statue with 1 finger and it came apart on the rock. The promise was his. I just closed it. And that left one. Xian Wei had watched his 41 become a dozen in under 3 minutes, and he did the only sane thing available to him, which was run. Down the back slope, into Ma Chang's barrier, off it, along the ridge, at 3rd tier speed, with a body that closes a knife wound in under a minute. I let him get about 600 meters. Then I dropped a gravity field on him, and he went down onto the rock hard enough to crack it. And I walked to him, and he pushed himself back up onto his hands, because of course he did, because his body simply did not accept damage as a concept. Do you know why you lost? He said, and he actually laughed. You don't, because you haven't. You can't kill me. Nobody can kill me. You can put me down 40 times, and I will get up 41, and every day you spend on me is a day Chang Haoyuan gets stronger. Take a step back. There's room in this province for... I have thought about this a lot, and I believe he was going to offer me a job. Here is the thing about my abilities that Chen Wei did not have in his file, because nobody in this world had it in a file, because I had used it exactly twice in 3 weeks, and both times with nobody alive to report it. Space cutting came out of a physics paper on the first afternoon. The one that came out of the second book that day, the one I never used in front of witnesses, the one I had been holding for exactly this, was not a combat ability. I stopped time. Not for long. It is measured in single seconds, and it costs me something I do not enjoy paying. But in a world where the strongest thing on the board is a body that heals faster than you can hurt it, the only question that has ever mattered is whether you can do enough at once. So I stood in a silent gray afternoon, with a man frozen mid-sentence in front of me, and 40 pieces of a battlefield hanging in the air behind him, and I built what I needed without any hurry at all. Metal, out of 5,000 tons of steel plate in my pocket. Fire, layered into it, because Duan Shijie's number was 2,000 degrees, and I had read his report 3 times, and I remembered the number. And then I let go of the second. The whole ridge went white. It burned for a long time, and I stood there the entire time and made sure of it. And when it was done, there was a patch of ground 40 meters across that had turned to glass, and there was nothing on it that could regenerate, because there was nothing on it at all. His son had gone out of a supermarket window in about a second and a half. The father took a little longer. Both of them, in the end, for exactly the same reason, which is that they had a habit of deciding that other people were furniture. We took the crystal cores. Obviously, we took the crystal cores. Pudgy went down that slope with a sack. 9 of Chen Wei's people were still alive at the end, and 8 of them had been ordinary soldiers reassigned to his staff who had been told this was a sanctioned operation. I sent them back to Jianghao Yuan on foot, alive, with the deputy regiment commander from the airbase walking in the middle of them, because a woman named Gao Meiling had put something in his head, and I wanted a general to see with his own eyes what had been done to one of his own officers. Du Haoran met them at the gate. I got a message 2 days later. It said one line. Consolidated, thank you. Your knife is still the best thing I own. 3 weeks and 2 days. I want to lay 2 afternoons next to each other. The first one, I was on a staircase in a shopping mall in my old life, with my shoulder in something's teeth, watching 3 people I had bled for stand at the top of the stairs and decide not to come down. I had nothing. I had never had anything. I had a delivery job, a rented room, 400 yuan, and an unpaid electricity bill I had been avoiding by keeping the lights off. The second one, I stood on a ridge above Shishan and turned a major general into glass, and then flew home to a walled hill with a metal dome over it and 800 living people underneath it, and Feng Yue was on the terrace, and Sage was already arguing with Pudgy about dinner, and Deng Wei was flying badly over the lake because she flies badly on purpose now, for fun. I did not get here because I was clever. I got here because a goldfish book fell out of a bag on a bus 20 hours before the world ended, and because I spent every one of those 20 hours reading instead of warning anybody, which is a sentence I will be carrying for the rest of my life. 40 kilometers south of my house, there is a thing a kilometer across that has started to crystallize, and Duan Shijie's estimate for what comes out of it is 5th tier and possibly 6th, and the timer on that is about 5 weeks. Fine, that is a monster. I know how to do monsters. 2 things are smaller than that, and both of them are worse. The first is that when Du Haoran wrote to me, there was a second line under the thank you, and it was a question from Zhang Haoyuan. He wanted to know who exactly is living in the Yunhu Villa area these days. 3 weeks ago, I was a man nobody could find. As of that ridge, I am an address in a general's notebook, and generals do not write addresses down for fun. And the second is a woman in a hotel outside a military base who is still alive, because she was never on that ridge, because people like her are never on the ridge. Gao Meiling's ability does not make you love her. It makes you unable to want to refuse her, and then it makes you forget that you couldn't. Her patron is glass. She needs a new one. And there is now exactly one obvious candidate in this province. So somewhere between here and the base, that woman is walking, and she is deciding which of my people to smile at first. And the honest problem is that I have 800 of them now, and I like almost all of them, and I would not be able to tell. And there is one more thing, and it is the smallest of all, and it is the one I actually think about at night. Somebody pulled the shutter down on Aunt Chong's shop from the outside on the first day, with a gun, and took her, and left a stranger on the floor. Both of the men who might have done that for a decent reason are dead, and I stood in the room while Feng Yue burned it, which leaves somebody I have never met, somebody who was already organized enough to be collecting people at noon on the first Saturday, before anyone else on this planet had worked out that people were about to become the only thing worth collecting. Feng Yue has not asked me about it once since the bureau. 3 weeks, not one question. She cooks, and she fights, and she does not ask, which is how I know she has given up on it. I haven't.